Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday to all of you 13 jurors. We are so happy to see you. So happy you are here. A lot of you I've been chatting with this morning in the chat as we have waited on our later court time to start today. We have, the judge had stuff he had to do this morning. So we are getting a little bit of a later start. So I've been in here chatting with y'all. We got up early and I took Lucy for a walk this morning and got her all good worn out. So she's passed out on my lap right here. So hopefully I took her on a long enough walk to where she won't be bringing me extra flip-flops for a while. She'll, for any of those who haven't been here with the flip-flop happenings, Lucy, my sweet little baby pup, she likes to bring me flip-flops as a sign that I need to get my dang shoes on and take her out because she's ready. So we do a flip-flop count a lot of times at the end of the show to see how many she's brought me. Right now we are at 0 because she is asleep on me. So hopefully she got worn out enough to where she will, like, I won't have a whole pile of them to put up today. So first, before we even get to going, let us say good morning to, let me get it pulled up. Good morning, good morning. First in chat, our first tailgaters of the morning. We have Miss Sharon McDonald. Hello, Sharon McDonald. You get the imaginary throne for being the first tailgater in chat this morning. Welcome. Congratulations. Kelly Bowbelly, you get the science lab stool as JT has described it. He said, I thought it looked kind of cool and retro, but no, JT ruined that for all of us by letting us know that it looks like a science lab stool. So congratulations, Kelly Bowbelly, get the science lab stool. And Tangle Crochet, congratulations to you. You get the beanbag / love sack for being the third in the tailgate. So good morning to all of y'all. Also, while I have it pulled up here, I will show y'all, speaking of my little walk with Lucy, this is little bitty Lucy Lou this morning on our walk, sniffing around. There were, she likes to get in all those little pine aisles and sniff and see who's been around and who's been, what kind of little critters have been running around. So that's Miss Lucy Lou on our walk this morning. And look at this. I took a picture. This is in that same little park that's right across the street from where I live. I love magnolias. Isn't that pretty? Pretty little magnolia. And then this guy, so I live on the Gulf of Mexico, and this little guy was spotted from the boat this weekend. What a little cutie. There's been a bunch of sightings of those around here lately. And I wanted to take him home. I thought Lucy needs a friend, but he won't fit in a fish tank because he's bigger than I am, and he won't go in my itty bitty little condo. And then I put this one on Twitter. This is my much needed break, much needed. This water out here is fantastic. I am obsessed with the water out here. It's one of the reasons that I love where I live so much. So let's say some good mornings. We've got a couple minutes until court starts. We are keeping an eye on it, of course. That is a manatee, and they are adorable. But they are ginormous, and it's cool because you can see them I live on the 5th floor, and you can see them sometimes swimming out there in the Gulf. And when I'm watching, you'll see people out there, moving around and swimming and, just staying out there with their, coolers and their drinks and their floats and whatever. And from up here, I can see them swimming by, and I can see them coming. And then you see the people that are down there that have no clue, which is always kind of funny because I'm like, oh, hey, you got a big old manatee over there. Most people wouldn't be too scared if you're, used to that kind of thing. But there are some people who, especially some of the people who aren't like locals and stuff, some of the tourists and stuff who would have no idea what it is and probably panic, which that's always fun when they do see wildlife around them and they panic and try to get out. That's always fun to watch. Is that mean to say that it's fun to like watch people panic and try to get out of the water? Well, it's, I enjoy it. So a lot of people do get nervous, but I just think they're so cute. The only thing in the water that really makes me nervous, there are some sharks around here, but you don't see them up here that much. Around where I'm at, there are some, by the pier. Most of them aren't like the huge, these aren't like Jaws, most of them. I've seen like some smaller ones and stuff, but most of what I see out here, we see a lot of, we see manatees, we see some rays, different times of the year. There are jellyfish. The man-o-wars scared the bejesus out of me. Man-o-wars are like jellyfish, like jellyfish's angry, mean granddaddies. That's what man-o-wars are. They're like, their tentacles can come out like 100 feet and get you. Like they're scary. They're beautiful, and you'll see sometimes when they wash up on shore. They're beautiful, absolutely beautiful creatures, but dangerous. So this morning I asked in chat, for those of you who have been chatting with us this morning before we get started, I had said, tell me something good, because it's Tuesday. I love it when a Monday is all of a sudden, like you wake up thinking, oh, it's Monday, and then it's not, it's Taco Tuesday. So that makes things, happy and wonderful and great. So I said in chat this morning to tell me something good. Give me some good news to start our short week off. And we had a few people who had some good stuff going on. Let's see. Tangle Crochet said she's getting 2. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I'm allergic to your good news. Tangle Crochet said she's getting 2 emotional support kittens this week. Jennifer, is it Pro, is getting a new floor for your porch, which is, look, y'all know me. I love me a good porch. Kelly Bowbelly got a raise, which is great because that means you can upgrade your science stool. Candace Hoff says school is out this week. Melissa Dotson only has 3 weeks until school is out till they're out for school break. Mary is going to a friend's bridal shower Saturday. Serena Veering will be in Philly for Fans Expo to get to meet a bunch of great actors. Michelle Elise says it's been mid-80s in Michigan this week, and her granddaughter is there visiting. Jimmy Lawson's doing tile this week on a beautiful new shower. Lady in Gray has a hair appointment tomorrow. I need one of those. I haven't had one in probably over a year. Kendra Schwitter says kids are done with school this year. So there's all kinds of good news. Oh, and people are telling us good news now. I love this. Let's see. More good news. You'll see. There you go. Beautiful, but mean and dangerous. That's a good analogy, you'll see. Oh, that made me laugh. Good morning. Good news. My son and daughter-in-law and baby grandson are coming to visit us for a week over 4th of July. That's awesome. Family visits are always the best. Let's see. Every day is Taco Tuesday in New Mexico. Well, you know what? I feel like y'all are onto something over there. Let's see. Selena got a new fridge. Look, there's nothing like a new fridge. I love me. Even just the sound of it closing. Every time I've ever gotten a new fridge in my life, it's always been like my favorite thing. And then you keep it like super, super clean and organized for the longest time. Peru. Okay. I will never say it again wrong. Peru. I will never again say it wrong. Anytime I say it wrong, if y'all tell me how to say it, I will make a note of it. Let's see. Debbie Billy, are keeping my grandson this week as school is out and summer camp starts next week. That's amazing. niece is graduating high school in a few days. That's awesome. Gosh, it feels like yesterday Jacob graduated from high school, and now he'll be 20. Let's see. Unexpected guinea pig babies on Friday. That's exciting. Let's see. Wildlife field trip with my granddaughter tomorrow. That sounds fun. Jackie says granddaughter graduates high school today. Congratulations. It's a proud moment. I am not in South Florida. I'm in the Panhandle. So I am like Western Florida. I'm not going to speak on that. Oh, I can't wait to see what nonsense we hear from our witnesses today. Let's see. Oh, I think we got some action in the courtroom. Judge is there. Must be still working on warrants. Also, speaking of nonsense in the courtroom, if you will notice, JT added us a new emoji. It's an angry hoodie emoji. For anybody who missed all of that nonsense testimony, he was saying that he puts his hoodie up when he's angry. So we have an angry hoodie emoji. And if you were here for that chat, we were talking about the angry hoodie and the matching sneaker punch. Oops. Trying to remove. There we go. All right. So let's see. While they are still waiting, we'll take a few looks at this stuff. The judge needs to get it together. Yes, he does. We have defendant has entered the courtroom. I'm shocked that he has let it get as far gone as it has gotten. We did a poll while we were waiting, and about whether or not Tyler would show up this morning. And I think the general consensus was that he would, the most popular answer was that he would show up, but he would probably be late. So I guess we'll see how that goes. We still don't have audio from there yet, but it should be coming any moment. I'm really curious to see if he shows up. No angry hoodies for him. He is a sharp dresser. He is. And I know they say, wear your best to court, but he is a snazzy dresser. Even in some of the interviews that I was watching of him, he's a snazzy dresser. He does look good in that suit. Let's see. Oh, yes, it is our month anniversary. We were laughing about this being the cultiversary. We are just now over 30 days of when they finally approved for us to have memberships and stuff. So they made us all official-ish. So we are just over our 30-day mark, which is crazy and exciting and fun. Let's see. trying to get some legal commentary set up for us for, I think we are going to have defense attorney Bob Mata. He is the host of Defense Diaries, and he is a fantastic defense attorney out of Chicago. I think he is going to be joining us for some legal Q&A during lunch, because I know that with this trial in particular, there's a lot of questions about what is going on. Yay! Welcome to the 1 month club, and thank you so much. This has been we've grown really fast, which has been really cool. It's been cool to see such a great community. You know, I enjoy watching, you know, trials and watching the justice system play out and seeing everything. And we wanted to do this as a way to enjoy it with people who want to watch it with us and experience it with us, and keeping our little family dynamics happy and positive, and, you know, make fun of all the ridiculous together, and, you know, experience the sad together. And it's been great. All right, let's see. We have movement. I'm ready for it. Hopefully there will be no drilling in my neighbor's house today, or in the hallway, wherever it was. But who knows? I wonder if they're going to be late. Good morning, Advocate. Good morning. Oh, God. As soon as I said something about the drilling, can you hear that? Why? Why did I say anything? Good morning, Jams. I've moved my microphone and tried to do some things to hopefully cancel it, but as soon as I said something. Of course. Okay, good. I moved my microphone around and stuff, so we just had gifted membership. Let me see. Terry K gifted.
5 minutes shy of an hour. So I'll obviously allow a little bit of leeway in terms of getting back up to speed, but I don't want to start.
Terry K, thank you so much.
Okay. All right. As soon as we have our jury, we'll get started. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Kathleen Lloyd is gifted members.
3. Yeah, just shy of 4. 3 hours. Yeah, just shy of 4. Actually, 5 minutes shy of 4 hours. So don't start all over.
What do you say? Just shy of 4 hours for something. I hope he's not late. Let's see. Is he actually going to be on time? If he's on time, then all of us that were voting the other way are going to be wrong. me turn my volume up. I can barely hear. There we go. I love that you can hear the judge sigh, because every time he's getting annoyed, you can hear him just take that deep breath, like trying to get his life together so that he can have patience for these children.
All right, we'll give him a couple minutes.
This is Deputy Matthew Turpin. I'm in 11 F Foxtrot, and we're missing a jury member. Judge Glen. Yes. Last name is Chang.
Oh, they're missing a jury member.
They said they're putting 3 people. Taylor? C-A-L-E. Yes. Can you check in? You calling?
I was trying to listen. It sounded like they said a jury member is not there. Yeah, I can barely hear. I'm like, I've got it turned because they're not in the microphone. They're like off to the side. I've got my noise cancel headphones on, trying to eavesdrop on them. My toe just started cramping. Good timing. Ow. Good morning.
Yeah.
I know. He's on his way up. Good.
See that loud? Can y'all hear that loud sigh? He's just like over it. I bet he sat in silence the entire 3-day weekend. Look, he's already rubbing his eyes and everything. He does look like Coach from that old show. Data Lisa, my grandbaby size like that, Judge. The only thing I heard them say was the juror.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't you just wait until the jury comes in, and we'll have them sworn in again in front of the jury.
Okay, so the witness is there. So Tyler's
In fact, you
there.
can get them while they're coming in. That'll be fine. Save them. Yeah. Yep.
I talked it up. I'll mute it when they do it. I think they just have a toy. They just use it as a toy. They just drill just for fun.
All right, everyone be seated. Welcome back, folks. I hope everyone had an enjoyable long weekend. All right, let's bring Mr. Robinson back in, please. There he is. Mr. Robinson, I'm going to have you sworn in again.
There you go.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, you may continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Robinson. Yes, sir.
Robinson, when you were here last Friday, you told this jury that you dove on top of your friend Chris Lowe as much as you could, and there was no crevices, so you couldn't get in the bottom of the floorboard area, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke to the first officers who arrived when you got shot, you never told them that, right?
I can't remember, sir.
When you go to the hospital and you speak to the officer and give a detailed statement, you never told them that, did you?
I'm not sure.
Want to see a copy of your statement?
No, sir, there's no need. I'm just not
I
sure.
can't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, sir, there's no need for me to look at the statement. I'm just saying I'm not sure.
Well, do you agree that you didn't give a statement? Or if you're not sure, I'll show it to you so you can look at it to see that it's in there or not.
I agree.
You agree you didn't, right?
I agree.
Spoke to Detective Vandalin. So you get shot on the 7th. We talked to the two law enforcement officers separately on the 7th. And then on the 8th, you speak to Detective Vandalin, the female detective, right?
Correct.
Never told her you dove on top of Mr. Lowe, right?
I agree.
Okay. Gave a deposition on June 16, 2021. All the lawyers, well, many of the lawyers there, under oath of the court.
I agree.
Came to a hearing on November 30th, and you were sworn under oath. Under this judge, the same lawyers, pretty much multiple lawyers, and you said nothing of the sort that you jumped on top of Chris Lowe during that statement under oath. Isn't that true?
I agree.
So far, he's calm.
Go back to the June 16th statement. I was just about to finish from last week. The deposition. You remember coming to that statement, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph's brother came out of the house first after y'all did what y'all did, right?
After we knocked on the door, yes, sir.
Okay. And back then, you didn't remember taking your shirt off, right? Back in June?
No, sir.
You would agree that Travis, when he came out, pushed the door open mildly. He wasn't in a rush, right?
I'm sorry, did you say loudly or mildly?
Mildly.
No, sir, I wouldn't agree.
All right. I approach the witness, give him a copy of his deposition from June 16th.
You may.
So far, he's being respectful. We'll see
Tell you what page in a second.
how long this lasts.
Go to page 100, line 9 to 12 of your deposition, June 16th, 2021. Refresh your memory. Back in June in 2021, you said he came out mildly, Mr. Rudolph?
My last name's Robinson, sir.
I asked you, Mr. Rudolph. I didn't ask you coming. I said, isn't it true that Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? Does that refresh your memory,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said back in June under oath, right? 2021.
No, sir, you provided me with the verbiage mildly. I just agreed.
So do you always agree with people who tell you things under oath and you just say whatever they want you to say? Is that what you're telling us?
No, sir, you provided me with the word. I just, like I said, agreed in that situation.
You telling the truth or were you lying then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Telling the truth when you made that statement or were you lying?
I was telling the truth.
Okay. So tell the jury today what you want to tell them and how he came out the door. If you disagree that mildly today is not the right answer, tell us today what your answer is.
Not agreeing or disagreeing with or whether or not he came out of the door mildly or not. I'm just telling you that you provided me with the verbiage. I never described the situation as Travis coming out of the house mildly. We spoke about it. I'm actually was having a difficulty describing how or of what nature he came out of the house, and you provided me with the verbiage mildly, and I agreed then and I agree now. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, what I asked you today, the first question about mildly and coming out the door, Mr. Rudolph, not you, Mr. Rudolph, coming out his front door, I said, would you agree Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? And you said, no, I don't agree with that. So what my question is tell us what you mean he didn't come out mildly. That was your statement. When I asked you if you agree, you said no. How did he come out? What's your testimony today?
I don't know. He just came out of the door. He was mad, so I'm not sure how you would describe that.
I'm asking you how you describe it, not me.
I'm not sure how I would describe it.
Okay. Do you agree it was mildly or you disagree? Today, do you agree with that or disagree?
Whatever speeds this up, I agree.
Okay. I asked you back in June of 2021 to tell me how the physical confrontation started. And
What?
And you said, I just told you, I don't remember. Remember making that statement under oath back in June of 21 with the court reporter and the prosecutors and me and Ms. Perlette present? Do you remember that, sir?
I agree.
Okay. So back in 2021, April, May, 2 months after this happened, you couldn't say how it started because you thought there was video. Isn't that true, sir? Of the front house. You saw the cameras and you thought there was video that existed. Correct?
No, sir. I believe I was frustrated and just didn't want to speak on the incident any further.
Well, you spoke for 2 hours. You never said you were frustrated one time, did you?
I'm not sure. It's a long deposition.
That's not on our end. Come on.
Rudolph
There
started
it goes.
the fight. That was your testimony, right?
Correct.
Now you know there's no video. Detective Annalyn originally told you when she interviewed you on the 8th of April, 2021, she had video and you were afraid to commit to anything because you knew what y'all did, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Remember, I asked you the next question right after that one about who started, and you said you don't remember. Then I said in June of 21, you don't know who hit first, and you agreed. You had no idea, right?
Are you telling me that was my statement?
Yes, sir.
I agree.
But today, Friday, you remember, and today you remember. It's different, right?
I agree, sir.
Yeah. And you don't care what the jury thinks, but you do want them to believe your testimony is that Mr. Rudolph came out of the house and punched your friend first. That's your testimony today, right?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Well, yes. Last week you said you don't care what the jury thinks, right? Remember that?
That may have been taken out of context.
Those are the
correct.
exact words. That was your context.
That's correct.
Okay. And today you're changing your story. And Friday you changed the story. Now you're saying Mr. Rudolph came out and hit your friend first, right?
Sustained.
You gave a different answer than you gave under oath on June 16th. Now you're saying that my client, all of a sudden, 2 years later, you remember Mr. Rudolph hit your friend first. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you're trying to tell us?
In June of 2021.
I'm asking you today, not June 21st.
Yes.
Here in court today, you want this jury to believe that. The jury that you don't care what they think about, right? You don't care what they think, but that's what you're trying to explain to us, right?
He wants to remind them of that.
Sustained.
You don't care what the jury thinks as of last week. Do you care what they think today?
I understand the weight of their opinion, but personally, the effect it has on my life is very minimal because this situation has already taken such a major impact on my life. So I don't feel as if the outcome of this really would, or I don't really personally feel or care that much, but I understand, like I said, how important a jury is and the jury's opinion. So, like I said, if you want to keep taking that statement out of context as you are, because you're not saying you're not telling them, you're not rereading, or relaying my whole statement, just paraphrasing or taking that particular part. But
Tell me what I took out of context in June of
was literally the
2021
statement.
when you said you didn't know who started the fight and you don't know who hit who first. Tell me what I'm taking out of context, sir.
I can only testify and answer questions based off of questions you asked or based off of my deposition, sir. So if you have a question you would like me to answer, I can do that, but I can't.
You can't tell us why your answer is different today than it was back in June, can you, sir?
Sustained.
You can't tell us today why your answer is different than June 16th of 2021, can you, sir?
Yes, I can, sir. I was frustrated just because one of my brothers passed away, and I didn't really want to talk about it.
Okay, so you lied in the deposition is what you're telling us because of your brother passing away?
No, sir, I didn't lie. Sometimes when you're mad or frustrated or upset, it's hard to remember specific details. So while you asked me questions, I gave truthful answers about whether or not I could remember. As time has gone on, it's gotten not easier, but more common where this is something I may have to speak about. So
You're in the hospital one day, right?
yes, sir, correct.
Flushed out your wounds. You didn't have any bullets went through. You had little tiny fragments of metal that hit the car and went into your body. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, I had a bullet removed from my body during surgery.
You had one bullet or how many bullets?
I'm not sure, sir.
You had little pieces of bullets. Isn't that true, sir?
I'm not sure to what nature the bullets were when they were removed from my body, but I can only tell you that bullets were removed from my body during surgery.
Never went to physical therapy, right?
Couldn't afford it, sir.
My question is, you never went to physical therapy, right?
My answer is that I couldn't afford it, sir.
So that means no?
Correct.
When in school and you graduated, you said you told us you got an AA degree, right, in criminology, correct?
Got my AS degree in paralegal studies.
All right, and you're still working. That's what you told us. You have a security license, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
When you work, what do? You're in a community as a security guard or a business?
Sitting down, correct.
Business?
Like a community.
Do you sit down the whole time even when cars come through?
Correct.
All right. You never went to any follow-up doctor appointments for any medical treatment. Isn't that true, sir?
I had follow-up appointments at the trauma unit for about 6 months following the incident.
How many times did you go?
Like 3 times a week, maybe. Pretty often.
Would you be surprised to learn they're not on your medical records?
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
He is not wanting to be there. This has not taken long for it to go astray. Let's see. Yeah, they're saying not on his medical records. I don't know how that happens. I mean, I've got different places that I've had to have different things done. I had all of my cancer treatment done with one medical system and then had to have some of my surgeries with a different one, but they still had to have all of my records from the first hospital system in order to do all of the major ones. So it should all be complete. So I don't know how that works. That's pretty much what I'm thinking. The prosecutor asked if they could approach, so they're doing a sidebar now. I wish we got to hear it, but we don't. Let's see. 14 hours at the... Oh, I thought they said 12. That could be... You could be right, though. I miss some things sometimes when I'm watching this the first time when I'm interacting with y'all, but it was the next day, and he said that they gave him the option of staying there or going home, and he chose to go home. But I don't know. I know that when I've been on my deathbed, they did not give me the option to go home. I begged, cried, threw a temper tantrum one time because I was so desperate to get out of the hospital. They wouldn't let me leave. So there you go, Sherry. They would have requested a list of providers and would have sent subpoenas to any providers who would have supplied any records. So the fact that that didn't happen, or not that that didn't happen, but that nothing got put on his medical records. Let's see. Mr. Robinson is using my hungover voice. Let's see. Lisa Wilmot says he needs to stop trying to be clever and just answer the questions. He's never responsive to anything he is asked, and he keeps asking the attorney to repeat. Yeah, the judge told him that Friday, you know, that's the reason that you're going to end up having to be back here again on Tuesday. I can't believe he said he's only going to agree so it can get him out of there sooner. They are confidential. The medical records are confidential, but they can be subpoenaed if the witness doesn't sign a release. Let's see. I can attest that physical therapy is expensive and I have insurance. $30 a visit, at least 2 times a week. Yeah, when I did physical therapy, because I was in the hospital for so long, I had to do physical therapy on when I was walking again and stuff. It's expensive.
Can I proceed?
Yes, sir.
So would you be surprised to learn in the medical records there's nothing that you went to any kind of trauma rehab?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see Mr. Rudolph fall when he came out of the house, did you, sir? With a gun?
I don't know. I can't remember, sir.
All right. You want to refresh your memory on page 110, lines 15 to 19 of your deposition of June 21, or would you agree with me that
No,
you
sir.
said you never saw him when he fell?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Is it your
Yeah.
testimony today or Friday that Mr. Rudolph was shooting as you left his mom's area and was running to the car, he was shooting at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's coming towards you shooting, right? As you're running to the car, he's coming towards you and he's shooting, right?
I'm not sure what positioning he's in, sir. I was busy running.
Right. Well, you remember saying back in June of 2021, I'll direct your attention to page 114, line 15 to 18. Or would you agree that you did say he was walking towards you, Mr. Rudolph, as he's shooting and as you're running to the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't get shot running to the car, right?
No, sir.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph became between 10 and 30 feet from the car you allegedly jumped on top of Mr. Lowe in the back seat, right?
Yes, sir.
And you ran about 50 to 100 yards to get to the car, right? From when my client came out with a gun, right?
Correct.
How many gunshots did you hear as you're running down the street?
I can't remember.
Multiple ones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you actually got in the car and closed the back door? Is that your testimony from Friday, that you got in the car before the shooting or at the time of the shooting in the back seat and closed the door?
Yes, sir.
So you would have had to obviously open the door as you described getting out of the car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never fell down, did you, when you got out of the car that supposedly was moving?
May have lost my footing a bit. I'm not really sure.
You saw the video. Remember coming out stumbling with your hands raised in the air?
Yes, sir.
You're not looking at a phone, are you? Because you keep looking down. I'm just making sure you...
No, sir.
Okay. So when you get out of the car, do you remember stumbling? And take a look at me. I'm not sure, if you don't mind. You went like this with your hands and then stumbled and then ran across the street. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You were running alongside the car. You were never in that car, were you, sir?
No, I was in the car, sir.
That door never opened up. You saw the video. You saw it never opened up, the back door. You could see it. You don't remember that?
Objection of counsel testifying and commenting on the evidence.
Overruled.
Would you agree you never opened the back door? It never opened as the car was moving.
I would disagree with that.
Right? So let me make sure I got your testimony. Your door's closed, and then you open the door as the car's moving. You actually hit the ground, or do you stumble? You tell me what happened.
Sorry, what's the question?
I asked you the question. You're in the car. You with me?
Yes.
You claim now you open the door to get out, right?
Right.
I want you to tell me, the best of your memory, even watching the tape, did you fall down and hit your feet and your knees and scrape your knees at that point? Or did you just come stumbling, whatever position, whether you were in or out of the car? Did you come stumbling? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You can't tell, right?
Not really.
All right. So when you come out of the car, you don't get hit by the car, right?
No, sir.
100% positive the car didn't hit you, right?
No, sir.
And you didn't brace yourself on that car, right?
I may have.
Well, did you ever tell anybody that? Did you ever say a statement to anyone in this whole world that you may have braced yourself coming out of the car?
I'm not sure.
All right. So you don't know if you braced yourself in the car? It's possible. Is that your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Where would you have braced yourself if you did?
I don't. What do you mean by that? Brace myself. Where would I have braced myself? I don't.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You said yes, maybe.
What does that even mean? I don't know.
I can't hear you.
I don't even know what that means, sir.
You don't know what the word brace yourself means? Touch, lean against, grab, hold on to for balance.
Did I touch the car as I exited it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
The door?
I'm not sure.
Well, when you say yes, if you're not sure, what part did you touch?
I was in the car, so to exit the car, I would have to touch it. So.
All right, tell us what part you touched. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure.
All right. You didn't touch the windshield, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't touch the trunk area of the car, did you?
I'm not sure.
All right. You don't know.
No, sir.
And on the video you saw in the courtroom, you've seen that video before you testified. You've seen it, right?
I don't believe so.
Huh? No one ever showed it to you?
I don't think. I'm not sure, sir.
You had your depositions before you came into court, didn't you?
Yes.
You had all your statements you had a copy of, right?
I don't have copies of my statements from court on hand, no, sir.
Oh, not here today, but you had them previously at home, didn't you?
No, sir. I have homework and other things.
Okay. Well, back in June when I asked you these questions about the car in 2021 and coming out, you said you fell on the floor and you got up and ran. Remember that?
Yes.
All right. So falling on the floor, what does that mean to you when you said that? Yeah, you fell on the floor and you ran when you got out of the car. You tell me what that means to you.
Well, compared to the floor, the car is at an elevated position. So to exit the vehicle, you would technically have to fall, especially if the vehicle is moving. So regardless if you catch your footing or not, you're still falling out of the vehicle.
Because you fell on the floor, technically was your word, floor. You fell on the floor. So
Right.
what does that mean, falling on the floor? I'm not asking about technicalities. I'm asking what your words meant.
Like I just said, or you heard what I said, so there's no reason for me to repeat it again. But the car, and then there's the floor. So if I went from the car to the floor, I would have to fall from the car to the floor. Where do you want me to fall? Where else is there to fall?
These are your words, right? That's what you said.
Right.
So how could you touch the car then if the car is moving and you fall on the floor? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You never touched the car, did you?
I'm exiting the car, so I have to touch it to exit it.
All right. What part did you touch specifically then?
Whole body's in the car, so I don't know, sir.
All right. What part of the exterior of the car did you touch? Exterior.
It's hard to say specifically when you're getting shot at, sir. I don't know.
Okay. And you told us back in June that Mr. Rudolph was chasing you and still shooting you into the backyard. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
And you didn't know if you were going to be finished off because he was chasing you, saying he was going to finish you off, right?
Yes.
And you dump your gun over the next fence when someone's chasing you and shooting you, and be completely defenseless at that point, right?
I'm sorry. What's the question, sir?
You're completely defenseless as soon as you jump over the fence and dump your gun. You're saying this guy was chasing you and shooting at you and saying he's finishing you off. And that's where you put your gun, right where he's chasing you and shooting at you? That's what you want us to believe?
Sorry, sir. You asked so many questions at once, maybe 2 or 3 that time. I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
All right, you agree. You made previous statement under oath in June of 21 that Mr. Rudolph's chasing you and shooting at you at the same time after you ran out of the car. While you're running in the backyard, he's running after you, shooting at you, right?
This whole time I'm retreating. I'm trying to get away. So I don't know, from the car, after the car, before the car, from when I was standing in the street next to his mom, I'm surrendering and trying to retreat, and it's of no succession.
Not what I asked you. Yes, no, and then if you don't know the answer, you don't know the answer.
Okay.
You know this answer is, well, tell me was the truth. Did you go to page 121, line 5 to 9 of your deposition?
Could you read it to me, sir?
You don't have a copy of it?
I would prefer if you read it to me.
Page 120. You can read, okay? You're a college grad.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm here to answer questions based off of my deposition. So if you have a direct question, I can answer that if you'd like to ask it. I'm not here to read.
Well, I'm giving you a direct question. You told me back then that Mr. Rudolph was chasing and shooting you while you were running in the backyard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they said he was going to finish you off basically as he's running after you through the backyard, right?
I'm not sure.
You don't remember saying that before either?
Not sure, sir. I don't know. Yes.
Page 123, line 5 to 12. See if that refreshes your memory. Read it to yourself.
You got it.
Pardon me?
I agree.
So he's running. What's so hard about these questions? Do you understand them?
No, I understand.
You understand the question?
Yes, sir.
Want me to break it down? I'm breaking it down. You jump over the fence, right? You do.
Right.
You escape this crazy man who's shooting at you, trying to finish you off. And those are his words. He's going to finish you off, right?
So it seemed.
Right after you jump the fence, you dump your gun there, right?
Correct.
While this man's trying to finish you off shooting at you. Correct?
I'm not sure whether or not he was chasing me anymore.
And you told us you didn't want to have the gun on you because you didn't want the police to think you did anything wrong, right?
I just didn't want them to arrive and start shooting at me more.
Welcome, Julie.
All right. Last areas and I'll be done. So let's talk about November 8th, 2021. Remember coming to this courtroom under oath during a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, sir.
Remember being asked by the prosecution that you, during the evening hours of April 6th, did you receive a phone call from Dominique that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your answer in court under oath?
Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, you said, I don't remember. Right?
Like I said, I was just frustrated, so I wasn't making any efforts to remember. So it's probably truthful.
So did you say, I don't remember when you were asked by the prosecution, did you receive a text from Dominique that day on April 6th?
I agree.
Then you were asked more specifically, did you get a text message from her, meaning Dominique? And again, under oath, you said you don't remember. Remember that, sir?
I believe that was my response to every question I was asked. But yes, sir, I remember it, and I agree.
Right? That wasn't truthful, was it?
Was truthful, yes, sir.
Okay, that was a truthful answer.
Yes, sir, it was truthful.
Right. Then the prosecution asked you, do you know what you were doing on April 6th of 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
And that was under oath. Every one of these are under oath, right?
Yes, sir. Every question asked in court is under oath.
There's a judge here, prosecution, just and you're sitting in the same chair you were in back then, right?
Correct.
Welcome, Lisa. Hi, Monique.
Prosecution asked if you know why we're here today, and you said no, ma'am. Remember that?
Don't remember specifically, but I agree.
You want a copy of it? I'm not trying to trick you. You want?
No, I'm not accusing you of trying to trick me. I'm just telling you, I agree though.
Okay. You were asked by the prosecution who shot you, and you said you're not sure. Remember saying that under oath?
Yes, I agree.
You asked if you received a message from Dominique Jones that was a group text between you and her brother Kishan. And you said, nope, I don't remember that. No, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes.
Prosecution gave you a copy of your statement that you gave her on April 8th. Remember that one, Detective Vandalin?
Yes.
And she asked you to read certain portions. And once again, she was showing you what you told Detective Vandalin about phone calls or text messages. And you said, nope, that doesn't refresh my memory. I don't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree, yes.
Again, the prosecution asked you, do you remember the fact that Dominique gave you a phone call on April 6, 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I
She asked if you spoke to Keyshawn on April 6, and you said, no, ma'am. You don't remember that. Remember that statement under oath?
Yes, I agree.
Prosecution asked you in open court if you gave a statement to law enforcement after you were shot, and you said you don't remember, right?
Yes, I agree.
Hi, Ivan.
You remember saying you don't remember anything over and over and over when the prosecution asked you questions?
Yeah, just frustrated.
I'm not asking if you're frustrated. I asked did you tell anyone you were frustrated when you came to court? Did you use those words like you're using today to excuse why you said what you said?
No, it's not.
Tell anyone you were shot and injured and your memory's no good because of all the injuries you have? Never said that, did you, sir?
Sometimes it's hard to express how you're feeling in the moment.
Question is, you never said that, did you, sir?
No, sir.
You remembered everything. You just were lying, right?
No, sir. I just wasn't making any effort to remember when I was asked. So when I was asked, I just didn't really remember or recall much because I was trying so hard to put it off in my mind.
Okay. You've been speaking to Keyshawn still, right?
Do I speak to Keyshawn?
Yeah, you talk to him every day pretty much, don't you?
Not every day, but we still speak, yes.
Still brothers, right?
Of course.
That's the friends.
Yes.
He's been telling you to come here to court and say something different, hasn't he? What you said back in November.
Keyshawn is one of the few people who doesn't really or who has he's let me know that it doesn't really matter if I go to court or don't go to court, or if I want to go or or what happens. It doesn't affect our relationship. We don't really speak on this.
You're best friends with Sebastian's sister, aren't you? Or very good friends.
Good friends, yes, like
Visit her
family.
in New York, don't you?
Correct.
And you've been seeing his mom and Sebastian's family as recently as Mother's Day, right?
Of course.
And they're trying to tell you to come in here and talk, right?
No, again, these people who are in my life don't try to tell me what I should or shouldn't do and let me know that they'll love me regardless.
We're sitting here the whole trial in the first row, right? That's Sebastian's mom, right? And sister. They've been here since day one, right? As far as you know. Yes or no?
If you know, do you know the answer to that question?
No, sir.
All right. Is that who I'm referring to in the first row?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were asked by the prosecution on November 8th, 2021. Again, you were asked that Dominique texted you and Kashan saying, shoot his shut up. Is that correct? And you said, I don't remember. Right?
Correct.
Wasn't until Friday of last week was the first time, 2 years after this happened, was the first time you ever said that's what she texted you, right?
Correct.
It's in black and white. You saw a copy of it. The prosecution, the police, somebody told you, here it is. They got it now.
I agree.
Because you knew Dominique erased her phone. She was trying to hide evidence, right? She told you that.
No, sir.
You still talk to her every day?
No, sir, not every day.
You still texting her messages, you love her and you got her and you'll do anything for her? Those kind of messages like we saw?
Less, it's less often that we speak or have spoken. So no, sir, we don't relay those messages
Okay.
quite as often.
But you still love her, right?
Correct.
Do anything for her?
Circumstantially.
Okay. Would you go defend her honor again?
No, sir.
You were asked if Chris Lowe was at your house that evening by the prosecution. You said, I don't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree.
And you were asked if Sebastian showed up separate from Chris, and you said you don't remember.
I agree.
You called them. You called Sebastian and Chris and said, come on over. We need to go do whatever your words you want to use. We don't know. Let me ask you this. Did you call those two guys?
Yes.
All right. And the phone calls you had, to your knowledge, none of those are recorded, right?
I'm not sure.
No one ever told you that, hey, they have an actual recording of your voice, did they?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, you guys use FaceTime a lot, right?
We have iPhones, so yes.
You know FaceTime's not recorded. You that's easy to search, right?
I'm not aware of that, sir. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You don't know that.
I don't work for a cell phone company, sir. That's not information that's important to me.
Okay. You asked if you spoke on the phone to Dominique, and you said you don't remember back on November 8th of 2021, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
You asked if your brother was home that day, and you said you didn't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree.
Different than what you told us here last week, right?
I agree.
Then Ms. Bahar asked you some more questions with one of the prosecutors. You went over to Travis's house to speak to him, correct? And you said you didn't remember that, right?
I agree.
Sustained.
You were asked multiple more questions by the prosecution. Remember saying you don't remember 50 more times, roughly?
Correct.
Okay. A couple of questions what I asked her back in November. I asked you if you remember coming to give a deposition on June 16, 2021, the one you have in front of you. Remember saying you don't remember doing that?
I agree.
Even when you were given a copy, you said you didn't remember it, right?
That should speak to the nature of how upset I was. Correct.
Well, or how much you were lying, right?
No, sir, not lying. Truthful. Just upset, frustrated, most.
Remember me asking you what happened between April and July that makes you forget what happened? Remember me asking you that question in open court?
Correct.
And you said you don't know. I'm not sure. Right?
Yes, correct.
I asked if you were on any kind of medication. You said, I'm sorry. I said, on any kind of medication that would make you forget. And you said, no, sir. Right?
Correct.
I asked if you knew who Darrell Rudolph is, my client's brother. And you said you didn't know who that was either, right?
I agree.
Okay. I asked you if anything happened to you mentally because of this memory lapse and if you went to a doctor. You remember saying no, sir?
I agree.
He's just saying I agree because
I
he's
asked you
ready
if
to
you pointed
go.
a gun at Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
I agree.
You said no, sir. He tried to blow my brains out and kill me. Remember saying no, sir? You remember that, right? In November of 21?
I agree.
And I'm not going to be here all day, but you agreed. Probably 100 more questions. You said, I can't remember anything to any of the questions that I asked you.
Correct.
He
Today
just
you
wants to
would
get off the
agree that
stand.
you got a call from Dominique on April 6th of 2021 telling you that Travis injured her in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes, sir.
He called you,
Yes.
not Keyshawn.
She may have called him. I'm not sure.
You called Keyshawn, right?
I also called Keyshawn, but she may have called him as well.
Okay, and you would agree at 10:14 and 48 seconds of April 6th that evening, she texted to you and Keyshawn. Oh, I apologize. Let me step back and ask that again. At 10:14 p.m., 48 seconds, Keyshawn texted to you and to Dominique that Travis is a dead man walking. You agree with that here today, right?
I agree.
And you remember that?
I agree that happened.
Right? And at 10:15:04, I don't know, 16 seconds later approximately, Dominique says, please go shoot his shit up, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
About 16 seconds later, Dominique says, please go shoot his shit up, right?
I agree.
What'd you take that to mean, shoot his shit up? What does that mean to you? Those words.
It's pretty obvious what it means, but I'm not doesn't necessarily mean that that's what I'm going to do. I'm not I'm not it's hard to say I'm not stupid because I did go over there, but not stupid enough to do something like that.
Brought a gun with you.
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Brought a gun with you, right?
Brought a gun with me, right? I'm sorry, what's the question?
You're not stupid to do something like that, but you brought a gun with you, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sitting shotgun was your words.
In the car, correct.
Yeah. All right. How many phone calls? Well, let me ask you this way. Would you agree there was 15, 20 phone calls between you, Dominique, I'm just approximating, within an hour or two period before you went over the house, back and forth between you, Dominique, and Kashan until Kashan met up with you. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Did you see your phone records when the state showed them to you? You want to see them again?
I don't want to see them again. I'm not sure.
So do you disagree with my statement?
No, sir. I agree.
All right. 10:26. You sent some kind of video well, no, it was sent to you from Chris Lowe. What did he send you? What kind of video did Chris send you?
I don't know.
No idea.
Oh, sir. Do you have the video?
Huh?
You have the video?
You only going to answer a question if I have the evidence?
You're
Asking you if you know.
You're telling me about a video I have no knowledge of. How, and I don't even know what you're talking about. What video?
On your phone record. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't know.
Yeah. Multiple FaceTime calls to Jean-Jacques, Sebastien says, and Lowe. Last names are used there. So what were those multiple FaceTime calls done? 10:30, 10:27. What's going on there?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Another FaceTime call at 10:43 with Keyshawn Jones on April 6th. What are y'all talking about there? You know?
No, sir.
I don't. 10:55 on April 6th, about an hour before this whole thing happened. On your phone, you looked up something about Travis Rudolph signing with the Dolphins practice squad and gets injured in practice. Why were you looking him up about an hour before this whole thing happened?
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
You deny doing that?
I don't even know what you're talking about, sir.
You do web searches. You know about web search on Google?
Yes, I know what a web search is.
Well, you did a Safari web search for him. It's on your records. You remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Me telling you that, does that refresh your memory that you did that?
No, it doesn't.
It could be no good answer from you why you possibly did that an hour before this happened, right?
An hour before this happened, we were all cordial and everything was okay. So I'm not sure.
Why are you looking up Travis Rudolph then?
I couldn't even tell you what you're talking about, sir.
I don't know. You did it, not me. I'm asking the next one. You looked up Travis Rudolph injury. You spelled his name wrong. You spelled it with a T, the next one, but it's still Tudolph. You spelled it a little wrong, and then it said injury. Why are you looking up what kind of injury? You trying to figure out, size him up before you get there? See if he can fight back? If he can run away?
You said this was an hour before this happened. How that doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make sense that you're going over there to talk to him or kill him, depending whose version you believe. Why are you trying to figure out if he's hurt and what type of injury he has? Why would you do that? Does that really matter if you're going to go talk to some gentleman at his home that you don't even know?
You're talking about, and I still don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying this happened an hour prior to this happening. So if I'm looking something up before I receive a phone call from Dominique, of what relevance is that even? I don't know how could I be trying to size someone up before I'm even aware of what happened? I don't.
All right. Well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you. You received a text message at 10:15. Go shoot his shit up, and then you want to see it?
No, sir, I don't. I want to go home, but you just are so insistent.
Do you want to answer the questions or not?
I'm here legally because I'm obligated to be. Whether or not I want to answer these questions isn't of importance.
All right, so 10:15, you get a call from Dominique, right? That's before you did the research on your web browser to find out about Travis Rudolph, correct? Because that was done at exactly 22:56. That's 10:55, probably 50 minutes later. Why are you looking up Travis 50 minutes later?
I don't know.
And then you look up specifically his injury. You're trying to find out if he has a torn ACL, if it's still injured, if he's able to fight or run away, right? You're trying to size him up before you get there. Right?
Are you telling me, sir, or are you asking me?
I'm telling you and asking you. Isn't it right? Isn't it true you did that?
First, what are you telling me? And then secondly,
You're sizing him up before the fight. You're looking, I'm checking out the guy I'm about to go talk to or whack, one or the other. And you're sizing him up before you get there. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir.
Then what in the world would you be doing that for?
As I previously said, this is my second time answering the question that you've already asked. I don't know.
Okay. We heard you had a friend named Hack. His real name is Hacksaw, right?
Yes, correct.
Know his first name?
That's his nickname, what I know him by.
Huh? Know his full name or no?
John. That's his government name.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
John.
That's his first and last name?
That's what I know him as. John. Hack. I don't know how many names you could know someone by.
Well, do you remember your friend John? Well, you have him as Hack on your phone, right? That's the way you put him in there, Hack.
Correct.
You remember him at 11:12 p.m. on April 6th saying, hold up, about to leave work, give me a second. Remember that?
No, sir.
Want to see the records to refresh your memory?
No, I believe you. You asked me if I remember.
Okay. So you're talking to other people in the car also on the way there, or this is just before you left?
I don't know.
Well, explain to us why you would text from your phone at 11:39 p.m. This person in your phone is Hack, and you said 550 Teak Drive. Why would you text that to somebody who allegedly has nothing to do with this?
I don't know.
You told him to come along. It was backup, right?
No, sir. That's not what I texted him. So, no, I don't know.
You know why.
No, sir. I don't know why.
You don't even know 550 Teak Drive before this night. You don't even know what that means to you, right?
I could have been writing it down as it was read to me. I don't know.
Well, you got a text from Dominique giving you the address for Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you texted to this guy named Hack, right?
Yes.
And you don't know why you did that, is your testimony.
No, Hack wasn't there.
Huh? So why are you inviting him and telling him the address?
I didn't invite him. I texted him the address. And like I previously said, the answer to the question that you've already asked. Again, I don't know why I sent him the address. I can't tell you.
Remember getting a message from Dominique at 11:44 p.m. To you, to Sebastien and Krishan, asking you where y'all out. Where y'all, Y-A-L-L, out. Where y'all out. Remember getting that message?
No, sir.
Want me to show you your records to prove it to you?
No, sir.
What does that mean, where y'all at? Where y'all out? What does that mean to you?
Where are you?
So you don't disagree she did that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what, 15 minutes, 20 minutes before you get there?
Correct.
It's no secret y'all were going over there, right?
No, sir.
Dominique knew that, right?
Correct.
She sent you there, or you did this on your own?
On my own.
At 11:44, no, you responded at 11:44. We're on the way. Remember that?
I agree.
And you were telling her you're on the way to basically Travis's house. You didn't spell it out, but it was common knowledge that that's what you guys were doing, right?
I agree. Yes.
And then the next text, you said, "I love you so much. I got you. I got you." Right?
I agree.
And "I got you" means we're going to take care of this guy for breaking up with you, right?
No, sir.
This was your meal ticket too. When Dominique was a multimillionaire, and if Travis ever signed back in the NFL, you were going to get money, right?
What
Sorry?
is that a question? What do you even talk? What do you?
You don't understand the question?
I literally don't. How can I get money from? That doesn't even make sense.
Dominique's your sister, you said, right?
Yes. Correct.
You were trying to get a big payday, and that didn't happen because he threw her out of the house, and you were going to get retribution, right?
That doesn't even make sense, sir. I'll leave you to think about what you're saying later, because that quite literally makes no sense. If you're trying to obtain a meal ticket from somebody, why would you try to hurt them? That quite literally makes sense.
Because it was over. He kicked her out. They broke up. You found out the gig was over. This married woman wasn't going to ever land an NFL player named Travis Rudolph. They broke up. Ex-boyfriend when you went over to his house, right?
This is not an NFL player, sir.
Ex-boyfriend when you went there, right? It wasn't Dominique's boyfriend anymore, correct? You knew that.
I agree. I don't know, sir. What?
Okay. You know how many hours he worked trying to get in the NFL? You're saying he's not an NFL player. Do you have any idea?
Sustained.
You got no clue anything about Travis Rudolph personally, do you?
And no, I only know.
I can't understand you, sir.
I only know what's factual. You keep calling him an NFL player. He's not an NFL player. He doesn't play in the NFL.
He said a past NFL player, if you want to use the right diction. Past. My question is, you knew nothing about him when you went to his home, other than what your search history showed you and what other your friends told you, right?
I agree.
Did you know he had a contract in Canada to play football in the CFL?
Didn't even know they played football in Canada, sir. I didn't.
Dominique never shared that with you, right?
I don't know.
Did she or didn't she?
No, I don't know.
You don't know? She never shared with you for 30 days. They really were on the outs, right?
No,
Travis and her.
These aren't things of importance in my life. You're exaggerating the importance of Dominique's relationship in my life because of events that occurred during one night.
The question was, she never shared that with you. Yes, no, or you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was still answering.
You're not answering what I'm asking you. My question was, she never shared with you, Dominique, for about 30 days before this night happened on April 6th of 2021. She and Travis were on the outs. They were on the verge of breaking up, correct?
No, sir.
Never shared that with you, right?
No, sir.
And she never shared with you that she was jealous of him being in Miami and was wondering if he had wandering eyes, right? She never shared that with you either, did she?
No, sir.
Let's get back to the message, "I got you." What does "I got you" mean? When you texted her 11:44 on the way to Travis's home, what does "I got you" mean to Dominique? What's "I got you"?
I don't know how to define it specifically. Just sometimes when you're dealing with like women in your life and they're upset, sometimes they need some form of reassurance, or not even women, sometimes men too need that same reassurance. So I guess anybody, you could say, when you're mad or upset, it's good to hear from somebody else, like I got you or that you're okay. So in this instance, I was just providing her with that reassurance that don't worry about it. Everything's okay.
While you're on the way to Travis Rudolph's home with a gun in your pocket, I got you meant, I got you. I'm going to kill him just like you asked me to. See this shit up. That's what it meant, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
I can't fix my face. I react.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Well, this is going well. You can tell he does not want to be there. He has already said he just wants to answer whatever gets him out of there quicker or speeds it up. The judge already looks like he's over it. This is going well. And Canada has football.
But you didn't care if anything about Darryl Rudolph when you were asked that whether he's alive or not alive, right? Last week. You understand that?
Overruled.
About an hour.
No, sir, I don't.
You also don't care if Travis Rudolph got killed on April 6th or April 7th of 2021, right? That did not do you either, did it, sir?
That's not what occurred. That's when Sebastien died, sir, and that's what I do care about.
Right, it's because Sebastien didn't care about Travis Rudolph whether he lived or died, right?
Are you asking me a hypothetical? Because that's not what occurred.
I'm asking hypothetical. When you went there to his house with a gun and your friend, your posse, you didn't care if he died or if he lived, Travis Rudolph, right? You did not care. Correct?
I'm not in a posse, and I have a appreciation and understanding for the value of life. So I do care whether or not he lives or dies. I care whether or not I wouldn't want to see anyone's subject to that or to have to go through that. So I do care.
Done?
As odd as that is to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you done?
Oh, yes, sir, I finished.
I tend to the witness. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. Any brief redirect?
He said brief. He wants him
All right.
out of there.
Judge, you did limit me to brief, but I'm going to try to do my best. That was
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, what's it like getting shot at and trying to run for your life?
Scary. Scary and eye-opening, I guess.
Fair to say that certain details might pass you by as you're running?
Yes, definitely.
I want to talk to you about something even as simple as what Mr. Rudolph was saying as he was shooting. Do you recall the exact words he used?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you repeatedly told people that, right? That you did not recall exactly what he said. It's not impeachment, Judge.
It's not impeachment.
Refreshing your recollection.
Okay.
Facts, not evidence.
Refresh your recollection. Objection is sustained. You want to rephrase, please?
Let's start with the deposition. You were asked quite a bit about the deposition and what you recalled and what you said. May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
And this is going to be page 120 of that deposition. Line 23 through 25. So today is not the first time you're saying that you don't recall exactly what Mr. Rudolph said, correct?
That is correct.
You could have made up anything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you just didn't recall it.
Uh,
Sustained.
Is it fair to say that you did not recall recall or did you recall?
I simply didn't recall.
You were also asked about whether or not you fell, and if so, how you fell and what kind of injuries you had as a result of falling. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had injuries to your knees. Do you recall those?
Yes, ma'am. It was on the projector.
Right, those photographs that we utilized during direct, those were you, right, and your knees?
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries, do you recall when you got them?
That night.
Was it during the fight or when you were running from the car?
The scrapes on my knees, I believe, were from falling from the vehicle.
You were also asked, well, what part of the vehicle are you trying to hold on to while it's pulling off and you're running away? Do you recall?
Yes.
What part?
Specifically, just I don't know the exact part of the car, but I was getting from.
I mean, yes, I recall the question, but what I'm asking you is, do you recall which part of the car you actually tried to balance on?
The tail end, but specific part, no.
A lot has been said during the cross-examination about this firearm. I want to talk a little bit about your firearm. What caliber was it?
9mm.
9mm. So it has 9mm caliber bullets inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you had one in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
You didn't put one in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you at any point pull out your firearm during the course of this night until you tossed it?
No, ma'am.
So even as you're running for your life and Mr. Rudolph is behind you with a firearm, you still didn't pull out your firearm?
No, ma'am.
You didn't shoot back?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I was just trying to get to safety.
So you were trying to save your life?
Yeah, if I still could, yeah.
And you thought the best way to do that was to run, not to fire a firearm back?
No, ma'am. Just running was all that was important.
You were accused of going over to Mr. Rudolph's residence to kill him. Why aren't you firing at him if you went over there to kill him?
That's not what I or we went over there to do.
On the night of this incident, did any bullets come from your 9mm Taurus?
No, ma'am.
So it just stayed in your pants pocket that was zipped up?
Yes, ma'am. It's hard to think about stuff like that when you're getting shot at.
Sustained.
It's been about 2 years and a month or so since this incident happened. Can you tell me, if you recall right now, what color your t-shirt was? Do you remember?
No, ma'am.
It's your t-shirt, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember being shot at?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember thinking that you might die?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
When you turned over your phone to law enforcement, did you erase anything from your phone?
No, ma'am.
That objection is over. All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going at it for over an hour.
I know that there's some issues right now with YouTube chat. Ever since they moved it, there's been some weirdness. So that's not on our end, that's on YouTube. I think a few people have said when you go out and come back in, it helps, or refresh.
Okay. So back to your phone. Your phone was left somewhere in that car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave full consent for law enforcement to search through it, or did you withhold that consent?
I gave full consent.
Did you delete anything prior to leaving the phone in the car?
No, ma'am.
Any text messages?
No, ma'am.
Any calls?
No, ma'am.
Any searches?
No, ma'am.
Nothing?
No, ma'am.
So you knew what they could find on your phone?
Overruled.
Yes, I was aware.
On the night of this incident, you were trying to answer a question. You were asked about your handgun and why you left it where you left it, and about why you didn't tell law enforcement that you tossed the gun that night. You started saying something about you thought it was known. What did you mean by that?
It was dropped so close into relation, and in such open view that I didn't ever think that it wasn't going to be found, or that it was of question whether or not. I just thought the same way that the facts were known as who shot me or I got shot. I thought it was known that the gun was dropped there. My gun was dropped there.
As you were being shot on the day of this incident, was your back or side always turned to Mr. Rudolph?
Yes, ma'am.
As Mr. Rudolph was shooting, was that vehicle that you were in attempting to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
A moment to confer with good counsel.
You may.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Robinson can't go on about his day? Thank you. Watch your steps, sir. Stay safe. All right. Who's the state's next witness? Unless the jury. Sure. All right. Let's take a restroom break then. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're back there, folks. At least 3 of them. Pardon me, because the 4th is not applicable. You will not run into any of us. No research, no discussion, and keep an open mind. See you in, let's see, it's 27. We'll make it quarter to noon. See you at quarter.
That judge is so happy to have Tyler Robinson dismissed for the day. Yeah, he's walked back. It didn't matter what pain he is in this moment. He's ready to get up out of there. That was almost as painful as it was Friday to watch that. That was pretty funny, though, when he told him he ain't there to read. He read for the prosecution, though. But he said, I ain't here to read. I'm here to answer questions. Goodness gracious. You know, that's one thing about the witnesses and the attorneys in this is that they are going at it like dang youngins fussing. It's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, obviously you've seen this in different trials before, but I don't think I've ever seen this much of it, all with all the witnesses, all at, you know, in the same trial, back to back to back. There's only been a few witnesses here and there that have not been really spicy. Yeah, it was long. You know, a lot of it, like the judge was telling him Friday, you know, a lot of the reason that it was long and it took longer is because he wouldn't directly answer questions. The attorney was also, going around a lot of things. I think that they were both prolonging it because of how they were acting, and but that's that defense attorney. This behavior from him is what he wanted the jury to see. So, I think what was it? I wish we would have timed it. I think it was probably about the first 90 seconds he was respectful and then went downhill after that. I wish I'd have timed it. I think it was about 90 seconds. John Hanson, thank you for the super chat. Thank you. He is going to go hide under a rock. Yeah, would not surprise me. I know he is not wanting to come back and deal with this again. I'm curious if we're going to have any more that are like him that just really don't want to be here and make things a lot more difficult on everybody. Let's see. The prosecution is not good, but also their case is not good. So it's hard to have a good prosecution when there's not a good case. They're making what they can out of it, and this is 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 count with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, and they have no case for that because it's not about. That's the thing about the charges the way that they are. This is not set up about was this self-defense or not. Was this first-degree murder and first-degree attempted murder or not, which is premeditated, and there's not much of a case for that. No, the attorney was definitely trying to get under his skin. Like he was, he was definitely picking at him. And once he figured out what it took to get him mad, he took it and ran with it. Let's see. I don't think he wants to run into Dominique anytime soon. I don't know anybody that would. That girl is toxic. It was hard not to zone out through some of his testimony just because they kept going in circles and there was no information. And then he'd have like those moments where he would just, snap back about something and it would wake me right back up. Let's see. Attorney got under my skin. Yeah, it's very divided. I think that, a lot of, I've been noticing a lot of the comments are that, the attorney was driving people crazy too. But then I've seen people saying, yes, he was annoying, but that's his job. So anytime I think you watch people go at each other like this, it's always going to be frustrating and annoying. And I think we'll always have, there will always be strong chat opinions about all of that. Let's see. They both got under my skin too. Let's see. The defense needed to read out the points that they want the jury to focus on, whether the witness likes it or not. Rudolph deserves a defense just like everyone else. I think that the defense is killing it. I think that the prosecution is the one who has no case. But I'm curious because you can never really tell what a jury's going to do. I'm curious if the because you don't know what's going to affect the jury more. Is it going to be the fact that they were, the way that he got under his skin and the way that he snapped back? They see his aggression, because if you think about it, they're looking at it now as, here's these people who went to his house in the middle of the night and they've seen them get up there and seen how easy it is for them to lose their tempers. So if you're thinking, okay, if you're going to lose your cool like that, with each of them. If you're going to lose your cool like that, on on the stand in front of all of these people, then if you're in the middle of the night and you're all riled up and going somewhere, you could think about how much more you would lose your temper then. So bringing out that side of their aggression will probably play a big part in the jury's decision. So I think for them, even though some of the actual talking points, maybe got lost in the nonstop back and forth, I think that them seeing them in that light will play just as much of a part in their decision. Possibly, but what do I know? I'm not a lawyer. Let's see. Angie, I saw where that. Oh, it's going fast. I heard that too. Somebody had sent me that saying that we talked about that yesterday when we were doing the replay, the catch up. That somebody had sent me that saying that it was a responding officer, and there are actually, I pulled the all the court docs and everything, and there are 3 witnesses that are blacked out that you can't see who they are, that are redacted in the witness list. So there are going to be 3 that I guess we're not going to be able to know who they are if the other 2 are called. Let's see. Frankie's World, I don't think the prosecution has moved the needle even a millimeter in their direction. About 5 witnesses or so in. 4 of them worked in favor of the defense. 5th was neutral, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, even the neighbor, the fact that he got up there and said, this is what was happening. As always, he was trying to diffuse the situation, and, I think he said, what was the term he used? As always, or like usual, or something like that, where he was making it a point to let everybody know, Dominique is always out there causing problems and raising Cain, and, Travis is always, out there trying to diffuse the situation. And so he made it a point, and that's a state's witness, and he made it a point to let them know that, she's out there raising Cain again. Let's see. Yeah, the neighbor was good. Was more neutral, but definitely got some points in Travis's favor. I agree. That's the thing. There haven't been any witnesses that I've seen so far that I'm like, ooh, that was a star witness for the prosecution, which, again, normally they don't, a lot of times they won't bring those out until later, but even you want to have at least some of those in the very beginning to set the tone, but they have not done that. No, nope. This is all because of Dominique. This has nothing to do with the fellas. This is all her getting everybody riled up, putting a hitch in everybody's giddy, getting them over there, raising Cain. I'm not sure who's on here next. Let's see. I don't know who's going to be called next. I guess we'll find out in just a second. By the time I can get everything pulled back up and scroll through it, we'll be finding out anyway, because I have the witness list for the defense saved to my computer, but I don't have the one for the prosecution. I would have to go on the court website and pull it up, but they're not necessarily going in order anyway. So let's see. Let's see. The guys should not let any woman push their buttons like that. Yeah, the neighbor said that too. He said something about, no girl's worth all that drama. Lord, ain't that the truth? This is like the most drama. It's ridiculous. Let's see. I think that she should. I mean, saying all of, all this mess about go and shoot his place up, and you know, lying to everybody about, you know, the situation and what happened, and not telling them that she just, you know, was whooping up on him on the Ring camera, you know, and she made everything out to be something that it wasn't, in order to get them all riled up and send them over there. Yes, I do say all these weird sayings, and I don't think about it when I get to talking to y'all, and then I realize that once I see it on replays and stuff, I realize I say all my weird sayings. Let's see. I agree. She should have been charged. I still hope that there's time, and they should, especially after everything has come out. I think it should. I think there's something, which is the whole reason I think that she Googled, you know, accessory to murder. Let's see. It's pretty amazing to see how much emphasis people put on social media and how they are perceived. One could even argue Travis was catfished. Look, she's a beautiful, beautiful girl. She just toxic. Let's see. I don't know how she could be, though. I don't understand how she could. She's the one who started this whole thing. Yes, she does. We pulled up her realtor page too, and she does not look exactly how she looked on the stand. She's still, you know, pretty, but she does not look the same. I would have never known it was her. Yes, beautiful on the outside. And then she testifies. Let's see. Agree. Pretty is as pretty does. I'm not sure either, Donna Barkley. I think that, you know, it obviously it's going to depend on, like, laws are different in every state. But dang, y'all, she should have something. She's, you know, I don't get it. Yes, pretty is as pretty does. Agree, Abe. They're up there. They're trying to push buttons. They're trying to do all this. It's incredible to watch it sometimes. Sometimes you can see people handle it real well, and sometimes not so much. I don't know how I would handle it, you know, because I don't like it when people get condescending with me. That's one thing that really bugs me, because I am, you know, I can forget my words sometimes, and I have my moments, especially, you know, my brain gets foggy sometimes. Going through chemo and stuff, especially since then, I've noticed that, like, my brain gets foggy sometimes, and I lose my, you know, train of thought sometimes, and I'll forget sentences and words sometimes, you know. So I have like that chemo brain fog that I feel like just it's gotten better, but has never gone away. So I understand that part of it, but I am a smart cookie. And when somebody talks to me like I'm an idiot, it infuriates me. So I think that if I were to get on the stand and that were to happen, I don't know how I would handle it either, honestly. It'd be one of those things, like, you would have to try to, like, I'd have to try real hard to not react. I have not pulled up her social media. We did pull up her realtor site.
Bird?
It's about Bird.
Okay.
I got a response from Mr. Feingold. He's asking for a status check
Thursday.
Yes, this Thursday.
Yeah.
Because he has a conflict that's also coming up on Friday.
Huh?
I don't think it's the kind of conflict that would prevent the trial from happening, for the record. Just
Okay.
something that's happening in another jurisdiction. That's
All right.
not-
Steph, if you're listening, would you set that for, yeah, we'll do a status check on
And he's
on
just
Thursday.
asking that he be able to appear by Zoom for that.
That's fine. Okay. All right. We ready though?
Judge, we did not have our witnesses coming on until noon, and so we asked them to hurry up.
Okay.
Some of them are coming from the western end of our county.
How far out are they?
We were told by noon they would be there, some of them.
Judge, and we did that just in light of what we were talking about on Friday, Judge, when we thought there would be about another 2 hours of cross and then some brief redirect. So they were out there Friday for court reports.
Okay.
And so we just-
I don't recall, but that's okay.
Yeah, they were out there Friday, Judge, and when we were at the bench, I believe Mr. Shiner indicated he may have another hour and a half, 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to fault him for keeping
No, I'm not saying
the
that-
cross-examination to a reasonable number. All right.
I'm just letting the court know that that's why they're not here. because
All
they
right.
were told to be here at noon.
All right. So it's another 15 minutes. Is our jury kind of comfortable back there? It seems like they are, aren't they? All right. Well, then let's.
Yes, we can do.
Okay.
There's some videos that
Well,
I-
hang on. Wait a minute. So I think we'll tell them it's going to be another, any objection to my telling them it'll be another 15 minutes or so? We're going to get started at noon and we'll break after that next witness, whomever that is.
Yes, Judge, that's fine.
Fine, that's what we'll do. Yeah, but they have to be, okay, so we got one smoker in the jury. I'm going to send that one down with the deputy, okay? All right, very well, thanks. Okay, so what can we accomplish before we bring the jury back in?
That I was talking about accomplishing things with the jury to include playing.
Oh. Sorry. Darn. Okay. All right, well, as soon as we have our witness, we'll get started.
Amos, happy 1 month anniversary. Welcome to your 1 month anniversary. So what they're saying is the next witness is not there right now. They're going to be there in about 15 minutes. So they're going to let the jury hang out and kind of chill for about another 15 minutes. And they said that there's one smoker in the jury. So, but they are going to give about another 15 minutes. They've asked the next witness on the list to hurry, but they aren't there yet. I guess the witness was there Friday, expecting to be able to get all of this over with on Friday, but we all saw how that went. So, it wouldn't surprise me. I think that after having to deal with the back and forth between the Tyler and the defense attorney, I could see where he would want to fuss or scream or throw things or smoke a cigarette. Hi, Ivan. I see you. Yeah, I don't know why YouTube is being glitchy. Somebody was saying that if you update the app, which if you're going to try to do that, maybe now would be a good time to do that because we have another 10, 15 minutes before the next witness gets there. But for some reason, they're saying that, YouTube has been glitchy for the last week or so since they moved the chat. If you change at the top where it says top chat, change it to live chat, that helps. Refreshing helps. And then people are saying updating the app helps. So I think everybody's having that same problem today. So for anybody that's having that problem, that's the solutions that we've been hearing. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Lucy Bowers, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life, but after listening to these fellas fuss, I feel like I almost felt like I needed one. Let's see. Are the state's witnesses usually late? I've never seen them have multiple witnesses who aren't able to make it when asked. I have only usually seen this when it was like scheduling issues. If, witnesses are moving faster or slower than usual, which I guess is what happened because they said that this witness was there on Friday and was ready, but is not there now because obviously Tyler was not done. Maybe they expected Tyler and the defense attorney to keep on fussing all day long today. Thank goodness they didn't. Yeah, Mama Cita, mine's the same way. I have YouTube up on my phone and it's totally messing up, but I have it on my browser and it's fine for whatever reason. Let's see. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo. I've got their fussing doesn't bother me. I've got 4 sons, so I'm probably just used to fussing. Also, I was looking at some of your videos this morning. If y'all get a chance, Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo has some, it's like kind of short videos on YouTube that are just Veritrip and given kind of the lowdown about different things going on in a lot of the different trials that we're all watching and true crime stuff. So, but they're good, they're quick, they're funny. Can the last witness be charged with perjury? Anybody can be, but I don't know that anything is going to be pursued. I have been checking court docs every few hours to see anything being filed just in case, but nothing. Yep, we give all people all grace at all times. Let's see. Latest YouTube update says fixed bugs, improved performance, drank too much coffee. There you go. Let's see. Yes, Tyler held the process by being late and unwilling to testify. Yeah, the unwilling to testify was a big part too, because he made it a point to take things, take the long way around to answer anything. But such is life, such is trial. Let's see. No excuse for being late when they already had a 3-day weekend. I think that I don't think it's them running late. I think that this is the time that they thought they were going to be here because of the other testimony. I don't know that's from what it sounded like when they were talking about it in there. But I'm not really sure why you wouldn't be there early just in case, especially because I figure they probably wanted to get rid of all the drama that was going on and try to get Tyler off the stand as soon as possible. Let's see. Yeah, that's kind of what, based on what I heard when I was trying to eavesdrop on them talking. Oh, we have a new member. Hello, hello. Welcome to the family. We're glad you're here. Thank you, thank you. And I've seen a couple people ask about the joining and the memberships. If you are on the iPhones, iPads, anything like that, there's not a join button. You have to go through like the Safari browser and then on YouTube and search for us that way and join. But on everything else, there's the join button. So welcome, welcome. We're glad you're here. Also, you can make sure your gifts are turned on because we have wonderful, generous members who like to gift memberships sometimes too. So if you have your memberships turned on, then, or gifts turned on, then you can get membership sometimes. Let's see. Travis has not taken the stand, but he's supposed to, and I can't wait. It is going to be very interesting to hear his perspective on everything. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Eddie Jr., the only way they get charged is if Travis is found not guilty. Yes, Tyler was late the first day of his testimony. First day of his testimony, he didn't want to show up. It took a bench warrant to get him there. Let's see. I'm not sure how long they have allotted for it. I don't think I've heard them say that. If anybody else has heard them say it. Jill C is a member for 1 month. Welcome. Happy anniversary. We are so excited. Oh, and Jill C just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's see. Cajun Kool-Aid gifted a membership by Jill C. Cheryl Gilmore, Monique Holmes, Hippie Chick, and everything's moving. T. Renee S. is gifted a membership. I need to put my old lady glasses on so I can see. So welcome to y'all, and thank you so much, Jill C. We appreciate that so much. Jill C is a boss. We love her. Love, love, love. If I were Travis, I would take the stand to show his emotions when he and his brother was attacked that night. For the stand your ground and self-defense, he has to show there was a threat to his life and home. So that's the thing with this. Okay, so the bench trial that they've done on the stand your ground, the judge said he's not dismissing it based on stand your ground. So he's sending it to the jury. But here's what's interesting. And I pulled the court documents to make sure that I'm not wrong, because this is something that kind of surprised me, actually. The charges that they're charging him with are first degree, which is premeditated. So that's what's interesting to me, because it's at this point, it's really not even a is this self-defense or not thing, because of the way that they've done the charges. At this point, was this premeditated or not? And if it's not premeditated, if a jury doesn't think that this is premeditated, then they have to acquit him, which is really interesting to me. So he's got the 1 count of first degree murder with a firearm, and then 3 counts of attempted first degree murder with a firearm. So obviously they're going to be looking at this as to whether or not it's self-defense or stand your ground because of the situation. But to me, it's so interesting to hear or to see the charges the way that they've put them, because you can't really it's not premeditated when they show up to your house. And I think that the way that they're going with this is that he went, as the scruffle, as she was calling it, as the scruffle happened, that, he went back into the house and got the gun. But even that is not premeditation. That's still in the moment of everything that's happening. So, which is really interesting. I will be curious to hear the jury instructions for that too, because, that's to me, you've still got these people at your home, you're in the middle of, you've gotten jumped. You're in the middle of, seeing your brother get jumped, and everything is still happening. He didn't get the gun and plan all of this stuff out. So I'll be curious to see exactly how the judge explains that to them. But it's interesting. Let's see. Oh, we have another 1 month anniversary. Denise Feldman Ursuline said, coffee shop messed up my order, so I got 2 coffees for the price of 1. Happy Tuesday, y'all. We've been doing our Tell Me Something Good Tuesday, so that's good. Look, free coffee is always a good thing. Welcome, and so happy to have you here for a month anniversary with us. So happy. Oops. Let's see. Yes, intent concur in an instance, but my thing is, it's an instant that, there are men at his house that have been attacking him. So to me, I don't see the premeditation. I'm surprised that that's the way that the charges were done, honestly, but I 100% agree. This case will be won or lost on jury instructions, 100%. See, that's why I'm surprised, Jennifer. Because they didn't give other options, which is, I'm not saying is right or wrong. I'm saying it's just, from what I've seen with trials before, it's just surprising to me, because I don't see it, but. Let's see. Am I surprised that Travis was charged with simple battery against Dom? Based on what we watched, it looked like it would have been her getting simple battery. Because the videos that we saw, she's like wailing on him, and and he wasn't hitting back or anything. He kind of was looking like he was ducking. Let's see. I'm trying to get caught up on chat. Yeah, that's what I saw. Debbie Blair, on the way that, let me pull it back up. I can pull up the stuff. The way that I was reading these, they didn't give any lesser charges. They didn't give anything other than the first-degree murder and 3 counts of first-degree attempted. Let me pull it back up. Oh, Abe says you don't have to have the premeditation. I just close this out. Yeah, he said he's not going to dismiss it based on stand your ground because of the evidence that he saw and the medical examiner's records and all that stuff, where the bullet wounds were from behind. So he said that he's not doing that. He's basically putting this in the hands of the jury. Oh, Knitting Addict gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Let's see if I can pull up who they went to. Sandra McButton, Beth Meyer, Rochelle Smith, Les Worthington, and Susan Bilbrey. We're all gifted memberships. Thank you so much. We appreciate that, Knitting Addict. All right, well, they're bringing them in. I'm going to pull up court docs.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Who's the state's next witness?
Judge State's next witness is Eric, Deputy Eric Van Hooser.
All right.
I'll take a look in a minute.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Absolutely. All right, Deputy, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and for the jury?
Good morning. Yes.
Thank you.
My first name is Eric, E-R-I-C. My last name is Van Hooser, V-A-N-H-O-O-S-E-A-R.
H-O-O-S-E-A-R. All right, thank you, and good morning to you. All right, pardon me, you may inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning, Deputy Van Hooser.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been with that agency?
Approximately 4 years.
And in what capacity are you currently working with that agency?
Road patrol.
What about back on April 7th of 2021? What capacity were you working for that agency?
I was with road patrol.
Okay. And any particular area within the county that you were assigned to road patrol?
Yes, ma'am. I was working night shift in Lake Park.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021. Do you recall whether or not you were working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while working that night, do you recall being dispatched to an area of 40th and Broadway, somewhere in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ultimately arrive at that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall when you arrived?
Approximately 12:30 in the morning.
12:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, is anyone riding with you when you respond to that area?
No, ma'am.
All right. When you arrived at that location, were there other officers on scene already?
Yes, ma'am. From West Palm Beach.
Okay, from West Palm Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were there other officers from a different agency at the scene when you got there?
That's West Palm Beach's jurisdiction.
Okay. Why did Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office show up?
We received information that there was a vehicle that had a victim inside that was possibly involved in a shooting that occurred in our jurisdiction.
Okay. All right. And so there was a dispatch for you guys to show up at that point.
Correct.
And as far as law enforcement is concerned, were you the first one from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you got there, can you tell the members of the jury, what did you see going on when you arrived on scene? What was going on?
When I arrived, there were multiple West Palm Beach units at the area of 40th and Broadway.
Okay.
There was crime scene tape up. There was a vehicle that was inside of, looks like a mechanic shop area. And then that's when I pulled off and met up with the West Palm units.
Okay. When you got there, Deputy Van Hooser, did you, once you kind of, observed what was going on, Did you decide, well, what role you were going to take on before the detectives got
I
here?
was there to collect information to see if the vehicle was in fact potentially involved in the shooting incident that we had in our jurisdiction,
Mhm.
and get the names of the people involved.
Okay. And did you, in fact, make that determination that the car was from a shooting that had occurred in another location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And pardon me for the dumb question, but looking at the car, could you tell whether or not it had been obviously?
It had
shooting
multiple
occurred?
bullet defects on the passenger side and front area of the vehicle, yes.
All right. Now, did you see a passenger sitting in the car, someone still seated in the car?
Yes, ma'am. The only occupant when I got there was the deceased passenger in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay. Now, when you, after seeing the car, seeing the passenger inside the car, did you notice anything that appeared to be wrong, aside from the defects, like you indicated, that appeared to be bullet holes? Did you notice anything else that may have appeared to be wrong with the car?
I mean, there was indications that, there was oil around and things like that, that the vehicle, pulled in there may have been disabled because of that.
Okay. And was it your opinion, looking at the car, that the oil that you saw on the ground was from that vehicle?
Yes, based on the area where that oil was, yes.
Okay. And was it a small stain of oil, medium-sized stain of oil, large stain of oil? Do you recall the size?
There, I don't recall exactly there, only because I know later on there was a larger amount in another area.
Okay. Did you see any other people that may have been involved in the incident that night, located at the scene of 40th and Broadway?
Yes, ma'am. There were, I believe, 2 other individuals who had already been separated from the vehicle, that were off to the side with West Palm.
Okay, and did you speak with either one of those gentlemen?
No, ma'am. I got their information, their personal information, from one of the officers who was on scene, who had gotten that information already.
Okay. Did you perform any sort of pat down or searches of the other 2 gentlemen that you saw at the scene at 40th and Broadway?
No, ma'am.
How long did you stay at that scene?
I would say approximately 30 to 40 minutes, maybe.
All right, all right. And during your time there, other than making the observations that you made inside the car, the oil stains from the car, noticing that the car had some defects in it, anything else that you did while you were on scene at that location?
No, ma'am. I just waited there until the detective got on scene.
Okay. Once the detective arrived on that scene, did you then leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you go after that?
I went back to Lake Park to assist with the scene that they had over there. They had the information of a potential suspect house. So I went over to the area of Teague Drive where that house was located to meet up with other units.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you got over there. What did you see? And obviously law enforcement was already there.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
What did you do, if anything at all, when you got to that scene?
I met up with our K9 and a couple other units. We staged at the end of the block to the east of the house. And then once we had a detective and other things in order, we proceeded to form up what is called the stick team of several units involving, including a shield and a vehicle. We used the K9 vehicle, and then we approached the house using the vehicle as moving cover until we got close enough to the house to call out the suspect.
Okay. Did you actually make entry into the house?
I did not make entry into the house. I remained out at the roadway where we called out the suspect to us.
Okay. At this point, you guys are in stick formation, as you just indicated to us, right?
Correct.
And you call out for a person that you guys believe has some involvement in this. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you call out the name Travis Rudolph?
I don't recall if it was called out by name. I just I know that the detective and the other people on scene had that information, and then just called the person out once I believe a phone call was made, and that's how the person stepped out of the house.
Okay. And the person, when the person came out of the house, do you recall seeing the person come out of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Male or female?
Male.
Okay. And was he wearing any clothing?
Yes, ma'am. He was wearing clothing. I don't recall exactly what he was wearing.
Okay. Was he cooperative with you? When he
Yes,
came
ma'am.
out?
Yes,
Okay. And once he came out, did he come out with his hands up?
he did.
All right. And once he's out of the house, what did you guys do after that? So,
Once we called him back to us, he walked past. He was taken into custody and placed into a marked PBSO unit.
okay. All right. Now, as far as, so at this point, you have the person that is your person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make entry into the house after that at all?
I did not. I believe maybe other units did later, but I did not.
Okay. What did you do after that?
After that, we began to check the area after crime scene had come and collected the evidence from the area where the shooting had taken place. Myself and a couple other deputies walked around where there was another alleged victim close by to search for a potential firearm.
Okay. So, so at this point now, you're searching for what you believe is another potential firearm that was involved in this case.
Correct. There was information that another person may have had a firearm.
Okay. And so you basically acted upon that information. Is that right?
Correct.
Now you mentioned K9. So did a K9 officer, did you have to wait for a K9 officer to get there, or was
Correct.
it
The first K9 officer that we were with was an apprehension K9. I believe a article dog, which was used for firearms, was requested to come out.
Okay. So before you started looking for this other firearm, did you wait for that K9 officer to get there?
I believe so. I don't recall exactly if they were there as soon as we started searching or shortly after.
All right. Do you recall the K9 officer arriving on scene?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when that officer arrived on scene, tell us what happened.
We were searching to the south and west of where the shooting occurred between there's houses and a road, and then there's a grassy area, a fence, and then an apartment complex to the southwest, and then residential area on the other side. So we were kind of going through what would have been the path of least resistance for where the shooting took place and where the other victim was located. And in doing so, we ended up ultimately finding a black firearm laying on the ground.
Okay. Now you found this black firearm before you found this other victim, is that right?
The victim had already been located when the original responding units arrived, because there were multiple calls coming in that there was a person shot.
Okay. All right. When you located the firearm, did the dog alert to the firearm? Is that how you guys located it?
The dog did come and alert to it. Again, I don't recall if we found it alongside or just before, but the dog was utilized to alert on the firearm just to confirm that.
Okay. Now at this point, is it just you and the K9 officer who?
No, I was also with another deputy, Imperiali, who couldn't be here now because of a deployment, and may have been another deputy. There's a few of us that were looking around.
Did you yourself, Deputy Van Hooser, did you actually see the firearm
I
that
did.
you located?
Yes, ma'am.
You did. Okay. And once you guys located, did you touch it at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you dog alerts to it? You guys go look at it and you just left it there?
And we notified crime scene so that they
Right.
could come in.
I don't mean just left it there. I mean, you
Well, we stayed
didn't touch it.
with it, but we didn't touch it. Correct. Yes.
Okay. Hey, Martin, where's your board? I'll show you what I believe is defenses. One second, I'll let you know. Defense is 11.
You may. Use the microphone though when you do the portable. Thanks.
I love that he reminds them to use the microphones and stuff.
Okay, Deputy Van Hooser, I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as Defense Exhibit 11. Tell me whether or not you recognize this board, okay? What's in this board?
Yes, ma'am. I recognize that. It's the fence that divides between the apartment complex, which would be on the other side of the fence,
Mhm.
and then that would be the driveway to the residence just to the east. And there's the firearm that was located next to the palm tree laying on the ground.
Okay, and so once you, and it, is this exactly how it looked when you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once you, and I believe the members of the jury have seen this already. Once you saw it lying there, what did you, after you said that CSI obviously was notified that there was a firearm that was there that needed to be collected, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And once CSI arrived, did you witness them collect this firearm? Did you see them collect the firearm?
I don't recall if I stayed and witnessed that.
Did you leave before the firearm was actually collected by someone from CSI?
That is possible, yes.
Okay. After the firearm was located, what was your next task after that?
After that, we were pretty much done for the evening as far as my involvement with that.
Okay. Did you have any more involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with the other person who was shot in this case?
No, ma'am. He was transported to the hospital earlier when arriving deputies went there, and then one of the other deputies went to that hospital.
Judge, if I can just have a second, please.
You may. All right, thank you. Any cross?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Oh yeah, they're gonna ask him cross.
Good afternoon, Deputy.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. All right, so let's go back. Talk about this day. You didn't write a report in this case, right?
No, sir.
Any particular reason why not?
I just did not. I failed to do that.
I'm sorry.
I just did not write one.
All right, but you have a pretty good memory about what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So make sure I get this right. The first thing you did, you were called over to 40th and Broadway,
Correct.
and that's where you saw the car that you described with the bullet holes in it.
Yes, sir.
And you said many other West Palm Beach officers were there.
There were several other ones. Yes, sir.
Did you ask them to do anything, or you don't do that with West Palm cops? You do only if someone asks you to do something in your department.
Correct. So they already had a crime scene established. It was taped off, and they had the information. At that point, it was just collecting that information and passing it on to the deputies who were on scene of our shooting, and then was notified that a detective was on their way.
So was West Palm searching for evidence? Did you see anybody search?
No, I didn't see anybody searching. Again, once I'd gotten there, rescue had already come, pronounced, and left, and it seemed like it was established. But I didn't see anybody doing any searching of the vehicle or anything.
The way you described the search that you did with the other deputies and the canine deputy and the canine dog, you went through backyards, the fence, the apartment complex, right?
Correct. That was after we had done the preliminary and other evidence had been collected from the scene, and we were just going off further information that was provided. So they'll do diligence on that part just to carry out.
Sure, that was in Lake Park.
Correct, sir.
All right. And there was no like time limit that you had to search, was there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go back to West Palm and search the general area to see if there was any guns tossed?
No, sir.
How about the path the car drove from Lake Park to there? Do you actually know what path it took?
I know that it would have been federal going down because that turns into Broadway. It's the easiest path. But as far as directly from there, I don't know exactly which path they took to get to federal.
Did anyone tell you that there was some city cameras that may have caught the car driving away to where the
I don't
final resting
recall.
place was?
I don't recall.
Do you know there's cameras in that area?
There are cameras on federal, yes, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go search any of the area of path of possible travel of this vehicle?
No, sir.
And you didn't do that on your own?
No, sir.
You could have done that, right?
It's several miles from where that location is to where the resting place of the vehicle was. It just wouldn't have been apparently clear in driving at night to be able to search that far of a distance. So no.
Park your car and get out with a flashlight and have you and 50 other deputies, right? And look for guns if someone asked you to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You've done stuff like that before, right?
Not to that extent, but it can be done.
You have hundreds and hundreds of police officers working for the sheriff's office, don't you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and nobody asked you to do that at all.
No, sir.
And nobody asked you to go back to West Palm since now that you took over the case, the sheriff's office, right? It was sheriff's case, right?
Crime scene did respond to that location. I don't recall if another deputy was called over there, but I wasn't. So I don't know if any other searches or with the detectives were done. On my part, I did not.
You have no knowledge that anybody searched anything in that gas station area, right?
Correct.
All right. And you could have easily went back and brought a ladder or a drone and searched the roofs, right? If someone asked you to do that, or
If someone asked me to, yes, but other units may have. I don't know.
I'm just asking you personally.
I did not.
Okay. So the whole time you were there, you didn't look around to see if there was any weapons discarded anywhere in that gas station?
No, nothing that was just clearly there.
Remember the fence? Do you remember a fence there with a food truck behind the fence, right where the car was parked?
No, sir.
All right. Remember a fence there?
No, sir.
Assuming there was a fence, because the jury will see photographs of a fence there with some type of truck.
Okay.
You didn't try to go back in that fence area at all, did you?
No, sir.
All right. How about the other side of the gas station? Do you know if there was a fence there?
Which side?
Well, the one side. Well, you don't remember even this.
'Cause it just seemed like an open area from where I was on the corner. But as far as the back and the other side, I thought it was other businesses, abutting it. But no, I didn't. I don't recall a fence.
Let's say I'm you and I'm looking straight ahead, and the car is to the left of me, and the business is right in front of me. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn there's fence on both sides of this gas station? Closed-in fence area?
It wouldn't surprise me. No.
You didn't go back to any of that area to look for anything?
Correct.
Or the sewers?
No.
Or even 50 feet away from that area, you didn't go look for any firearms, right?
Correct.
Would you agree the firearm that's in that picture that we saw a little while ago that you just looked at in that poster board, that's about 100 feet from the shooting scene?
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And you also have prior law enforcement experience beside the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, sir.
How many years do you have?
Approximately 8 years with Miami-Dade Schools Police Department.
Okay. And you're trained there as well, right?
Correct.
As a trained law enforcement officer, if somebody pulls a firearm on you, do you wait for them to shoot you before you possibly would shoot them?
No, sir.
Why not?
Reaction to the shot.
Huh? The firearm that you find it, or the canine found it, or was it everybody simultaneous?
It was close together, yes.
Okay. The canine that came, do you know who the deputy was that handled that dog?
I don't recall.
Do you remember a sergeant or a lieutenant calling the canine dog in?
I don't remember. I know it was requested, but I don't recall who made that call.
You don't have any knowledge that it was Detective Vandelin who called the dog in, do you?
I wouldn't have that knowledge, no.
Do you know what time the gun was found?
No, I would have to look back. I don't recall.
But you don't have a report to look back, right?
Correct.
It would have been hours after the suspect, as you turned them, came out of the house.
I don't know if it was hours later, but it was after he was taken into custody, yes.
So you said crime scene did their work and then you went to go look after.
Correct. I don't recall exactly how long it took, if it was hours.
Right. Did you see a blood path go back behind that house where the gun was possibly located?
Not bloodbath, but there was blood in the area of the apartment complex next to it, yes.
All right. How do you know if there's any blood in the street area where the casings were found leading to the backyard, right where the fence is, where that gun's discarded?
I believe there was, yes.
All right. So when you go in, you remember the not Teak Drive, you remember the other road, Redwood?
Redwood, yes, it curves around, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go behind somebody's house where the path was of blood from
Yes, sir.
where the casings were?
Yes.
And when you went behind that house, was there a fence behind the house on Redwood?
Chain link fence. Yes. Approximately 4 feet tall chain link fence.
Was it open or did you have to jump?
I had to go over it.
Okay. And when you went over that fence, was the house where that gun is, was that right there?
So the house was to the right and the apartment complex was to the left. But yes, it was right there within, 20 feet of that chain link fence.
Okay. You see the back tire was shot out on the black car that was in the gas station?
I may have, but I don't recall if it was flat or not.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Did any of the crime scene people or Detective Vandeland, after you found this gun, ask you to go back to Broadway and look for any weapons there?
No, sir.
Who gave you information that another person had firearms, possibly? Do you know?
I don't recall. I just know that it was from the deputies that were over at that scene from earlier.
Because they had told them that they didn't have any.
Do you know if they thought Mr. Rudolph's brother had a firearm?
I don't recall. I don't have that information.
Does the canine, if you know, does the canine dog is that dog specifically for weapons or firearms?
The one that responded for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You said there was another canine for apprehension.
Correct.
What does that mean? Is that they look for people
Yes, sir.
by the smell?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the canine dog, that looks for firearms or knives as well, or just firearms? If you
Based
know.
on my understanding and years in this field, it's for the firearm itself, solvents, powders, gunpowder, things like that.
Based on smell, obviously.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the canine dog is trained to find a gun that is not fired or a gun that's fired or both? If you know.
To my knowledge, they can still detect firearms even if they have not been fired based on the solvents used to clean it. But I haven't been trained with canine, so they would have to clarify that one.
Sure. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Any redirect at all? All right. Any reason why Detective Van Hoosier can't go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your steps, stay safe.
Your Honor.
Well, I did promise you lunch after this witness. Who's the next witness? Okay, you want to do that witness and then we go to lunch? All right, very well. That's what we'll do. Who's that? Okay.
The thing is, a lot of them can't recall anything because they didn't do anything. There was a 17-minute investigation, and that was it. So there's not any information they can really give them because they didn't do much in the way of investigating.
Okay,
And the city camera video stays 65.
all right, 5-1. And any objection to either?
No objection to the shots fired and no objection to the video as long as there's nothing been added.
Okay,
Yeah, I agree with that.
very well. Thank you. Okay, they're both admitted then without objection. Come on up, officer, please.
Stand right here, raise your right hand, face the front.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, good afternoon. Will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record, sir?
Anthony Goindou, ANTHONYGOINDOO.
All right, officer, thank you. You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Thank you. Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen what you do for a living?
Police officer, Patrol Division, West Palm Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been with West Palm Beach Police Department?
8.5 years.
Have you spent the entire time on road patrol, or have you had other duties throughout your time there?
I was a member of the Strategic Intelligence Unit.
This case happened, do you recall, back in April of 2021?
I do.
And where were you in the department back then?
I was working in the Strategic Intelligence Department.
Tell us briefly what it is that you would have been assigned to do or generally do as part of that unit.
My position in the Strategic Intelligence Center was to monitor ShotSpotter, city cameras, license plate readers, to provide near and real-time intelligence to road patrol and detectives.
So essentially, are you in sort of an office away from officers who are on the street at the time?
That's correct. I'm on the second floor of the police department in an office setting where I could communicate with the officers using a radio.
All right. Let's start with something that you talked about, ShotSpotter. What is that?
ShotSpotter is a system that uses audio wavelengths with microphones that are scattered in strategic locations throughout an area that pick up wavelengths that are consistent with or likely or probably gunshots.
And as a result of that being picked up, sounds that are like gunshots, do you at the police department get some kind of an alert?
Yes, so the alert gets sent out through mobile devices so other officers can see. Dispatch will receive it. I receive it as well.
And so we understand this is basically audio only, or is there a video component to the ShotSpotter?
Only audio from my understanding.
All right. So does it record the shots as they're being fired?
So from my understanding of it, as the shots are picked up by the microphones, it is sent to ShotSpotter technicians who evaluate the wavelengths and the sound quality of the file. And then they then notify that appropriate agency if it's determined to be likely or probably gunshots.
All right. So apart from the ShotSpotter notifications that you would be a part of in the center where you were working, you mentioned also cameras for the city. Talk to us a little bit about that. How does that system work?
So there are cameras that are positioned throughout the city of West Palm Beach. You're able to monitor them live time in real life, or if need be, do playback up to 28 to 30 days.
Are these cameras different than, say, red light cameras that we would see at an intersection?
That's correct. They're usually mounted to their own specific poles with their own power sources.
So different than just like watching for whether or not somebody ran a red light.
That's correct.
Okay. And did your police department, the West Palm Beach Police Department, have access to that back on April of 2021?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you or were you tasked to do in this case related to those city camera videos?
I had received a call from dispatch that basically said that there was an individual who was shot in the area of 40th Street and Broadway. I went back to the cameras and did playback, which I observed the vehicle in question as it was entering from Riviera Beach. It was a black Cadillac with the headlights turned off, driving at a high rate of speed southbound on Broadway.
All right. And did you check to see whether or not the vehicle was being followed?
I did, yes.
And was the vehicle being followed?
Not that I could see.
And the vehicle traveling at the high rate of speed, did it come to a point where it eventually did pull over in that 40th and Broadway area?
It did, yes.
And essentially, where were you able to back up in order to see where the vehicle had come from? Was it still on Broadway that you continued backing up several streets?
That's correct. I observed it coming over the bridge at 59th and Broadway until it came to a stop in the area of the 40th and Broadway.
Did you save any of the videos from that night related to seeing the vehicle in the state that you just described?
I did, yes.
And this vehicle in question, was it a black Cadillac?
It appeared to be black.
Could you tell us whether or not you could see the windows down at any point such that any items could be thrown from the vehicle?
I could not know.
Did the vehicle's windows appear to be tinted?
I can't tell.
So you just saw the vehicle moving, didn't appear to be stopping anywhere?
That's correct.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may.
Nothing further at this time.
All right, any cross? Okay. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Did you say that you couldn't tell if the windows were up and down on this black Cadillac as it was traversing Broadway?
From my recollection, with the video quality, it's difficult to tell with any certainty.
All right, so you agree you couldn't tell.
I couldn't tell.
And you don't remember if the windows were tinted or not, because that's also hard to tell.
Correct. At nighttime, the video quality is not the greatest.
Okay. So you have no way of knowing from those videos that you captured if anyone threw anything out of the car as it's driving south on Broadway, do you?
That's correct.
And do you know if the 911 call came in to dispatch who dispatched you after the car stopped?
So I didn't get dispatched. I was just monitoring the radios. As officers arrived on scene, and then I was able to pick up on what was going on and then did the playback from there.
All right, so the question would be, based on your investigation, do you know if the 911 call came in after the car was already in 40th and Broadway in this gas station area?
I don't know.
These cameras have zoom capability?
They do when in the live viewing mode, but on playback, you can only zoom in. Basically, it takes a picture and zooms in on that picture.
Okay, so you can't really pixelate it properly at night?
That's correct. Unless it's a live view, then you can zoom in, actually zoom in.
All right. So does it make more sense the 911 call came in after the car was stopped? Otherwise, if it came in simultaneous, you would have had a live view and saw it exactly when it's happening?
It's possible, but I don't know.
You didn't get a call from dispatch until when? Do you know the time?
Well, dispatch doesn't reach out to me specifically. As I'm monitoring the radio and I listen to the officers, I can't recall when the officers were dispatched.
And that would have been the city of West Palm Beach officers?
That's correct.
So you would have actually heard them being dispatched and then automatically go to the cameras?
That's correct, depending on after the officers get on scene and what they have.
Okay. So do you know if the officers were still looking for this vehicle before you started looking for the video, or you don't know that?
I don't recall.
Could you tell from the video how many people are in the car?
I cannot.
You weren't involved in trying to search the area on Broadway or US 1, wherever this car was, did you?
Via cameras, I mean, I did the playback, but I wasn't on scene physically.
Right. I mean, after you did what you did, no one asked you to come on out and help search any areas, did they?
No, I didn't normally leave the office.
All right, but if they needed more manpower, they could have called up and say, "Hey, officer, going to, can you please come out and help us search?"
As a sworn officer, I can be directed to conduct patrol functions.
Nobody asked you to do that, right?
No,
Did anyone call you up and come to the gas station and we need more manpower to search around the gas station for anything?
no.
Are you aware of any private businesses along the area of travel, wherever this car came from and the resting spot, captured this car on video?
I don't know.
That you weren't tasked to go to the private businesses in your jurisdiction and say, "Hey, y'all got video of this"?
No.
You couldn't even see anyone if they got out of the car or didn't get out of the car based on the quality of this video. You couldn't even tell, right?
It would be difficult. I would be able to see if the car stopped, but
Okay. So you can't tell us from when you looked at the video and zoomed in, which I know you can't zoom in the same way when it's live because this wasn't live, but you can't tell us if you could see anyone getting out of the car, could you?
I cannot know.
And based on that, you can't tell if they got out and threw anything over a fence or over the roof. Anyone who may have been in that car, can you?
And the only certainty is the vehicle did not stop.
The only certainty the vehicle did not stop?
That's correct, until 40th and Broadway.
Right. So I'm talking about after the vehicle came to its final resting spot. You saw that, right?
It was slightly out of view of the camera.
So, so there's no way you can tell if anyone got out of the car and started discarding evidence before the police arrived.
That's correct.
Okay. And the gunshot, we call it shot spotter?
Yes.
That wasn't in West Palm, was it?
No.
Do you have access to it, even though it's in Lake Park in the sheriff's office jurisdiction?
So in the Strategic Intel Center, we had access to Belglade, PBSOs, Lake Park, Riviera Beach, and also West Palm Beach.
Did you hear those gunshot from the shot spotters while you were looking at the videos or right after that?
I received the alert approximately a minute after the detection, I guess you could say.
You guys have mutual aid agreements, like West Palm will help the sheriffs and vice versa if y'all need help?
That I'm not sure. I believe we do, but that would be more of a question for probably our command staff.
You have access to things, not just in West Palm. Like, you have access to other things, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When the shot spotter thing recording, you made a copy of that, right?
That I don't recall.
All right, well, the prosecutor put it in evidence. Do you remember? I know she didn't play it with you, but do you remember hearing it?
I did hear it. I don't recall if I uploaded it to evidence.com due to the fact it wasn't in our city.
All right. When the shot spotters go off, all you can do is hear the shots if they're coming simultaneous, if there's a break in them, how many.
That's correct. You have the option to play it and listen to the actual audio.
And that doesn't show you if somebody's trying to murder someone or if they're acting in self-defense and trying to save their own life, does it?
No.
Can't see anything. You just hear things.
Only hear what the microphones pick up.
Pick up voices as well?
Not from my experience.
And based on your experience and training, are those shot spotters dead on accurate?
That would be more a question for the shot spotter technicians. They can get into the more technical features.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Any redirect? Okay.
The shot spotter notification, does it notify you of how many shots are being fired?
That's correct, yes.
In this particular case, were there 2 separate rounds of shots?
There was, yes.
And how many each time?
At 0011 hours, there was a 21-round shot spotter picked up in the location of 550 Sable Palm Drive, followed by, again, 0011 hours, and a second one was picked up with a 17-round shot spotter at 551 East Redwood Drive.
And is that generally in the same area?
When I pulled the map of it, I noted that the locations were approximately within a block of each other.
All right, any reason why Detective Goingdu cannot go on about it? I'm sorry, Officer Goingdu cannot go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your steps, stay safe. All right, folks, let's take a lunch break now. I don't know. You all tell me. Has an hour been enough? Do you need an hour and a quarter? Or less time? You tell me. I'll start at 45. Who's good with 45 minutes? 1, 2. All right. Who's 3? Who's good with an hour?
It didn't help.
Pretty much everybody. Okay, so we'll take an hour break. That puts us back here at 10 minutes to 2. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules. If you happen to see one of us out there, we'll duck you. Keep an open mind. Do not do any research, and don't discuss the case, even amongst yourselves. All right. See you at 10 minutes to 2.
Okay, so this did not really help at all. I mean, honestly, nothing seems like it's really helped them at all. Okay, so a couple things before we take our little lunch break. We're going to do Bob Mata tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow Wednesday. Yeah, I think we're going to do Bob Mata tomorrow to do some Q&A. So any questions that y'all have as far as any of the legal stuff goes, make notes of it and we can ask him tomorrow. A couple things that I pulled up while we were waiting. Let me get my... okay, so the indictment... let me zoom in because I've got my old lady eyes. All right. Indictment reads, count 1, first-degree murder with a firearm. It says this is the charge. Travis Rudolph, on or about April 7th, 2021, in the county of Palm Beach and state of Florida, did unlawfully, from a premeditated design to effect the death of a human being, kill and murder Sebastien, a human being, by shooting and during the commission or attempt to commit any offense listed in Florida statute. I'm not going to list that whole statute, 77, blah, blah, blah. Travis Rudolph actually possessed a deadly weapon, a firearm, or destructive device, as those terms are defined in section 790.001 Florida statutes. And further, during the course of committing or attempting to commit any offense listed in Florida statute, Travis discharged a firearm or destructive device as defined in this section, Florida statutes, and the result of the discharge, death or great bodily harm, was inflicted. So, so it says, did unlawfully, from a premeditated design to effect the death of a human being, kill and murder Sebastien by shooting, and during the commission or attempt to commit any offense, actually possessed a deadly weapon or firearm. And then the counts 2, 3, and 4 are attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. So it says, did on or about April 7th, 2021, did from a premeditated design attempt to commit first-degree murder, an offense prohibited by law, and in such attempt did an act toward the commission of such offense by shooting at each of them. But Travis Rudolph failed in the perpetration or was intercepted or prevented in the execution of said offense, and during the commission or attempt to commit any offense listed in the Florida statute, Travis actually possessed a deadly weapon, a firearm, or destructive device, as those terms are defined. So that's what his indictment reads. First-degree murder with a firearm, and then 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm. Also, somebody had asked about how long he's in jail. He is on house arrest. They let him do house arrest. So I think I remember when I pulled the papers, when I was looking for all this stuff, I think his house arrest, like he's allowed to go to the park and to LA Fitness or something. I think it was LA Fitness, but it's only one of the LA Fitnesses or something like that. And he has to have his schedule approved and all that stuff, but he is on house arrest. And then the other thing that is interesting, let me pull it up, the PCA. Okay, so here's the thing with the PCA. So it's very short because they didn't do a whole lot. So basically it's saying that they on Wednesday, April 7th at approximately 1300 hours, or I'm sorry, 13 hours, West Palm Beach Police and West Palm Beach Fire Rescue responded to the area of 40th Street and Broadway Avenue in West Palm Beach in reference to shooting victim in a vehicle. So basically they're saying that they went to, which we saw the video, they went to where the car, where the car was. They saw the male suffering gunshot wounds, which was later found to be related to the shooting victim. But they're so they're talking about, Sebastien being unresponsive in the passenger seat from multiple gunshot wounds, and that he was pronounced deceased. They said simultaneously the shooting victim found near 586 North Redwood Drive was identified and was transported to St. Mary's Medical Center, was in critical but stable condition. So, remember, Tyler they left him. He's gone. They're gone. He said he got out of the car, whatever, ditched his gun. Now, the reason that they were asking about the fence and if he saw the fence, the officer that was, or detective or whatever it was, officer that was just up there, he's saying he didn't even see the other fence. They're kind of, I think, making a point that they didn't look for anything. So any of the other firearms could have been, ditched at any point in time. They believe, the defense has kind of said they believe that Sebastien had a gun on him. It seems like Hacksaw maybe came and got that and just not real sure. So that's kind of what it's looking like. But the PCA is, it doesn't give anything. And they said, when they went to Travis's house, that the first thing he did was, him and his brother, said that they wanted counsel, that, which is smart, very smart. And I think that the only comment was from his mom, who had said something when they were talking about it, said it was self-defense. So that was pretty much it. Trying to think if there's anything else in the PCA that I saw that and some of them were saying that they had never met Travis beforehand, that the whole reason they went over there is because Dominique told them that they had gotten into, got to fussing, and they mentioned the altercation, from basically what we heard from the neighbor, seeing the altercation in the yard. What do you call it? Piles of them fighting and that type of thing. So, so it says, based on the above, probable cause exists to charge Travis Rudolph with 1 count of first-degree murder with a firearm and 3 counts of attempted. So, all right. PCA's probable cause affidavit. Okay, I'll do a poll real quick before we go to lunch. I can do that. We're going to make it a quick one, though. Okay, based on what we have seen so far. All right, there we go. We have it up. Let's see what everybody says. Yeah, there's not really any evidence as far as, there was no investigation. Looks like we're leaning towards not guilty right now. This is something we can ask Bob tomorrow, but they didn't charge him with anything else. So this is what he's on trial for. So if they don't prove this, then I don't think that they can just jump in and say, oh, well, okay, let's try this instead. This is what they charged him for. I know with some trials, you'll see they'll do indictments on different levels, so that you may find them not guilty on, on murder 1, premeditation, but you might find them guilty on, count 2 or whatever. Like, so, but this isn't done like that. This is the only charges that are on there are the first count of, first degree murder with a firearm, and the second, third, and fourth counts are attempted first degree. Yeah, the jury has to agree on this to reach a verdict. Yeah, they didn't really look into anything at all. They didn't. I mean, there was nothing. Oh wow. And I heard over the weekend someone used a safe baby box in the state of Tennessee. They found a healthy baby in the box. Saw it on their news station. Wow. Well, I'm glad the baby's safe. Yeah, I think they'll be going back and forth, but I think that going back and forth will basically be on the, based on jury instructions and what, how they're instructed to decide, guilt or innocence, or guilt or not proven case. Let's see. It's something that they've started doing to try to help. You have people that are, some of the things we've seen lately where, oh, it's so sad, where they put babies like in a dumpster and stuff if they don't want them. So a safe baby box is if you don't want the baby, please don't hurt the baby. Take it to a safe baby box and, somebody will take care of it. If you've missed the past hour, I mean, not really. The two officers that they brought in were a whole lot of nothing. Basically, the only thing that they proved was that they didn't do any kind of major investigation or searches for firearms or anything like that. All right, I'm about to end the poll. So anybody else who wants to get your vote in, go ahead and get it in. I'm going to take my camera off. I'll still sit here and chat a little bit, but I'm going to take my camera off so I can eat my lunch. All right, last call for the poll. I'm ending it. This is just based on what we've seen so far. All right, so based on evidence so far in capital letters, because remember, things can always change. Based on what we've seen so far, what do you think? And so far we have 79% not guilty, 14% unsure, and 5% guilty. All right. I did not see the police chase video yesterday, but I heard about it. I want to go back and watch it. Did you miss it? I had it up for a few minutes. We'll do more. We do more polls. All right, I'm going to take my camera off. I'm going to be, Mod, y'all go eat, take your break. I am going to watch chat, but I'm just going to take my camera off so I can take these awful headphones off and eat my lunch. But everybody take breaks. I will see y'all back here in we'll start about 10 minutes early so we can chat a little bit. So I'll see y'all back here in about 37 minutes. I have to turn on my air during lunch because I can't turn it on during this time, during the time court's going, because you can hear. So I'm going to keep it on for a second, but I can show y'all this. I'll mute my mic. This is the, I've got it pulled up while we're waiting on them to come back. This is the first witness list. It's got a bunch of the detectives and police department and sheriffs and stuff like that. Mr. Johnny Benjamin Coleman and Tyranny, I think is how they said the name. Coleman. More from sheriff's office. Mr. Rubin, we already saw Mr. Rubin. Police department. I don't know who this is. More police and sheriff's department. These are the three that they had marked out. More sheriffs. Wendy Martinez. More police and sheriffs. Namiron? Nash? Namiron? CSI experts, more police and sheriffs. Tyler Robinson. More sheriffs. So then they've got Daryl and Linda. That's the mom and the brother. More sheriffs and police. Medical examiner. Fire and rescue, law enforcement, tow company, and fire rescue. And now the defendants list. See, Johnny Benjamin Coleman and Tyranny Coleman are on defense list as well. Where Sheriff Mr. Rubin was. So it's funny because a lot of the ones on the defense list, witness list, were on the prosecution witness list and ended up helping the defense more than, I think, than the prosecution. Dominique, Sheriff's Office, Miss Wendy Martinez, more police and sheriffs. Daryl and Miss Linda. So I think there was 51 total. This was the first one. There's they don't have a total one that's all put together because you have to scroll through I think it's like 18 pages of court documents, or 19 pages, I think, of court, like 19 web pages with links of court documents, because they had some that they added in that were separate from this. Let me see. What the last ones were, or who the last ones were, I should say. Civic checkout. Court events. Notice of hearing, trial or hearing notes. Court events, there's so many. Let's see. It's been notice to depositions. There's so many because they've already gone through a lot of this stuff to try to, to go through the bench hearing and all of that for the stand your ground stuff. And then all the discovery exhibit paperwork and notice of depositions and subpoenas. And so that's why there's like 19 web pages full. Subpoenas. Trying to see who else they've added. Subpoenas. Notice of taking deposition, notice of hearing, judicial notes. Oh, the order modifying the conditions of pretrial release. That was the thing where he's allowed to go to the park and to LA Fitness. Waiver of speedy trial. Notice of arraignment, surety bonds, orders. I feel like I remember seeing that they added somebody. I'm trying to look. Hearing, judicial. Court event. Started at the back and I'm working my way up. Maybe I should have started from the front and working my way back. I'm looking to see who else they added. Made my way up to the 7th web page. Oh, supplemental witness list. Let's see who's on this one. Supplemental witness list. Oh, so this is where the supplemental witness list witnesses that they added says that he will testify that Sebastian's resting place of his hand at the time of his death was consistent for holding a gun. That was one of the big ones. Let's see, here's another one. Let's see. This one is toxicology. Forensic toxicology, true and correct. Copy of the foregoing supplemental witness list has been furnished. Okay, so they're adding that, or they added that. Supplemental witness list. Court event. There's another supplemental witness added. Let's see, this one. Medical examiner's office. All right, here's supplemental discovery that they added. That's why I love looking through court docs, y'all. I love it. Supplemental discovery, firearms report. Supplemental discovery, Snapchat photos. Doesn't say from who. I wonder for who. See what else. Oh, they're coming back. We'll look at more later. Now we have to watch and see which of those things we see. And we'll say, ooh, I knew that was coming because we went over that at lunch.
So lawyers, while the deputies are taking care of those firearms that are in evidence, I need to address you up here at the bench, okay, quickly.
Uh-oh.
I hope it's quick.
He said, I hope it's quick. Nothing's been quick for him. I don't know. I guess that's what we're going to hear them testify to. But if his hand is in a certain position, you know, that was their whole thing, is that Hacksaw came and took the gun, took it with him to hide it. That's what it seems like the defense was getting at. Okay, also the autopsy report. I can just read some of these while we're waiting on them. The autopsy report was one of the supplemental discovery things that the state added. Let's see what else. The state added autopsy photos and cell phone records. What's really interesting is the Becky, or for those of y'all who missed it, I was going through all the court papers, and there's a let me find it. I'm gonna exit out of some of these. Firearms report, supplemental, not that one. The defendant I'm looking through court papers, and the defendant added, or his counsel added a supplemental witness, and it says that he is basically going to testify that Sebastian's resting place of his hand at the time of his death is consistent for holding a gun. So, which goes toward his, claim that he was defending himself, because if Sebastian was holding a gun, he's saying that it's pointing a gun at him, then that goes toward his claim of self-defense. And then they asked for, the state is introducing toxicology reports, autopsies, or the autopsy. Autopsy photos, cell phone records, which they've already talked about a little bit. Autopsy report. That's going to be a big one for the defense. I think that they're trying to say that, from what I understand, that Hacksaw, that you've heard them call him Hack, that he came and got the gun and took it or disposed of it or did whatever he did, but he basically got the gun away from them, that Sebastian had a gun and Hacksaw came and got it away from them. This is why I cannot wait for the defense, when the state rests their case and the defense starts, because they are going to paint the story for us of, what happened in his eyes. And that'll be really interesting. Oops. Welcome, Kim Weeks. Yeah, Hackshaw. What I said? I said Hacksaw, didn't I? So close. All right, let's see. Let's see what else I can find while I'm looking, while we're waiting on them.
So who's the state's next witness? We'll call him. Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. Judge, our next witness is going to be Officer Tyler Griffin.
Okay. So we can bring Officer Griffin in, but we won't have him sworn in until we bring the jury in. Okay. Then the doctor will be. All right. The doctor will be next after this witness. Okay. Well. Okay. Fine. Okay. Let's bring the jury in, please. Thank you.
Oh, they better move that camera before they bring the jury in. There we go. Okay. Ow. My toe is cramping right now again. All right, let's see. Ow. Ow. Hear that sigh? He does it every time.
All right, everyone, take your seats, please. State's next witness is,
Judge, today's next witness is Officer Tyler Griffin.
okay, come on up, Officer Griffin.
Stand right here, raise your right hand. Face the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Speak loud and clear. If you need some water, have some water.
He does it so loud.
All right, will you please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
Yep. First name's Tyler, Tyler. Last name is Griffin, Griffin.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer Griffin, where are you currently employed?
West Palm Beach Police, City of West Palm Beach.
I'm sorry. How long have you been with that agency?
Roughly 3 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before West Palm Beach Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Where are you currently assigned?
Road Patrol.
What about back in April of 2021?
Same thing, Road Patrol.
Okay. And I want to just get to why we are all here today. Okay. Do you recall whether or not you were working on April 7th of 2021?
I was.
All right. And you just indicated road patrol capacity, right?
Yes.
Were you riding by yourself or did you have a passenger with you?
I was by myself.
All right. At some point during the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021, did you receive a dispatch information to actually respond to 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
All right. And do you know, like, around what time that dispatch would have come across to you?
No, I don't know the exact time.
All right.
Around midnight, possibly.
Okay. All right. Did you, when you received the dispatch, though, did you go there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the first one on scene from West Palm Beach Police Department?
I don't know if that was the first, but I was definitely one of the first officers on scene. I wouldn't say I was the first. I'm not sure if I was the first or not.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I asked you about the time that you got there, and did you prepare a report in this case?
What was that? I'm
Did
sorry.
you prepare a report in this case?
A supplement report, yes.
And if I show you that report, would it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
You may. If you're going to ask additional questions while you're up there, though, you're going to need that microphone.
Supplemental
Okay.
report.
Okay.
Okay, is this your report?
Yes.
Okay. And after reading it, does it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
What time?
Around 12:20 hours.
Okay. And when you got there, can you tell us what you observed once you got there?
I observed a vehicle, not sure the exact make or model, but I observed two individuals outside of their vehicle or outside of the presumed vehicle that was there.
Let me stop you right there because I want to talk about those two individuals that you say you observed around this vehicle.
Yes.
What were they doing?
They appeared just to be in shock, as if something happened. I mean, looked like they were yelling back and forth. I'm not sure what they were yelling exactly, but they obviously seemed distraught, as if something traumatic or something of significance just happened.
Okay. And Officer Griffin, did you speak to either one of them or both of them?
I didn't speak to either one. I patted them down just to ensure, because I observed what appeared to be bullet holes throughout the vehicle. So I just patted them down. And then by that time, officers had already arrived on scene. So we separated each passenger. And that was pretty much it from my standpoint.
Okay. Now, when you patted them down, and let's just take them one by one quickly. First of all, when you approach a scene and you see two people outside of a vehicle, and obviously something's wrong, is that the first thing that comes to your mind, that something has happened?
Yes.
Is it protocol or is it standard practice and procedure for you to pat people down? You know, no matter, you know, if these people have been sitting in the car or have been standing in the middle of the street, is that normal procedure for you to pat?
Yes, for
Down?
safety. Yep, mainly for both us as well as them, just to ensure that everyone, you know, doesn't have a weapon or, you know, also we were also checking for injuries also just because of the incident.
Okay, because of the bullet holes you saw in the car?
Correct.
When you, were they cooperative with you?
They were.
Did you pat both of them down?
I believe I only patted one. I don't know the name of that individual.
The one that you patted down, did you do a full body pat down or just like a below waist pat down, waist below pat down? What kind of pat down did you do?
I would just the waist below pat down.
Now, without telling us what they said, or the person that you patted down, without telling us what that person said, did they give you some information about what had happened, why they were over there?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay, did you ask them?
I did not. I just separated them.
Okay. And why didn't you ask them what had happened?
I just didn't feel like it was the right time as of yet. I was just we were trying to get the scene under control. So I think that was the main priority.
All right. So as part of the main priority, when you come upon a scene like that, where you have two individuals, and it appears to you that something has happened, is it your first, as part of best practices or your protocol, to separate those individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And when you separated them and you patted down the one, as you can recall today, you didn't go any further other than the pat down.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not somebody else came on scene and patted down the other person?
I don't recall.
Right.
I don't know specifically.
Now, as you're there and you're patting this person down, Officer Griffin, do other law enforcement officers start to arrive?
Yes.
All right. And so at this point, when you're doing your pat down, do you have several officers from West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes.
What about Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I don't know what time they arrived on scene, but it was shortly after our initial encounter.
All right. Do you recall anyone saying, we need to check the roof of where these people were located? Like, this was an abandoned building, is that right, where they were located?
Sorry. Is there an objection? Sustained.
Did you search anyplace else other than patting that person down?
I did not. No.
Did you have any reason to search any place else other than the person that you patted down?
The immediate area, which just that person and just the observation from inside the car.
Okay. And lastly, Officer Griffin, did you see the person who was still inside of the vehicle as you were there?
Yes.
And did that person appear to be non-responsive to you?
Correct.
Or unresponsive, I'm sorry. Now, you took a look at your report a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that you patted both individuals down. As you sit here today, can you tell the jury, do you know whether you patted one person down or both people down? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
So could you have patted both of them down and you just don't remember?
Objection meeting.
Sustained.
Do you know for certain whether or not you patted just one person down?
Objection asked and answered leaving.
Sustained as to the asked and answered.
It's possible that I patted.
Oh, that means you don't answer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there another question?
Sure.
Okay.
As you sit here today, how many people do you recall patting down?
Objection asked and answered.
It really was. Anything other than patting down?
Judge, nothing else?
Okay, very
I
well.
want to make sure that he is, in light of the cross-examination and in light of what is in his report.
Objection, speaking objection, improper.
Sustained. Okay. No additional questions?
She wasn't able to lead him through what she wanted to lead him through.
You recall seeing 2 people there?
Sorry, I
Do
can
you recall seeing 2 people at that scene?
retotaled, but 2 passengers.
3 total, but 2 people. When you say 2
2 people,
passengers,
yeah.
you mean 2 people outside?
2 people outside the car, yes. No.
As you sit here today, do you recall having contact with either one or both of those people that were outside of the car?
Besides the patting down, no.
Okay. Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Cross?
This is not going well for prosecution so far.
Now, you were not the first officer on scene, is that correct?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't know.
In fact, Officer Panagua was there before you, isn't that correct?
Yeah,
Isn't it true that Officer Ocampo was there before you, or Campo?
I don't recognize the name.
Okay, but there were multiple officers at the scene before you arrived, is that not correct?
It's possible.
Oh, I thought you just said yes, that at least one officer was there before you got there.
You said multiple.
Okay,
But I
so
don't-
how many officers were there before you got there?
I am not sure.
But you definitely were not the first officer on scene, right?
Yes,
Okay, and you've testified that you patted down one of the individuals. You remember that?
yes,
Okay, so is it fair to say that other officers would have patted down the other individuals, right?
fair to say. It's possible.
Pardon?
Possible. It's fair
Well,
to say.
if you're the first officer on scene, you're not going to just pat down one and leave the other person who could potentially be armed unpatted down or not patted down, right?
I mean, if you're
That
talking
wouldn't
about a
be safe.
scenario, I mean, I don't know. It's possible I patted down one. It's possible I patted down 2. I'm not sure. I know I patted down 1
For sure.
for certain. Yes,
And the reason you pat people down is to make sure they're not carrying weapons, right?
correct,
And the reason you do that is for officer safety, right?
correct,
Because you don't want to get shot, right?
correct.
So you're not going to pat down one individual and leave the other guy that could have a weapon just moseying around, are you?
I suppose not.
Okay. When you arrived, both of these individuals, Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe, were outside of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
You saw the individual, the deceased individual in the front passenger seat. Is that right?
Yes,
And you did not touch that individual's hands. Is that fair to say?
fair to say. Yes,
Fair to say?
yes.
Did you touch any part of that individual's body
No,
or person?
I did not.
You did not search I believe you said that you basically searched the area where these 2 individuals were standing outside the car and then the decedent inside the car. Is that correct?
Are you asking if I searched the decedent inside the car?
Well, I think your testimony was that you basically had contact with these 2 individuals, Mr. Jones, Mr. Lowe, and you looked at the individual inside the car. Is that fair to say?
Looked inside, yes.
Did you take out your flashlight and start searching the immediate area of the abandoned auto body shop?
I may have, not sure. if I
Okay, would you
took my
would
flashlight
you like
out.
to look at your report to refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't see that flashlight part in there.
Did you see any part in there about you going out and searching the abandoned auto body shop?
No,
So it's not in your report, correct?
I don't think it's in my report.
Would you like to see a copy of your report?
I would like, yeah, sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
She's a really good attorney. She's very thorough.
If you just take a quick look at that. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you tell me if you searched the abandoned
I did not.
with a flashlight? No?
I did not.
Did you search the roofs of the abandoned automotive building?
I did not.
Did you search behind the fence of the automotive building?
I did not.
It was pretty dark out there.
Yeah, from what I could recall.
It was abandoned. There weren't any lights on in the building, right?
Not in the building, no.
What was that building? What was it actually?
I'm not sure. The abandoned auto lot is what you're
Are you
saying?
sure or are you guessing?
Not sure.
Okay. You remember a fence being in very close proximity to where that car pulled in?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason, if you don't remember, that you don't have any recollection of certainly searching beyond a fence, right?
Correct.
You remember a food truck being behind the fence?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason for you to search beyond the fence because you don't remember a food truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How large would you say that property was for that automotive building, that business?
Not sure. Couldn't tell you.
But you certainly didn't take out your flashlight and you weren't searching all around. Is that correct?
Fair to say, yes. Not in the report.
Did any of you, what was that last part?
That I didn't mention it in my supplement report that you.
Okay, and this report that you do, this is done at or near the time of the event, correct?
Yes.
This isn't done a year later, right?
No.
This isn't done 2 years later, right?
No.
This isn't done in preparation for this jury to see, right?
No.
This is done after you did what you did.
Yes.
Welcome back,
Did any
Lisa
of your
Lamont.
supervisors, any of the detectives, sergeants, lieutenants, anybody that came to that scene ask you to search the abandoned lot?
Not that I recall.
You believe or you knew there was a shooting, right?
It was apparent from the car that there was a shooting involved.
Right.
Yes.
And it never dawned on you or suspected, well, hey, maybe I should poke around and see if there's maybe another weapon involved here?
Well, that's what the patting down came from, just to ensure there was no weapons.
I'm sorry?
The patting down of the individual, that's why I was ensuring there's no weapons in the vicinity of what I was searching.
And the vicinity, you mean on their person,
On the
correct?
person, correct, yes.
As a road patrol officer, one of your duties is to patrol the area within your jurisdiction, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your jurisdiction, basically? Where does it run from and to? Can you just give me a broad idea? Is it the city of West Palm Beach, basically?
Basically.
Okay. And so you're pretty familiar with that area?
The Broadway area? Is that what you're asking, or just the?
Yeah. Are you familiar with Broadway and 40th?
A little bit, yeah. I would say, I mean, I'm not proficient, with the area, but I'm familiar with it, yes.
Is that one of the roads that you routinely patrol?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that area of Broadway, well, it starts out up by North Lake as US 1 and then it turns into Broadway, is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say was it fair to say that that area of Broadway in the vicinity of 40th and Broadway is primarily abandoned businesses? This is not a residential neighborhood that's well lit, is that correct?
Yeah, there's abandoned properties.
I'm sorry?
I said there are abandoned businesses on Broadway.
Multiple abandoned.
Yeah, multiple.
Right?
Yes,
Not just this one where this car pulled into and stopped, right?
correct.
Okay. You're also aware that if somebody was driving south on US 1 that turns into Broadway, that one would go over a bridge. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's over the port of Palm Beach. Is that correct?
yes.
If you were driving south on US 1, then turns into Broadway from the North Lake area, you would pass multiple signs for St. Mary's Hospital. Is that correct?
Not really familiar with the signs, but yes, I mean, there are probably hospital signs that point to St. Mary's.
Well, St.
I'm not-
Mary's is, if you're traveling south on US 1 that then turns into Broadway, isn't it true that St. Mary's Hospital is off of 45th or on 45th? So
Yeah.
you would make a right-hand turn off of Broadway
Yep.
on 45th, right?
Yes,
And you would be right at St. Mary's, correct?
correct.
St. Mary's is a trauma hospital, is that not?
It is.
What is a trauma hospital? Explain to the jury.
It's a hospital that treats patients that have endured a traumatic injury, such as a gunshot or stabbing or, whatever the case may be.
Okay? And if these two gentlemen ended up at 40th and Broadway and they were traveling south on Broadway, past 45th, they would have passed St. Mary's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes,
And they would have passed the hospital signs to St. Mary's Hospital. Is that not correct?
correct.
Okay.
Yes, this is live right now.
You just testified on direct examination that Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe were, quote, yelling back and forth. Do you remember telling the jury this?
Yeah.
So did it appear that they were angry at one another, yelling back and forth at each other?
I honestly, I couldn't tell. Like I said, they were appeared to be in shock. More of a traumatic incident seemed like took place. They were distraught. Couldn't really tell if they were yelling or crying or both. So.
Well, you did testify on direct examination they were crying, did you?
No, I did. Like I just said, I couldn't tell what they were doing, but it appeared they were yelling at
Would
each
you
other.
like to see your report if you wrote in your report that they were?
I know that I put that they were yelling.
Okay, so you did not put in your report that they were crying, is that correct?
I couldn't tell.
No. Show me in your report. Would you like to see it?
No.
First of all, it's misleading. What's in his report?
I'm sorry, it's what?
What she's asking him is not even in his report.
Well, that's kind of the point, I think, of the question.
Would you like to see your?
What's the legal objection? Is there a legal objection?
It's mischaracterizing what he's saying based on his report.
That's what redirect is for. All right.
May I
So
post the
you
report?
may, go ahead.
Would you please take a report that was written the night of the incident?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, please, if in that report you noted that these two men were crying?
Nope. It is not in the report that they were crying.
May I approach?
You may.
And today, on
She said
direct
they're
examination,
mischaracterizing what he said.
you were questioned by this government. You said that these two men were, quote, yelling back and forth. You remember that?
Yes.
They weren't yelling back and forth at officers, right?
No.
They were yelling back and forth at one another, right?
Yep.
As though they were angry.
It appeared that way.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Officer Griffin, when you did the pat down of either one or both men, did you locate any firearms?
I did not.
Did you locate any weapons at all?
I did not.
And
She asked about firearms.
You state, in your report, you just indicated that you did not write that they appeared to be in shock, that they appeared to be distraught, that they appeared to be yelling or whatever defense counsel asked you. You didn't write that in your report, right?
Correct.
Did you observe that?
I observed the yelling portion. I couldn't really put a gauge on what exactly their emotions were going through that at that time.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw that night?
Sorry? Overruled.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Have you seen people traumatized before?
Yes.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw in these two gentlemen that night?
I can't recall. The only thing I can say for certain is they were yelling.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why Officer Griffin can't go on about his day?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Watch your steps. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And now we're going to take a witness out of order. Is that? No. One more? Okay. All right. Sure.
I mean, there's nothing that they've presented really that has helps prosecution a lot at this point. Yes, James, we have a lot in here today. We're having a block party today.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, sir, when you're comfortable up there, please make sure that microphone is closer to you. There you go. Will you please say and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. First name is Pierre, Pierre. Last name is Etienne, Etienne.
Etienne?
Yes, sir. Etienne.
Thank you. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. If you could just tell the members of the jury, what do you do for a living?
I am a police officer with the West Palm Beach Police Department.
Okay. How long you been with the West Palm Beach Police Department?
A little over 6 years.
Okay. And did you have any other law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, sir. I was in Gardens for almost a year.
Okay. And when you first started out, what year was that? Do you remember West Palm?
2014.
Okay.
Sorry, 2017. I apologize. 2017.
2017.
Yes, sir.
And what position did you start out with West Palm?
Road Patrol.
Okay. And if we move now to basically around midnight on April 7th, 2021, do you remember what your position with the West Palm Beach Police Department was?
Yes, sir. Detective.
Okay. Were you assigned to any specific division within West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir. I was part of the Ghost Unit.
What does that mean?
It's an acronym that stands for Gang and Habitual Offenders Suppression Team.
Okay. And now on Wednesday, April 7th, 2021, around 12:18 a.m., did you get a call to respond to a location around 415 Broadway Avenue?
The location, 4015?
Yes.
Yes, sir. 4015 Broadway.
Okay. And is it basically at the intersection of 40th Street and Broadway where you responded to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got that dispatch, did you proceed to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you remember if there were any other police officers that got there before you?
Yes, sir. There were several officers already on scene.
Okay. And when you first get to the scene, who, if anyone else, do you see that wasn't police officers at that location?
When I first arrived, I just noticed two individuals that were present with one officer, and I went towards that one officer. And it was Officer Tavares.
Okay. And those two other individuals, were they white, black, Hispanic, Asian? Do you recall?
They were two black males.
Okay. What were? Do you know what their relative ages were?
Late teens. I would say around 16 to 22.
Okay. And were you able to see their demeanor when you first interacted with them?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury what their demeanors were like?
Yes, sir. The one individual that I specifically made contact with, he seemed very upset, very like in shock, angry.
Okay. Now, when you first arrived, do you have a lot of information about what had taken place, or do you have limited information about what?
Limited information.
Okay. And so when you start interacting with the one male on scene, does the name Christopher Lowe ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
Was that the individual that you specifically interacted with when you got on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now when you get on scene, does your agency have any way that you can record kind of what's going on as soon as you kind of respond to a scene?
Yes, sir. My body camera.
Okay. And when you got to this scene at 40th Street and Broadway, did you activate your body worn camera to record what it is you were seeing at the time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that body worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately represent basically once you get on scene, the interactions that you have with the individuals on scene?
Yes, sir.
Just one moment, Judge.
Ivan, I saw your question, but even in the probable cause affidavit, they don't say who got there first. They said that I think it was West Palm Beach. Police and West Palm Beach Fire Rescue arrived like together. There's nobody has been able to say who was there first, unless I've missed it, but I haven't heard that, and it's not in any of the court papers. I think that's part of what's making this so hard too, is because it was such a short investigation. They didn't really look into much of anything. Patting them down or patting one of them down from the waist down, isn't a whole lot. We know that they're saying Hackshaw came and got Sebastian's gun. So
Etienne, in relation to Mr. Christopher Lowe, did it appear to you in terms of his demeanor that he was still upset over what had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him during that conversation, without saying for right now what was said, was he recounting to you what had happened basically 10 to 20 minutes beforehand?
During my initial conversation with him?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in terms of the delay between when these shots were fired and when you took you were interacting with him, would you say that was about 20 minutes after the fact?
I don't know, sir. I don't know when the shots were fired.
Okay. But in terms of when you started speaking with them, you recall it was around 12:18 a.m. when you got on scene?
If that's the time that you have, I guess so.
Okay. I have your report. Do you think that would refresh your memory as to when you got to the scene? If it does, officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring you up a copy just so we make sure we keep everything.
Yeah, no, I have that. I have it here. Yep, I have that time.
Okay.
Yeah. A little after 18 minutes after midnight.
Okay, that's when you arrived on. Mm-hmm. All right. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit State 69.
Any objection? Sure.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really wants to be the one who secured the scene or says they secured the scene, because the scene doesn't seem to be very secured at all. Remind me when we have our next break, I'll go over another one of the court papers. It's really funny. It's the state attorney wanting to limit things that Travis is allowed to talk about or say, including like state witnesses working at strip club and cosmetic surgery of any kind and stuff like that, because they don't want him painting state's witnesses in a bad light. And he's not allowed to talk about his grades being good and the work that he did with I think underprivileged kids or something like that. It was whatever charity he was working with. They're wanting to limit a bunch of that stuff. So I'll go over that court paper when we do our next break. It's a little bit too long to just do while they're talking right now, but I don't know the makeup of the jury. I know that some of our mods were looking into that to see if they could find out, but I'm not really sure. I haven't heard.
Now, officer, if you can remember when you got out of the vehicle at 40th Street and Broadway, did you wait 30 minutes to talk to this Christopher Lowe?
No, sir.
And if you can remember, do you remember, was it within 1 to 2 minutes where you started interacting with Chris Lowe when you got on scene?
Yeah, it was shortly after I got on scene.
Okay. And then when you start interacting with him, are you doing an in-depth interview where you're asking questions and he's giving answers?
No, not in depth. I was just trying to find out exactly where this incident had occurred or started.
Okay. So in terms of the amount of questions that you asked 1 to 2 minutes upon arriving on scene, the number of questions you asked were limited, right?
Yes, sir.
And then in terms of Christopher Lowe's responses, did he just kind of answer your general question of what had just taken place?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit 69.
Any objection? No. Very well. Thank you. I appreciate the professionalism. The document is, or the disc is, you may publish. It's submitted without objection. Thank you. That's 51, did you say?
69.
69. Boy, was I off. All right. Sure, as soon as you're ready.
Let's see if the cameraman moves for us a little bit.
Is it in this Travis Rudolph? What city? Here. In the city? Yes. Okay, but you don't know the address? No, I'm not sure. Travis Rudolph's house? Yeah. The search says that's where this happened. Yeah, it happened down the street probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We were trying to get from there to the hospital. Down into the hospital. Okay, did you pass the bridge? Oh, yeah, no, I can't tell you. So much shit is happening, my boy. I can't like 5 minutes down the road. Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. Where did that just our phone? No, I did not, bro. I did not. You want me to shooting it? Yeah, we're like a 21 round, 17 round. All right, they're saying that it's happened at Travis Rudolph's house. Can you look up that name and see what address is on file? Hey, come here. No. Hey, come here. You should be right. Thank you, bro. I just almost lost my life, bro. So, you was at somebody's house? Yes. We came to his house, we pulled up to talk to him. Okay. And he came out wanting to fight. Okay. Long story. While I was happy, he came out trying to fight. We ended up running back to the car. I just started airing out the car. We got the Guardians? Guardians? Yeah. No, we're not Guardians. No, I was over here, North Lake. You say North Lake? No, on Lake Park. Okay. I don't know if you're. I think we're still not sure on all of that yet. I don't know if Travis are picked him up for sure. I gotta get my head together, please. I'm so scared. I just want to call my mom. You have your ID on you? I don't. I left him right there. Were you the driver? No. Okay, what were you sitting there? I was in the back. You were in the back? Did Trevor get hit too? You were shooting? Yeah. Okay. So you definitely Travis? Yeah. You know for the shooting? Yeah. And okay, so you guys were at Trevor's house and he tried to fight you guys? I went there to talk to him. Okay, I went there to talk to him. From there saying that it happened in Lake Park. And one of them here saying that the shooter Travis Rudolph. Okay. So can you one of them saying that they went to his house to talk to him and then he came out for the shooting. Okay, correct? I don't understand. So you got like the Travis Rudolph's house to talk to him, right? Okay. Fucking God, bro. Fucking God. Okay. Listen, man. Thankfully you're here, bro. Thankfully you're here. And we're okay. We're glad that happened. Okay, but I need for us to figure all this out. I need to know what happened. Okay. So you got went to Travis Rudolph's house to talk to him. Yes. And then what happened from there? He came out wanted to fight. Okay. Yes. He's already hostile now. Okay. And we came out and what happened? Altercation. Altercation happened between you guys? Yes. He's arguing verbally. Okay. Yeah. And then what, he just started shooting? He went to the house and already know what time it was, so we ran to the car. Okay, and then by the time you guys leave, he just started. Backseat, I'm just, like, this is some fucking movie. All right, go ahead, man. Just make sure you're not hit, you're not hurt, or anything. Let me just look at you and check you out. Make sure you're not hit, because you know, adrenaline and stuff. I'm good, I swear. Oh my God, okay. Yo, come here. I need your name, Ross. I need Christopher Lowe. All right, Christopher, stay here, man. Stay here. I'm here. I'm trying to. I understand. Hey, listen, this is my crazy shit. Listen, yes. And listen, and I'm not blowing up your ass. I've been shot at. All right. Okay, one way. Yeah, I know I scared that shit. I know I scared that shit. Okay. So. Oh my God, I'm still missing time. Christopher Lowe, right? Yes. Lowe? Yeah. What's your middle name? Brian. Brian. And what's your date of birth? February 13th, 2000. I just check on my lover, bro. That's it. I just feel like I love you. That's it. Oh yeah, that's fine. And what's your phone number? 561 377 8266. 8266? Yes. All right. What's your address, boss? 5045 Palm Hill Drive. Palm Hill Drive. Yeah. What's that at? What's Palm Beach? Please, what's your boy's name? Yeah. I need your boy's name. What's your boy's name? Sebastien Jean-Jacques. Sebastien, you got to say it. Sebastien what? Oh my God, bro. Sebastien? Yeah. Jean Jacques. Jacques. Yeah. You got your date of birth? Yeah. Oh, he just turned 21. He just turned 21? He just turned 21. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, bro. Wow. Yo. Yeah. Oh my fucking God, bro. Fucking shit. All right. Come here, I need you to stay. That's my sign. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. I was gonna get us going. Oh, okay. Yeah, just get us going. I need you. I can't have you talk. I can't have you talk. Yeah. I just can't have you talk. Oh my God. Okay. Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car, man? Why is he still in the car, man? That's it. This is nothing that you're not gonna know. Okay. So, yo. You're looking at me. I'm not gonna hear like. Is that something that you're not gonna figure out? Okay. All right, it's not something that you're not gonna know. I believe so. One of the passengers saying is that he started there and they were trying to drive down. And when did you guys go to the hospital? I'm just asking. What did you guys go to St. Mary's Hospital? The car stopped working. The car stopped working? They needed to bring first to here and get to St. Mary's, I'm not sure. But oh my God, bro. Bro. Oh my God, bro. Thank God. I said the car or something, bro, like, I don't even see it. No, our cars, where they are. All right. Yeah, that's fine. You can sit in my car. Well, after our great Cadillac, Yep, it's one of them in the car. I'm not sure you don't have anything on you, okay? Good. I know, yeah, but you're in the back seat, yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't know how I didn't get hit, bro. Yeah. God, sir. Yeah.
Now, Detective Etienne, at the end of that video, what were you doing with Mr. Christopher Lowe?
He just wanted to sit in the back of a police car, which I allowed him to do so.
Okay. And before you let him into the car, did you pat him down for any weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did you locate any weapons whatsoever?
No, sir.
Any firearms?
No, sir.
Any knives?
No, sir.
Any brass knuckles?
No, sir.
It is, but under the circumstances, I'll allow it.
Now, once kind of got Christopher Lowe in your car, do you take the information basically that we saw you gain through that interview and do you give it to the other detectives that are working on the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then in terms of your actual involvement in the case, were you asked to do anything else in relation to this investigation short of what we basically saw on that videotape?
No, sir.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, the car did stop working, but I think their whole thing was that they could have made it to a hospital if they had not been going to try to ditch the guns first.
All right. Any cross? All righty.
How you doing, ma'am?
Is it Etienne?
Etienne?
Etienne, excuse me. You're assigned to the West Palm Beach Criminal Investigation Division, the GHOST unit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is GHOST unit?
It stands for Gang and Habitual Offender Suppression Team.
And basically, what is the purpose of that unit?
We do it all, but mainly narcotics, street, anything involving weapons, firearms, narcotics, anything violent we respond to. And then whatever problems we have throughout the city, we kind of handle it also.
As a member of that unit, given the nature of the call, were you called out specifically because it involved a crime of violence?
No, we weren't called out specifically. We just go to anything that involves any type of weapon, especially a shooting. We definitely go to that. But anytime it could be a domestic situation where somebody could have a weapon or something like that, we would go to it.
Okay.
So,
all right. You watched what was shown here right in court, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the time on that body cam appears to be at 4:33 in the morning. Did you see that, sir?
No, ma'am.
What time do you recall being there?
I got dispatched at 18 after midnight.
18 minutes after midnight.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time do you think you actually responded?
What time did I actually respond?
Yes.
The time that I put on the paper. 18 minutes after midnight.
That was the time that you actually got there.
Yeah. No, that's the time I started going there. As far as how long it took me to get there, I don't know.
Roughly. Do you have an idea?
Minutes.
Okay. And again, if this were to say 4:30 a.m., you would have no explanation as to why that is?
I don't know how the body cam operates as far as the time.
Okay. According to what you testified, the 911 call was made from the location of 4015 Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
So the call was not made while it was up in North Lake. Is that correct? North Lake Boulevard?
No.
The call wasn't made by the bridge that you spoke of or that was identified on this body cam. Is that correct?
No.
The call wasn't made when it was still on US 1. Is that correct?
No.
The call was actually made at the location of 40th and Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, there were several officers on scene prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
You asked at one point in that body cam, you said something along the lines of, was Travis Rudolph, I'm assuming, was he hit too? You remember that?
Yes.
Why did you ask these two men if Travis Rudolph was hit also?
I mean, that's something I always ask. I don't know because I didn't know what the incident, how the incident happened. Typically in a shooting, there could be multiple shooters. It could be a gun battle. I don't know. So I just like to check on everybody, make sure like we don't have somebody somewhere else bleeding out that possibly needs medical attention.
Was there anything in your training experience and the demeanor of these two men that led you to believe that they could have also possibly had weapons, and that's why you asked if Travis Rudolph had been hit?
No, ma'am. It's just basic, just the basic stuff that I asked.
That's just in your normal course of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was a time that one of them said something along the lines of Tyler's missing. We're still missing Tyler, is what he said. Did you ask him who this Tyler was?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't think I heard that.
It was right on your body cam.
Yes, it was on my body cam, but in the moment, I didn't hear it.
Okay. Did the other gentleman tell you anything about a Tyler Robinson being missing from the vehicle?
What other gentleman?
Okay, you only made contact with the one gentleman
Yes, ma'am. I only spoke to Mr. Lowe.
and never spoke with the other gentleman?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did any of the other law enforcement officers tell you anything that the other gentleman said without telling me what they said, if anything?
No, ma'am. Other than what was said by Officer Tavares while I was close by him, that it happened in Lake Park. Other than that, no, ma'am.
Okay. But after speaking with Mr. Lowe and after speaking with the other officers and your observations on scene, did you ever have an idea that there was another gentleman, Tyler Robinson, missing that was in this vehicle?
No, ma'am. I learned that later on.
After you had cleared that?
After everything was, yes.
Did any of this, did Mr. Lowe ever mention to you that Mr. Robinson had a gun?
That who?
Mr. Tyler Robinson, that he had a gun?
No, ma'am.
You also mentioned to them that they crossed a bridge. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was significant about that? Why did you ask him that?
To see what route they took to get down here. Because we have a bridge that separates our city and the city of Riviera Beach.
How long is that bridge roughly in length?
I don't know, ma'am.
And that's over the Port of Palm Beach, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if someone were coming from North Lake going down US 1 that later turns into Broadway, they would have had to have passed over that bridge, correct?
Coming to our city, yes.
And you also remember being asking him questions about why he didn't go to St. Mary's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you think that was odd?
The hospital was close by to where they came to a stop.
Actually, it was several blocks north of that.
North of it, yes, ma'am.
So they passed the hospital, right?
I don't know what route they took to get down here.
All right, well, assuming that they came from North Lake and they went down US 1 and then went down straight on Broadway, passing 45th, would they not have passed the hospital?
Depending on the route that they took. If they took Greenwood, then they would have passed the hospital. If they took Broadway, they would have to make right turn to get to the hospital.
Exactly. If you're on Broadway, you make a right down 45th and you would have been right there at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
There are hospital signs along that stretch of travel, is there not?
Along where?
Along Broadway and US 1 that said you can get to St. Mary's by 45th Street. Are there not signs?
I don't know that, ma'am.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Isn't it
No further
interesting that
questions. Thank you, sir.
nobody
Correct.
told them about
Okay.
Tyler?
In April of 2021, how long had you been a West Palm Beach police officer?
April of 2021.
Yep. How long had you been an officer up to that point?
I got hired in 2017, so my math is right, 4 years.
Okay. And during that 4-year period, was your road patrol basically in the same type of area that you ended up responding to?
Yeah, most of it, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I guess it's up to 2023, about 6 years you've been a police officer?
Yes.
To this day, are you sure what those signs look like?
No, sir.
All right. And when you were talking with Mr. Christopher Lowe, did you ever ask him how familiar he was with the area that you were in?
Overruled.
No, sir. At one point, I remember asking him why didn't he go to the hospital, and he told me that he's not familiar with the area. He's not from around there.
And in terms of the video that we saw, what was his response when you first asked him, well, why don't you go to the hospital?
Objection, hearsay, leading.
Overruled.
Do you recall what his first response was when you said, hey, why don't you go to the hospital?
No, I don't. I honestly don't remember. Sorry.
But in terms of what he did say, it's on that video that you.
Yes, sir. It is. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, officer. No further questions.
All right, any reason why Detective Etienne can't go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your step,
Thank you.
detective, stay safe. Now we're going to have the witness out of order? Yes. Okay, very well. And who is that?
Dr. John Maricini.
Okay.
They said Dr. John somebody? No, we're still on state witnesses. These are all state witnesses. Supposedly.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon. Will you please say and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Dr. John, John Maricini, Marraccini.
Thank you, Dr. Maricini. All right. Do you want me to advise the jury that this witness is a defense witness being taken out of order simply to accommodate everyone?
They are doing
All right,
defense
very
witness.
well. So you just heard what I asked, and that's the scoop, folks. All right, you may inquire. Mr. Shiner.
Do me a favor, just spell your last name slowly for us.
I'm excited.
Marraccini. Maricini.
All right, and your first name is John?
Correct.
I pinned it
Tell
to
us
the
a
top.
little bit about your educational history.
Sure. I graduated from Harvard Medical School in 1978. After that, I completed 5 years of postgraduate education at the University of Miami, the county hospital in Miami, and the Dade County Medical Examiner's Office. As a result of training and experience, I became board certified in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I've been an associate medical examiner in Dade County, associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County, deputy chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County, and chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County. I'm a member of local, state, and national physician and medical examiner associations. I've published 10 papers. And in addition to doing forensic consultations now, I also have a family practice.
All right, and what is a medical examiner that you just talked about? What is that?
A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist hired by the state, and that person performs autopsies and determines the cause and manner of death in accordance to a variety of Florida laws.
And how many years did you do that in Miami?
I was a medical examiner for 1 year in Miami and for approximately 10 years in Palm Beach County.
And you said at one point you were the chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County?
Correct.
What was your responsibilities as the chief medical examiner?
Well, besides doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death, I supervised other physicians who were associate medical examiners under me at that time.
And what is forensic pathology? You mentioned that word. What is that?
Forensic pathology is the study of changes in the body, in tissues, and in fluids that relate to certain types of deaths, deaths of certain manner. The manner could be a natural death, a suicide, an accident, or a homicide. These deaths are, required to be investigated under various statutes in Florida and classified under other statutes, both for medical examiners and in terms of vital statistics.
Okay, and somebody used the term homicide when you were a medical examiner. The term homicide, what does that mean exactly? A homicide?
Homicide is either the active killing of one person by another person, or it is by neglect causing the death of another at such a level that it becomes of criminal concern. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that a homicide is a criminal action per se. For instance, when a law enforcement officer, shoots someone in the line of duty and they die, that's not necessarily a prosecution or, quote, a murder, unquote. But homicides are those types of classes that have those types of cases that are classified in that way.
Okay, so whether someone like a police officer acting in self-defense or not, if another human being kills another human being, that would be classified as a homicide?
Right. It's classified as a homicide for vital statistics purposes so that the state can sort out different types of deaths and keep track and trend.
All right. And now you said you have a family practice and a consulting practice?
Right. For about 20 hours a week, I am a forensic consultant, either do a private autopsy or review the paper product of other medical examiners, photographs, and different kinds of case informations so that I can provide an independent opinion, perhaps to the cause of manner of death, or alternatively, in the case of gunfire, for, direction of gunfire, and then certain other questions that would come up before the courts. And the other 20 hours a week, I have a family practice, which, I heal the sick and anyone above the age of 5 and below the age of 110 qualify. So,
in terms of your consulting practice, how long have you been doing that approximately?
well, I've actually been consulting since 1982, but I was consulting even when I was a full-time medical examiner in Palm Beach County. So it goes all the way back, beginning at the time that I was a fellow in forensic pathology in 1983 or so. So
I'm sorry, God, I interrupted you. Sorry.
So I've been doing it for decades.
What's a fellow in pathology? What's a fellow?
Well, fellow, you've heard of the term intern, resident, and fellow. Well, fellow is the next step up where you're doing a sub specialty of any particular field of medicine. In this particular case, forensic pathology is considered a subspecialty of pathology in general.
And when you were a medical examiner in Miami and Palm Beach County, were you hired by the state of Florida?
Yes. Originally, I'm indirectly hired. I'm a sub-appointee or appointee of the governor under those circumstances. But the actual hiring in the case where I was employed for instance, in Palm Beach, I was actually an independent contractor to the chief medical examiner for a number of years. And then I became an independent contractor to the county.
And as a consultant, are you hired only by defense lawyers, or how does that work?
Thank you.
Well, as a consultant, I could be hired by, prosecution or the defense. Practically speaking, though, once I stopped being a full-time medical examiner, I'm mostly hired by defense attorneys. And then in civil cases, I could be hired by the plaintiff or the defense in roughly a 60-40 ratio.
Okay. Were you contacted by my office to give a possible opinion in this case?
Yes.
You recall when that was approximately?
I think it was around May or June of 2021.
And do you recall what you were tasked to do?
Well, first of all, to review in general the ballistic injury, and then to determine whether or not there was some evidence, specifically in this case, of whether, some finding might indicate the holding of a weapon by the decedent in this particular case.
Okay, so the injuries that you were tasked to look at, was that for the decedent or anybody else?
I was tasked to look at the injuries of the deceased.
All right, and did you receive a copy of what you believe was all the discovery that was sent to the defense?
Right. The discovery included everything the medical examiner did, including their photographs, both at the scene and at the time of autopsy, and their written reports, conclusions, and so forth. And I received police reports. I received copies of depositions. I received crime scene investigator reports and photography regarding this particular case. I looked at some ballistic reviews and analysis by the firearms examiner.
All right. And specifically, were you tasked with basically one question by the defense?
Well, the most important question, yes. What does a particular finding on a hand mean? And the hand in question is the hand of one deceased person.
Okay. And what were you asked to make an opinion about the hand?
Yeah, very specifically, I was asked if the posture of a hand might indicate that a firearm or other weapon was clutched by the hand on or about the time of death.
And I believe there's an objection to defense number 18. So 19.
All right. It's admitted then without objection.
Need the witness step down, Your Honor?
Yes, watch your step, doctor. You might want to use, you may.
He is not a pit poker. He's
You're going to have to share. There you go. Thank you.
All right.
he uses science, not pit poking.
Sure. Most of the time we see a hand like this, it's a posture that we see in someone who's committed suicide with a handgun. But sometimes we can see this in homicide cases. So if an individual has been in the process where lactic acid builds up in the hand, like from a struggle or combat and things like that, the hand muscles can become very tight right after death. And this is a process of, accelerated rigor mortis, some people call it. But what it really means is that, the small muscles and the medium-sized muscles that are most used will, develop acid very quickly. And so people get what's in the military is referred to and otherwise referred to as like a death grip on a weapon. But it could be a lesser degree than that. It doesn't, sometimes it's difficult to remove the firearm. Now, conversely, if someone has not been in the middle of a significant use of the arm, like if someone just suddenly pulls a gun out of a drawer and shoots himself in the head, then, this process would not occur usually, and the gun would fall out of the hand, with recoil and so forth. So the point I'm trying to make is that we see two things. Number one, a posture is consistent with the holding of a firearm. And the other is that, because of the physical exertion that this individual was in based on the history that we know.
Let me ask you this. Did you see evidence and photographs from a medical examiner of injuries to this gentleman's knuckles?
Yes, he has bruises on the opposite side of his hand. So,
Did you see all the pictures of this gentleman that the medical examiner's investigator took?
Right, I saw hundreds of pictures, some from the medical examiner and some from the crime scene.
Remember he had bruises on both hands?
I know at least the right hand.
Please continue. What else do we see in this defense exhibit?
All right, so you see a couple things. Number one, you see this area here in the index finger that suggests of a trigger impression, but that's not nearly as important as what you begin to see here as a palmar surface of the hand has evidence of a little bit of bruising with some pattern to it. So, when we see this, we see that as further evidence of contact with the hand combined with the overall posture. We think of someone who was embracing a firearm on or about the time they were killed.
Now, did you see, you said you saw a lot of photographs. Obviously, they weren't all on poster boards. They were just probably 8x10s.
Well, I saw 8x10s and I saw some, actually digitally prepared photographs, so forth. I saw a lot of different photographs. Some of which were overexposed, but this actually shows, I think, one of the better images.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict in your mind what you described as the certain injuries to the hand?
It does at the C, correct?
Are you also familiar with firearms?
Yes.
firearms?
Yes.
Been studying firearms since you've been a doctor?
Well, yes, but I've been shooting since I was 12 or so. But in addition to that, I had some training directly as a medical examiner with the firearms ID section in the Miami-Dade Police Department, and the cases I had as a medical examiner in Dade and Palm Beach County interface with law enforcement in the study and comparison of weapons, their injuries, and transfer information from a weapon to a hand, for instance, whether it be gunpowder if the firearm was fired, or a pattern of contact, and so on and so forth.
Okay. And do you have an opinion based on all your training and experience if the decedent's hand in the right hand in this photograph is consistent with holding a firearm prior to death or after death as well?
It's consistent with the embrace of a firearm.
What was the last word before firearm?
Embrace of holding.
Embrace meaning holding.
Holding, yes. Gripping, holding, and
All right, thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. I'll take that from you. Thank you. I'm gonna take that.
It's interesting you pointed out the
You have an
possible trigger
opportunity
imprint
to view
too.
the photographs of what may have been in the car where the decedent was sitting.
yes.
Anything in that car whatsoever that's consistent with the injuries, in your opinion, that we see in this photograph here in front of us that would have caused those injuries?
Well, you're talking about the gripped posture and the markings that we talked about. Well, the gripped posture and the markings we talked about, one of the things we do is we look at the picture at the scene and says, well, is there some other object that would look like this or it could cause this? We consider, for instance, I think there was a cell phone at the scene. Well, okay, maybe he was just holding a cell phone. So the cell phone at the scene, however, was located, I think, in a kind of like a pocket area of the door. And furthermore, there was no transfer of any blood or tissue onto the phone. And the phone looked like it was hit by, some kind of force consistent with gunfire. But at the end of the day, without the transfer of any blood or tissue to the phone, it would be hard to place that phone in that hand, creating that impression.
How about there was a pen in the car? Did you think a pen could have caused anything like we're seeing here?
Right. There were other objects. There was a pen there. There was a cell phone charging cord. There were a few other objects. So I looked at all the objects in the car. I said, well, what else we got? I didn't see anything else in there that would, be suggestive of this per se.
Okay.
Ms. Perlette.
That's okay. I have no further questions.
Oh, okay.
You siding on me. Thank you.
All right. Any cross? Yes, sir. All righty.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, doctor, I believe you said that at a certain point in time when you left the medical examiner's office, started being a private consultant on matters like this, right?
Yes.
When was that? When did that begin?
Well, I mean, it overlapped. I was doing that even before I left the medical examiner's office for a number of years.
Let's talk about after you left the medical examiner's office.
Well, let's see. I was finally completely out of the medical examiner's office in 1999.
Okay. So from 1999, you started doing private consulting, right?
Well, I continued. As I mentioned, I had started that decades prior.
Okay. So post 1999, approximately how many cases have you worked on as a private forensic consultant?
Hundreds.
How many of those for the state of Florida?
Perhaps three. The state of Florida, one time I was retained by the sheriff here in Palm Beach County to review a case.
Okay. So how many times was it then, doctor?
Well, if you include the sheriff or the state attorney in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County, let's call it 4.
Okay. Are you sure about 4? Could it be 3?
Well, with the state's attorneys, it's 3. Let's see. Prosecutor's office in Dade County, there's 1. Sheriff's office in Palm Beach County, there's one. I mean, it's not that many.
Now let's talk about, since 1999, how many times have you been hired by defense counsel for purposes like this?
Let's see, let me do the math here.
He said like 60-40,
Well,
right?
several hundred times, I guess.
So 3 to 4 times you would say for the state since 1999?
Correct.
And hundreds of times for defense counsel?
Yes.
How many hundreds?
I don't know. I'm gonna guess, 15 or 20 cases per year times roughly 20 years. So 300, 400 perhaps.
Now, on direct examination, you mentioned that your ratio testifying for plaintiff and defense was 60-40. You remember testifying to that?
Right, in civil matters.
Civil matters. Did you give the ratio for criminal matters, state, versus how many times you testified for the defense?
Well, okay, retained by and tested.
My question was, Doctor, did you tell this jury what that ratio was?
No.
Okay. Now can you tell the jury what the ratio is for how many times you testified for criminal defense versus the state of Florida?
Okay, so retained by and testifying for are two different things, first of all. But retained by would be, 400 to 4. Testifying for would be considerably less. A lot of the times when defense attorneys retain me, I say I'm agreeing with the original medical examiner, so they never ask for my testimony. So there is a difference between retained by and testifying for in those cases.
Okay, so if we stick with retained by, the ratio is 100 to 1, wouldn't you say?
Correct.
Now give the ratio for how many times you come in and testify. How much different is it?
I'm not sure how many of those police cases or. Give me a second here.
I like how the prosecutor's like he's got him.
One was in San Diego. I can only recollect a couple cases where I actually testified for the state on brand new cases, but I've come back to court and testified to the state on older cases or cold cases, both here in Palm Beach County and in Dade County. So I do testify for the state. It's just that those are on the older cases that I was originally a medical examiner on. Or in the case in San Diego, there was a serial killer who started his actions in Palm Beach County and continued after moving to California. So, of course, I testified in that matter. But the vast majority of the time when I do testify, and let's call it round numbers, 4 times a year times 20 years, these are approximations. I've testified approximately 80 times for the defense, ballpark figure in open court.
Okay. And in terms of how many times you've testified for the state, not in relation to older cases you had to wrap up? Ever?
I'm trying to remember.
Take your time, sir.
Well, unless it's an older case, I wouldn't be testifying. So the answer is none.
Okay. So we can't even do a ratio with that one, right? Because the bottom denominator would be 0 when it comes to how many times you've testified for the state, right?
Well, I don't think you could divide by 0 mathematically, counsel, but.
That was my point. You can't make a ratio out of that, right?
Right.
All right. Now, in terms of your fee, how much do you charge to come in and, let's say, be consulted with first, not testify?
Knew this was coming.
My expert fee has gone up gradually over time, but currently it's $600 per hour for criminal cases, private cases, not indigent for cost cases. So that ratio slides down. If it's, I've testified and worked for the Innocence Project at the University of Miami, and I've testified in indigent for cause cases with the JAC paying an expert witness fee. So there, for criminal cases, it would go as, it'd be $350 an hour up to $600 an hour for privately retained cases.
So in relation to this case, what's the hourly rate you're charging?
$600.
And approximately how many hours have you worked on this case?
To be clear, everybody's paid in this. Like,
I'll give you a top of the head number of like 12 hours or something.
12?
Yeah, 12 to 14, somewhere in there.
nobody's here for fun.
Well, let me ask you this first. How much have you, as you sit here right now, what's the total amount of money you've received to be here right now, including everything you consulted on and you sitting up in that chair right now?
I'm going to estimate it would be approximately 10,000.
Estimate?
Yep.
So you're not sure how much total you've been paid on this case?
Well, unless I go back to my individual invoices, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
How about you do that? Would that help you refresh your memory?
Sure.
Let's figure out exactly how much you've been paid to be here.
I don't have my invoices with me, counsel.
You knew we were coming to testify today, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so as you sit there now, you can't tell this jury exactly how much you've been paid by defense to be here, right?
I can reconstruct it if you want me to do that.
Please.
Let's see.
600 for an expert, especially one with his background, is not bad at all. It doesn't matter. And the way that he's saying it, like in a ha-ha, got you, he's just doing this for dramatic effect for the jury, probably just to make the jury think, oh, they're paying him to say this. But they're not paying him to say this. They're paying him for an expert opinion. And all doctors, expert, everything, they're all paid. Like, everybody's getting a paycheck from somewhere. Like, this is not like, this is not abnormal.
I think my invoices are 11,720.
11,000. Say that again, doctor.
11720.
All told, coming up to today, you've been paid $11,720 to give your opinion that you just gave, right?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you remember giving a Zoom deposition back on November 4th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you sit here today, are you exactly sure of how many hours you've worked on this case?
No.
All right. If I showed you your deposition where we asked you at that time on November 4th, 2021, how many hours you had already spent at that point, do you think it would refresh your memory?
I got my depo right here. Just give me a page, counsel.
Yes, sir. May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Page, and you know what? Can I take a look at it? Because we've been having different transcripts.
Sure, go ahead.
State has not rested. This is an out of order witness because of scheduling. Not a huge fan of the prosecutor who's up here right now. He has not been effective in any capacity that I've seen so far.
When you've had a chance to review that, if you could look up and let me know if that's refreshed your memory.
Okay. There I say 16 to 17 hours.
Okay. So back on November 4th, 2021, you had already worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Hold on. Let me check.
I think
there might be a difference between invoiced and hours worked.
compared to some I've seen, this is
When
not
your depo, you'd agree with me that you said at that time
crazy.
you'd worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Correct.
But today's testimony was that you'd got a nut up to 12 or something like that, right?
Well, those are invoices. There's a difference between invoices and time spent on a case. So
So can you tell us right now how many hours you spent on this case?
Yeah, I've seen a lot that were a lot higher. And for him to have the background he does and the qualifications he does, that's not a lot compared. But they do this in every trial.
You know,
Try
I
to make
think
it about
right
money.
now we're talking close to $12,000. Now, say 17 hours times 6 is 10,200. I just gave you a number for invoices of 11,720, and so, you know, that's where we're at with this particular case.
So actually, we're closer to 12,000 at this point, right?
Sure, why not?
Now, you said on direct examination that about 20 hours a week you do your family practice, right?
Correct.
And then the other, I guess, when we're talking about a 40-hour work week, the other 20 hours a week are doing what you're doing right now, right? A forensic consultant.
Right.
So would it be fair to say that at the time you got hired on this case, that half of your working days are taken up with consulting like you are now?
Sure.
All right. That's a pretty significant amount of your work day or your work week, right? That's taken up with private forensic consulting, right?
Sure.
A lot of money that goes into private consulting 20 hours a week, right?
Sure.
And you rely on that income coming from your private forensic consulting business, right?
Well, I mean, family practice doesn't make much money, so sure.
This does make a lot of money, right?
Well, it makes more than family practice.
Okay. How much more?
I mean, it's different on different years. I'm trying to figure out 21 and 22. I was working because of COVID. I was working half time at the family practice office. So I would say in terms of raw numbers, income, 1/3 family practice, 2/3 forensic consultation.
And 2/3.
This is all he
forensic
has.
Consultation. How much does this amount to over a year? Any given year, let's say 2021.
Are you asking me my personal income, counselor?
That comes from private forensic consulting. Yes, 2/3.
On what legal basis? Overruled. Solely for consultation.
Probably let me think. 160.
Could you afford to live without this private consulting aspect of your job?
Yes.
Would you have to live a little bit below the means you're living now if you did away with it?
Let's see. I'm trying to compare myself with your living. I guess I live probably better than you do, but if that's what you're trying to say.
But would it, you'd have to live a little bit less than your means if you took that 2/3 business out the window, right?
Not really. I don't spend the money I earn. I put it to retirement. I don't have a retirement fund like you do through the state.
You used to though, right?
No.
Not at all.
Never.
Medical examiner's office?
Nope.
Independent contractor, right?
Yes.
Now, in terms of this business with consulting, if you give an opinion that someone doesn't like, they're probably not going to hire you, right?
He asked
no,
for that.
They hire me, but then they don't use my testimony in court.
Okay. And does your testimony in court come with payment? Do you get paid extra by doing that?
Well, sure.
Okay. So back to my question, in terms of if you give an opinion about a case that an attorney may not like, it's very likely that you won't get to this stage, right?
They probably will not list me as an expert witness for purposes of discovery.
So you wouldn't be used at this part of the trial?
Probably not. I mean, depends if you cut a plea or not, counsel.
Now, in terms of this photo,
Thank you,
said
Nurse for God.
Your ultimate conclusion is it's consistent with a gun being there. Am I breaking that down basically?
Yes.
Consistent with nothing in his hand?
I'm sorry, repeat.
That picture also consistent that nothing was in his hand?
Is it possible there's nothing in his hand and his hand just looks like that? Sure.
My question was, is This photo. Is this photo consistent with nothing being in his hand?
Yes.
Is this picture consistent with somebody that may have been grabbing onto a door handle and closing the door next to him?
You mean during the gunfire?
I'm saying, is this position of his hand consistent with moments before gripping onto a door handle? Yes or no?
Not while the bullets are flying through his door.
Why?
Because his arm would then be hit by gunfire.
So in terms of, are you saying that you reviewed the videos and where the door handle is, there's no space that someone could have been hanging onto and not been shot by a bullet?
I think you specifically said gripping the door handle, not anywhere.
Okay. So is the positioning of this hand also consistent with somebody that had been holding on to a door handle and then let go because they were shot?
You're talking about the door handle in this particular vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Why is that, doctor?
If you look at the dorsal aspect, this part of the hand here, the hand with the posture we talked about, it's hit. Well, you can see a bunch of small impact areas. That's consistent with other things, glass fragmentation at the time that the shooting occurred.
Is that the conclusion of your answer, doctor?
Yes.
Above that door, there's a passenger window, right? Next to this man's hand?
Right.
Do you remember if it was shot at all?
Well, there's fragmentation of other windows.
Do you recall if the front passenger window had any bullet holes in it?
Show it to me, counsel.
I'm asking you if you
Do I recall? No, I don't.
So let's say that the passenger window didn't in fact have bullet fragments or anything like that. That's where that glass injury could come from because it would have been right above his hand as it's holding onto the door handle, right?
I'm confused. The door handle's below glass level.
Right. So glass can fall due to gravity, right?
Right, but we're talking about an intermediate target effect. If you want me to draw it on the board, I'll be glad to show you.
Intermediate target effect. Did you mention that on direct examination, doctor?
I don't think he asked me about that, counsel.
So that would be a no. You never mentioned that, right?
Correct.
Okay. So my question is, you had just mentioned glass fragmentation on, I guess, the top of his right hand. Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay. Isn't it possible that that glass injury on the top of his hand could have come from the window that was right next to him?
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to my original question. Wouldn't this position of his hand, isn't this also consistent with somebody holding onto a door handle, pulling it closed, and then being shot, and it's staying in the same position?
Well, the door handle's below glass level. We're talking about glass driven at velocity. For instance, if you look at, do you want me to publish these?
I have no idea what he's looking at.
I have some images taken from the scene. If you want to go over it, I can explain the answer better.
Well, let's stick with my question for right now.
Sure.
My question is, this position of his hand, can you see it, doctor?
Yeah, I got it.
Can that also be consistent with somebody holding on to the door handle right next to him before being shot? Yes or no, doctor?
No,
And why is that?
because glass driven at velocity has struck his hand. It isn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's it.
Okay. How do you know how fast the glass was going?
Because of the minute fragmentation, the lack of cuboidal patterns to the glass.
Okay.
And I can illustrate it for you if you want, but we can get to it on redirect, I guess.
Okay. So in terms of the injuries on the top of his hand, the glass fragmentation, Where does that come from, in your opinion?
Bullets passing through glass.
Right. What bullets?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Saying that the damage on the top of his right hand came from bullets going through glass, right?
Yes.
Why is it that that glass that came through the passenger side window could not have struck his hand and caused that damage if it was sitting on the door handle? Can you explain to the jury how that is impossible to you?
Because my understanding is the door handle is below glass level, Counselor.
Okay. And what in your training and experience demonstrates in your review in this case that the glass couldn't have been shot down at an angle when it hit the window?
Because there's a similar fragmentation pattern of glass on the body of the deceased, as well as the hand. When in redirect, I'll show the jury what I mean.
Okay. So in terms of the answer to my question, the reason why his hand couldn't have been on the door handle is because of other glass injuries that you saw on his body. Is that what you're saying?
Of high velocity fragmentation effects of intermediate target impact in this particular case.
Is it consistent with him holding his cell phone, doctor?
Yes.
And going back, I think, to my original question, is it consistent with nothing being in his hand at all?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
He's getting annoyed with the DA.
Couple brief more things, doctor. In terms of you had a chance to review the autopsy report in this case, right?
Yes.
Dr. Osborne, that's the gentleman that did the autopsy in this case?
Yes.
Find anything wrong with his report?
Not about the ballistic wounds, no.
Find anything at all wrong with his report?
I think he said somewhere in his report that there were no marks on the hands.
Okay.
I'd have to, the palmar surface of the hands.
And if you could, may the doctor step down?
Yes. Watch your step, doctor.
When you talk about palmar, can you just point out on this?
You got to use the pointer so you don't block any of the jurors' view.
Could you just point out to the jury these palmar marks? Okay. What, if anything else, can cause those?
I don't have a good answer for you right now. I'm just asking.
Use the microphone, Judge.
Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
Obviously, other things could cause marks on the hand.
Okay. Could it have been a pre-existing injury that he had?
Yes.
Could it have been during the fight?
Yes.
Could it have been a birthmark?
It didn't look like a birthmark, but
Could it be something else than a gun that left an impression inside of his hand?
yes.
And then in terms of how all of this went down, you have no idea whether this gentleman grabbed that door handle as he was being shot, right?
Well, I mean, when you said as he's being shot, I mean, he's being shot a number of times. I mean, all I know is there's an intermediate target effect on this hand, similar to what we see here and here and here, suggesting that the hand is above door handle height. So that's all I can tell you.
Now, in terms of saying that's all you can tell us, you don't know if he had a gun in his hand, right?
Correct.
You don't know if it was a cell phone, right?
Well, I mean, the cell phone at the scene did not have any blood spatter on it, but it could be another cell phone that disappeared from the scene, I guess.
In terms of the palm of his hand, was the palm of his hand bleeding at any point from what your review of the records was?
No.
Okay. So when you talk about this blood transfer, what blood would have transferred from his hand if it wasn't bleeding to the palm? That was in the
Well, he's getting impacts to his neck. He's getting impacts to other part of his body, but most particularly the shoulder and the neck have, high velocity impact, which typically produces a spatter of very fine particles of blood, and that spatter can extend out a ways. So, I suppose it could be selfie length with his phone, but then, within a reasonable range, you'd get what's called a transfer of high velocity spatter, which I can illustrate for you on an easel, or I can just describe it.
In terms of having a cell phone in his hand and dropping it, you don't know which one of those bullets struck Sebastien Jean-Jacques first, right?
Correct.
Could have been the lower half that got struck first, right? Do you recall seeing it?
Sure, yeah. He's got buttock injuries. He's got other injuries down below. He's, and, a number of bullets strike him. So,
Okay. So if one of the lower extremities was struck first, and that's when he dropped the phone, there wouldn't have been blood splatter, right?
Sure, I guess that would work.
You can take your seat, doctor. Thank you very much. I'll grab that mic. Just one moment, Ron.
All right.
So he's talking about a cell phone, but he said, okay, well, if it was a cell phone, then it was taken from the scene.
Just for clarification with the jury, you're not here as a firearms expert, right?
I've been court qualified as a firearms wounding expert, so I can talk about a considerable number of topics as related to firearms.
But when it comes to this case, I think you said on direct examination, I think you even asked the question that the sole purpose of you coming here was to give an opinion about what was in this, right?
That is what defense counsel asked me to answer, and so I did.
And you did, right? You answered that question.
I answered it.
So again, just to be clear, firearms wounding expert is what you said. Are you an expert in firearms, how they operate, what different types of firearms there are? Did you go to school for that? Is that what you're here today as, a firearms expert?
Well, I think have I been court qualified on all those things? Yes, I have, with the exception of making ballistic comparisons, which I do not do. Ballistic comparisons would be tool marks. For instance, does the mark on the bullet match the rifling of a firearm? Or does the mark on the ejected casing match extractor marks? I don't do that.
So in terms of being able to match a casing to a gun.
Right, that I don't do. But I've been court qualified to testify as to the functioning of firearms, human factors in self-wounding and wounding of others, the rapidity of firing of firearms, external ballistics, internal ballistics, wound ballistics as it relates to X-rays and other physical evidence, intermediate target effects, distant target effects, effects of tumbling, and a considerable number of other aspects of the effects of firearms on humans.
And
I
despite
don't think he was
all of
expecting that answer.
training, you weren't brought in here for that question, right? It was solely for this question.
Well, today that's the way it is. Sure, why not?
No further questions, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Redirect.
Thank you so much for gifting those 5 memberships. Amanda Brown, Kendra Schwitter, oh gosh, I can't see. Carissa York, Eddie Jr., and Dee Dee Chillin 420 gifted memberships by Selena K.
Yes, you
Thank
may.
you. He was not
All
accepting
right.
that response.
On redirect is what we're doing this with? Yes, sir. All right. Any objection? Those pictures.
Yeah,
I thought
first
only
rule.
17 was.
First rule. Don't ask a question you don't
Now
know the answer
16
to.
and I guess 18 are being offered. Oh, well, 17 was already entered. Oh. What do you have? Is that what you have, 19? Okay. 16, 17, and 18 then. All right. All right.
I'll just hold these up. Do these photographs also, are they consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
I'm showing you number 16 so the record's clear. Right? That's consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Make the microphone.
This witness sounds just about as over it as the judge did on Friday afternoon.
One more time. 16 is consistent with your opinion, doctor?
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered into evidence is defense number 17. Is that also consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
And photograph number 18 has been defense exhibit 18 entered into evidence. Is that consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
You've looked at the autopsy photos, you said, and all the photographs the medical examiner investigator took outside the car and inside the car, and the crime scene photos involving the car?
Yes.
Is there anything in that car whatsoever that is consistent with your opinion in number 19 that is consistent with the firearm? Anything else that it could be that you saw in that car that is consistent with the hand impression that we see on number 19?
Well, if it's possible, yes. I mean, but the problem is the lack of spatter on the phone and its physical location.
Why would
take
you
it
believe
out?
I'm sorry. Why would you believe there'd be spatter? You say spatter, you mean blood?
Well, okay, so when you take gunfire, you get a bunch of very tiny particles coming out from the impacts of the gunfire. And these small spatters of blood can travel through the air. And if you have something in your hand, it could hit your hand and whatever's in your hand. What we saw down in the pocket of the door, which was a cell phone, didn't have any of that. So
Why would it have any of that in your opinion, sir?
why wouldn't it have any of that?
Why would it, or why?
Well, I mean, if it's in his hand and he's taking gunfire, then you would expect a transfer of spatter.
All right. Would it also matter possibly if that was not even his phone and he didn't have the passcode?
Well, it's beyond the scope of passcodes, and ownership of phones are beyond the scope of my testimony today.
Well, if you heard that was the testimony in this trial, would that make a difference? Possibly.
I give that as a jury question.
Okay. You're basically looking at from forensic standpoint. Is that what
I'm looking at wounds, and I'm looking at, transfer evidence. I'm looking at ballistic material and effects. I'm looking at human postures. I'm looking at the geometry of a car. Where's the glass and where isn't the glass in relationship to a door handle? I'm looking at all those things we talked about. Irrespective of what you asked me to talk about, the prosecution opened the door to many other areas of
Sustained.
Well, in all your years' experience that you told us about, have you seen cases where guns have been disposed of by human beings so they wouldn't get caught with things? Have you seen people throw away guns hiding in police? How about when you were a medical examiner? Did you have similar issues where someone's hand may have been in a position similar to this and there was no gun present and you're trying to figure out where the gun is?
Sure.
All right. So what's intermediary target impact you were talking about? What is that? How do you explain that?
Well, if a bullet, for instance, passes through, this is plexi, but even specifically.
Use the mic so we can hear you. Sorry.
All right. So a bullet passing through glass not only makes a hole, it creates a pushing out of particles of the glass around the hole. And those particles of the glass are energized. They don't just fall flat down. They're actually forced through the air with and following the bullet itself. So these particles flying through the air can strike a person or an object. If it strikes a person, you could produce small abrasions or cuts on the surface of the skin. And this is called an intermediate target effect, because this is the intermediate target. And then you have a human being, of course, beyond that in these forensic cases. So the intermediate target effect helps to identify whether something was what was in position between the gun and the person receiving gunfire. So it could be glass. Sometimes you see drywall as your intermediate target. Sometimes you'll see some other object creating that kind of energizing of the destructed material and it flying through the air. So the intermediate target effect can give us a snapshot of what's going on. In this particular case, that same intermediate target effect striking the outside of the hand, you'll see it on the side of the neck, on the shoulder, and elsewhere in this particular individual. The take-home point is it's consistent. The whole theory of whether a door handle would be grasped and create this effect, the hand is going to be, at least at some point in time, exposed to the glass, just as the neck and the right shoulder were in this particular case. And the door handle is considerably below windowsill level.
So hypothetically, if the jury hears testimony that the decedent had a gun pointed directly through at the front windshield, would this photograph, defense number 19, and the other photographs be consistent with him previously holding a gun prior to death?
Yes.
And obviously you weren't there. You don't know if he really was holding a gun or not, do you?
Correct.
Anything else based on what you see in the photographs, the autopsy report? Well, let me backtrack. You said on direct it could be nothing. Why could it be nothing?
Well, nothing is always a possibility, But what we have, is a more likely than not impression that something is being held.
All right. So when you say it's a possibility, is it an unlikely possibility that there was nothing in his hand?
Yes, it's an unlikely possibility. There's nothing in his hand.
Right. Prior to death.
Correct.
Could somebody, let's hypothetically that number 19, the decedent had a gun in his hand, and the two guys that were in his car, is it possible they could physically remove it, or would the grip be so tight they couldn't get it out of his hand?
Well, you could possibly spring it out of his hand, depending on, if you're holding, I don't have a firearm here, fortunately, but if you're holding something, it depends how you remove it. I mean, you could slide it up and out, and the posture of the hand wouldn't be affected. But on the other hand, if you pull it this way, the posture, the grip might be broken. So yeah, I mean, it depends how you do these things, but.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that lactic acid's formed by physical activity like fighting.
Right. Lactic acid is a normal chemical that builds up in muscle as you exercise or do physical work or are grappling or in combat. Any of those things will build up acid in your muscles. You've all experienced it. That's what makes your muscles hurt when you exercise. So, but after death, the drop in pH, the acidity from that stuff, causes the fibers of the muscle to lock up. And this is what creates rigor mortis, which can sometimes be almost instantaneous if you've been exerting yourself, as opposed to you dying, from a heart attack in the middle of the night and dead asleep. That's different.
And you said previously on direct, you mentioned something about military. You see this type of death grip with military. Can you explain that a little more?
Right. I mean, if you look at pictures from the battlefield, you will see individuals tightly gripping weapons in their hand, having so-called death grip on their hands. And that's because being in combat, they're exerting themselves and then they die suddenly. And You know, the hand, the forearm, it's actually the grip muscles in the forearm become fixed and tight upon the weapon.
Okay? And if the weapon wasn't on the soldier's hand or in their hand, and you just saw the hand like that, would you think that would have been a cell phone or nothing? It's a coincidence?
Well, I mean, you judge things by the company they keep. I mean, you know, if you're in the middle of combat in Vietnam, it's unlikely they have a cell phone in their hand.
You asked questions about how much you made. When you were a medical examiner working for the state of Florida, did you get paid?
Yes.
When you have patients come in as a family practitioner, do you get paid, or you do this
Of course. I mean, unless I'm working in the Good News Clinic or one of the volunteer things, but yes.
Okay.
That's kind of
You
what we said
mentioned that
earlier.
There's many times you're retained, but that doesn't mean you're testifying. Tell us about that again. Explain that.
Well, I mean, I'm retained to give an honest opinion. And if that honest opinion doesn't help a defendant, then my honest opinion might be discarded. And they say, have a nice day, and no, we won't be calling you. I mean, that's the way it works. But that's just to make the point that my opinion is my opinion. If they decide not to use it, that's the way it is.
The prosecutor was saying you're dependent on your income, and do you change your opinion so you can make more money? Is that something you do or ever done?
Not necessary. I mean, more of the money is made in the consultation process than actually appearing in court. So, you know, and, you know, I just don't have to go out and search for new work. I mean, to make a long story short, or to look for extra hours where, you know, let's just say that I'm 68 years old. I've saved some money. And, you know, I'm not worried about what's going to happen to me tomorrow, even if I retire, which my wife wants me to do.
All right. And you mentioned something about invoiced hours could be different than the actual hours you work. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, the invoices usually lag behind the hours worked. I mean, you do the work, and when you get around to it, you write an invoice up.
You cut people break sometimes and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
I'm sorry, what?
You cut people a break sometimes, lawyers, and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
Yeah, sure, depending on the case and, you know, the general circumstances. I mean, I'm working for the Innocence Project and a case of University of Miami Law School, and, you know, I don't bill for every second.
All right. Thank you very much.
Redirect? I mean, sorry, recross, excuse me.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Just so we're clear, doctor. Is this rigor mortis?
He says that's rigor mortis.
Yes.
Rigor mortis, it would be very difficult to try to manipulate these fingers after the fact if it had already set in, right?
Well, there's resistance. I mean, rigor mortis comes in small, medium, and large. Sometimes the grip is so tight that you can't even remove an object, but other times it's simply stiffer than you would expect. In other words, you could have all extremes of a dead person. You could have a flaccid hand, or you could have a hand with some muscle tone in it post-mortem, or you could have a hand that's gripping so tightly that it takes great effort to remove an object in the hand. And you can break rigor mortis. You can physically push it aside. You can physically straighten out fingers that are curled and tight. So you get all different degrees from a locked in hand to just barely tighter than you would expect, but enough to maintain a posture after death.
So what level of rigor mortis?
I can't tell you without examining. All I know is it's a fixed posture.
Well, you had a chance to review the autopsy report, right?
So,
You had a chance to review the reports from the crime scene investigators, right?
yes,
Had a chance to review from the medical examiner and their investigator, right?
yes.
Did you happen to review any materials about how easy or how difficult it was to manipulate this man's fingers?
I don't recall.
You don't recall on that?
I don't recall on exactly how tight his hand was.
Okay, so on the issue that you were brought purely into court on this. You're sitting here telling the jury you forgot what level of rigor mortis this was?
I would have to review. You asked me what's in the reports, and I'd have to review a report to tell you the answer.
Did you review those reports before you got up on that chair, doctor?
Weeks ago.
Okay. Do any prep before you got up on this chair today?
Sure.
Okay. So as you sit there now, you're telling this jury you can't say what stage of rigor mortis this is in, right?
I don't remember the term rigor mortis in the police reports.
Okay. Anything you've gleaned from the police reports, medical examiner, photos, anything like that, as you sit there today, can you say what stage of rigor mortis this is in?
No.
Just one moment.
All right.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, any reason why Dr. Maricini can't go on about his day?
No, thank you for letting us know.
All right, sure. Thank you, doctor. Watch your steps, stay safe. All right, you said we had one more witness today, right? Okay, who is that?
It's going to be CSI Grant. I don't know if this might be
CSI.
We're not going to finish Grant's testimony today, so.
How long do you expect on direct?
We have a ton of photos and all that.
All right. Okay, well, I do want to at least get started with her. All right, so how long a break do you want, folks? 10? I mean, there's only 2 restaurants back there. All right, 10 minutes it is. It's basically 15. All right, 15. It's 4 o'clock. Be back 4:15, please. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules, or at least the first 3. No research notes.
Okay, so I think that maybe Dr. Maricini is maybe this was a win for his wife, who is wanting him to retire, because I think after this he seemed like he was kind of over it, like a lot of the people in this trial have been. So let's see. I'm pulling up. Remember, I told y'all that there was the one motion from the DA. Okay, I'll go over this real quick while they're in there. Okay, so this is the thing. These are the things that they wanted to keep out of the trial. So they filed a motion for this. Any reference to any possible penalty this court may impose of the defendant is convicted, including but not limited to incarceration or deprivation of his or her liberty. It says to insinuate penalties into argument is to suggest an improper basis for jury's decision. Okay, so number 2 is any reference to witnesses not called by either side. That's normal. Let's see. Number 3, any reference to the fact that the defendant has never been arrested or convicted of a crime or a felony. Any reference to the medical. Number 4, any reference to the medical and or psychiatric history of any state witness. Wonder which one they're specifically wanting to keep out of that one. Number 5, any reference to the nature or type of any witness's medical procedures to include whether surgery was cosmetic, necessary, or elective. A patient's medical records and information contained therein are protected under Florida's constitutional right to privacy. So they didn't want the cosmetic surgery to come out, but it came out anyway with their own witnesses. Number 6, any reference to victim's reputation for violence, unless the defendant shows some overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident, which reasonably indicated to the defendant a need to take action in self-defense. So they don't want Sebastian's any kind of reputation to his violent past brought up during court. Number 7, any mention of the alleged prior bad acts of the victim or state witnesses to include allegations of immigration fraud and possession of firearms or social media display of firearms prior to the day of the incident. So bad acts to include allegations of immigration fraud, possession of firearms, or social media display of firearms. So, which might be why they tried to enter in the Snapchat records, like if he's, showing firearm snaps, like, you see people doing that, trying to look all big and bad, bless their hearts. Let's see. Number 8, any self-serving hearsay statement by the defendant to police officers or to any other witnesses. Number 9, any reference to defendant's specific instances of good conduct, including but not limited to evidence of service and good conduct with students or disabled individuals, evidence of performance and grades while attending school, evidence of being a good family member, and other similar specific good conduct. So all the good things that he's done, the charity work he's done, all that stuff, they don't want any of that. Nothing that the defendant has done, nothing that Travis has done, they don't want any of that talked about during the trial. So keep in mind now, they're wanting all of his charity work and all of his good stuff and all of his, grades and the fact that he's never been in trouble. They want all of that left out. The reputation that the guys who came over, their, prior bad acts and reputation for violence and all of that, they want left out. They don't want, which is, these are not uncommon things, that it's the, prior bad act stuff, but also the reputation stuff. They don't want the jury to come into this looking at Travis as, a choir, what they call it, choir child or whatever. And then, the victims to be looked at in a bad light because of the things they do. So they're trying to keep all of this out. Number 10, any reference to the marital status or infidelity of any witness, to include allegations the witness committed adultery or failed to disclose the marriage. Any such references are irrelevant to either proof of the crime or any defenses and is merely used to embarrass and harass the witness. But see, that came out anyway. Number 11, any mention of statements made by the defendant which might indicate remorse. Reference to the defendant's sympathy has no probative value and could only be construed as irrelevant subsequent remedial measures evidence. Number 12, any mention of self-serving hearsay statements made by defendant to an expert offered to explain or justify the defendant's actions. Number 13, any reference by a witness concerning the credibility or truthfulness of any of the witnesses. So again, they don't want anybody up there calling the 4 guys that went over there liars or Dom. Number 14, any reference to any state witness working at a strip club, whether as a server, dancer, or in any other capacity. This area of inquiry is irrelevant and immaterial, and its probative value is outweighed by its prejudicial nature. Number 15, any mention of the character of the defendant and character of witnesses, which is really what this all boils down to. Florida statutes allows an accused to offer evidence of a pertinent trait of his character. General character evidence, however, is not admissible. The evidence must relate to a particular relevant character trait. Reputation testimony regarding the general character of a witness is inadmissible. Credibility may not be attacked by proof that a witness has committed specific acts of misconduct which bear on the truthfulness of the witness. Only conduct that results in criminal conviction is admissible to prove bad character. So there you go. That was the motion that they filed, and which is ironic because a lot of that stuff ended up coming out anyway. So, yes, Travis is supposed to take the stand. We will, we expect to hear from him. The charges filed against him, he has 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm, all four with firearm. Let's see. Let me scroll up a little bit because while I was reading that, I didn't see anybody's comments because I was reading. He was grabbing the door. Let's see. If he was grabbing the door, wouldn't the back of his hand be against the door in between that and the handle, so he wouldn't have the marks on the back of his hand that he does? I'm thinking, yeah, that's kind of what the doctor seemed like he was explaining. Oh, and we were talking about, before he got up there, we were talking about the pit poking. So it's the Colleton County Coroner's Office. It was, what was his name? Harvey, right? Richard Harvey, maybe? The Colleton County Coroner, I think was his name. Something Harvey. In the Murdaugh trial, he got up there and he was, I think, the very first witness for the defense, actually. And he got up there and they were talking about the time of death. And he said that he went up there and it was common for them to just stick their fingers in the armpits of the decedent to, you know, try to estimate a time of death. And we all were watching like, what? Like, so it's been kind of a joke with some of us that have watched the Murdaugh stuff together and done some of the different trials after that, that, you know, the coroners go up there and you got to do a pit poke. Somebody's, I was walking to the gym with one of my friends and we were in the parking lot and there was a dead squirrel. And I even made the joke and she had no idea what I was talking about because she didn't watch the trial. And I said, she said something about that was gross. And she wondered how long it would be out or how long the dead squirrel had been in that little flower bed thing in the parking lot. And I was like, I want to go stick your fingers in its armpits. And I cracked up and she wanted to have me committed, but that's where that joke came from. Let's see. Yes, that means that there are pictures. I'm assuming from the Snapchat because we saw that on the court papers where they were putting that in for supplemental evidence. Is this all out of trial? Is what all out of trial? Yeah, this was the, it was a motion filed, let me see the date, on May 16th of this year. So right before everything started. Let's see. To limit the evidence. Let me pull. Sorry, I see a lot of questions coming in and then my stuff moves and I'm trying to answer some of your questions, but everything keeps moving and I'm way behind on chat. Like way behind. Let's see. Let me pull up and see what the ruling was on it. I didn't pull the second paper. Yes. All right, let's see. And I also keep checking to see if they've filed anything today. I just like to want to stay on top of it. What did I say that was? The 16th, I think. I don't see anything. There's a few things that aren't on here that I've put in requests to get a lot of the stuff that isn't available unlocked, but not everything has been made available. Yeah, I don't see where anything's published on, but I don't have time to go back through all of them. So if anybody else sees them, let me know if I'm wrong, but I'm trying to pull some of them back up. All right, well, I'll pull up some more stuff later too and see what else I can find. I like pulling those things, especially because when we have our little breaks, we can go over them, because those are things that are always really interesting to me, especially the things like, we had because of the court papers, we had a idea of what their expert witness was going to testify to today. Brooklyn, that sounds so much more professional than me saying a pit poke. Oops. Where did that go? Brooklyn says, sometimes we embalm through the armpit. Yes, Florida is a stand your ground state, but the judge did not allow for this to be stand your ground. He left it up to the jury basically to decide what they think. This is all in the jury's hands. Yeah, the thing about the pit poke is just it's not, and even said it's not. It doesn't really tell them anything from the time they get there. That I mean, it didn't do them really any good. All right, let's see. Also, I don't want to talk through everything because I want to make sure we hear everything.
Yeah,
So
go ahead. How much time do you think you need?
Thank you for the
Okay.
gifted memberships while they were doing that. I tried to put it on the screen, but thank you for those. They're given another 5 minutes apparently. Okay, so this is something to we can read this a little bit while we're waiting for them to show back up. The defense proposed jury instructions were also on there, which this let's see. Oh. Let me get this pulled up real quick. I have to remember where it's at. Brother Brewmeister is here. Hello, hello.
They left the monkey at work by himself. So, but I've been checking in, obviously, and listening too in the background.
Yes. It's been wild. Any thoughts on this trial?
So many. Plenty of material for Sunday.
Right.
Plenty. Yeah. I was really waiting for the judge to be like, all right, you're done, dude, to the fellow this morning.
Yeah, Tyler.
I was really hoping that something would happen. Just the amount of disrespect for the court. It was palpable. I could taste it from here, and it was bitter, just like he was. Yeah, near the end there, boy, he was just like, I just don't want to. You know?
His head, he hung his head so low. It was like there were a couple people in chat that were worried about him, thinking he was having some kind of like medical issue,
right?
Because he hung his head so low, like to make sure that we all understood he did not want to be here. In case anybody had any questions about whether or not he wanted to be here.
The entire thing about I didn't come here to read.
I know. My face.
Like, if a former student of mine said that in my classroom, I would be like, all right, well, you can go now. And I think there's something to be said. There's a balance, right? But for the judge, he doesn't want to get too involved because then you've got issues on either side in terms of appeals and stuff. I don't know really what I'm talking about, but I would imagine if he got too involved, that would happen. Like Judge Werner with Letitia, right?
Right.
But then also there is a certain level of decorum that is expected, I think, and not even just for a courthouse, but like just in life, that I just don't know if that was met. So I don't know. I'm fascinated to see what the end result of all of this is. I haven't caught too much of the technical stuff, but I've definitely caught the character witnesses because they were characters.
They were characters. It's been a lot of characters in this one. I know we were talking before about how there are times when it feels like this is one of those episodes of Jury Duty, like that show where it's like everybody's in on it except for one person, you know, and they're just doing and saying outrageous things to, you know, get a reaction out of this one person. And we've had a few people talk about like that's kind of how this seems sometimes. Like it's been wild to watch the wild in general, in general.
You almost can't believe that it's real.
Yeah. I said that earlier when I was like, I can't even believe that this is actually a real trial.
It's fascinating. It's interesting. And apparently, I haven't finished the Jury Duty show yet, but apparently I'm Ron or Rob or one of that guy that I remind people of him, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I'm going to go with it. Who knows?
Go with it.
Who knows? Everybody who said hi to me, hello. It's good to see you all. We're not on tonight. We're on tomorrow night to start back up with Jody for night court. And I'm working on a video that'll go out to members only first, and then we'll release to everybody else. But I want to make sure we thank our members. I had originally intended for it to go out Thursday, but I think we'll go through WTF, and then the next Sunday when we typically be off, I'll have it uploaded and ready to go as a premiere, kind of like we did yesterday, which if you were here for yesterday, thank you so much. It was pretty awesome to see y'all. Every time I logged in, I was like, oh, it's going to go to like 20 or 30. And it stayed at like 120, 150. And that was awesome. It's very long. It was a 59 gig video. So, yeah, my computer wasn't happy for a little while, but then it stopped. Ashley asked if there was no night court last night. Not at all. It was Memorial Day. So in observance of Memorial Day, I've got a lot of family in the military, but just in general, Brandi and I both thought it would be best just to be off and let people be with their families, rather than feel split. Now we did add that video, but that was optional. It was just kind of a recap. So.
All rise. Court is back in session.
Okay.
Bring the
ready?
jury.
All right. Let's Okay, sure. Let's bring him in, please.
Everything on this table, Judge, and I'll say it on the record, in a very careful one. I have no objection.
Glad to hear it.
And the firearms.
Okay.
And specifically, there was one you wanted to put before.
No, Judge, we're gonna, in front of the jury, admit all of this. So the clerk's able to take them. I might not actually start talking about them today, but we'll get them in so that way, Madam Clerk.
Everybody's stipulation, I have no objection to those.
Very well, thank you.
I also don't like this guy and his use of his mic because he doesn't.
Drives me nuts. Drives me nuts. He needs like one of the Britney Spears mics that comes right here.
I'm agreeable sometimes. Despite what other people think.
Nobody said you were disagreeable.
Otherwise.
I didn't even hear any rumors to that effect. But then again, I'm hard of hearing. No, just kidding. Yeah, what?
That explains it. That explains why he's let all this go. He's hard of hearing. That makes so much sense now.
I love that he's making jokes. That's the last thing I'll say. I like the humanity. Anyways, all right.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Go ahead and take your seats, please. Okay, so let's bring the witness in and swear them, and then we'll address some of these exhibits right away. All right?
CSI Grant.
I think they said this is a CSI person. Is that right? Yeah, for those of y'all who don't know, JT, he is co-host and he's also like he handles all the production stuff. He's like senior production manager on literally everything ever. And he's co-host at night and on the WTF show on every other Sunday.
The evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
All right, crime scene unit in the house. Let's see.
All right, when you're comfortable, will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record?
Julianne Brandt, Juliann, Brandt, Brandt.
Thank you. You may inquire, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could just introduce yourself to the members of the jury by saying what's your current occupation.
I'm a crime scene investigator for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been doing that, Ms. Brandt?
With the department, 34 years, and crime scene, 22 years.
Now, what, if any, type of either specialized training or education do you need to get before you can even begin to start as a crime scene investigator?
Currently, or when I did it 100 years ago?
Let's start back in the day. I don't think it was 100.
Way back when, in 1999, when I was a fingerprint examiner, I started taking courses at the local community college, which is now Palm Beach State. And I took all of the crime scene courses they had available as they became available. But at that time, they did not have a degree crime scene program. So I tested out with all of the courses that I took. I just don't have a proper degree.
Okay. And then I think you said that you started actually in a crime scene investigation position. It was 22 years ago?
Yes.
Right? What does being a CSI or crime scene investigator entail in your experience?
Well, my duties as a crime scene investigator are to identify, document, collect, and preserve for future court presentation items of evidence.
Okay. And in the course of your career for those 22 years, do you get what's known as, continuing education to keep up to date on different, methods of crime scene investigation? And
sure, we can get 40 hours a year.
Okay. And what types of topics are addressed in those 40 hours?
All manner of crimes, sex crimes, homicides, burglaries, robberies, and also reconstruction of shooting scenes, bloodstain pattern analysis, sex crimes against children, abuse, and photography techniques and processing techniques.
Okay. And so speaking of that, what are the different ways when you go to a crime scene you can start to, in your words, start to preserve evidence once you get there?
Well, hopefully the preservation is already done before I get there by the first responding law enforcement officers who secure the scene, not only by their presence, but by putting up yellow barrier tape and red barrier tape. And then my first introduction into a scene is what I usually do is a walk around to see what I'm immediately dealing with, get briefed on the facts known thus far. And then I start by documentation.
So let's jump into this case. So on April 7th of 2021, were you a crime scene investigator with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a location in West Palm Beach at around 12:57 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what location you were called out to first initially in this case?
It was in the city of West Palm Beach on Broadway Avenue.
Okay. And are you notified in terms of what it's in regards to, what you're going there to do?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a shooting-related homicide with one person deceased in a vehicle at that location.
Okay. And do you recall who requested that you go down there and start doing your job at that location?
Well, my initial notification was through our communications division, who notified me, and then I was en route, notified by the on-call crime scene manager, Bronson.
Okay. And do you remember what time you approximately arrived at that location at
1:28 a.m.?
Okay. Was there any, or if you can remember, are there any other crime scene investigators that assist you or came with you to assist with the many different things you had to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
Manager Bronson was on scene at the Broadway location, and CSI Ali was dispatched to the town of Lake Park to process a location where some casings had been located.
Does she have a different name now, Miss Ali, if you're aware?
Yeah, it was Odinger, and now her married name is Ali.
Now it's Ali. Okay. So the first location that you respond to is that location at 40th and Broadway, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you get there, do you get that debriefing that you discussed from the officers that are on the scene at the time?
We met with Sergeant Shea, who was the sergeant for our homicide unit. He was on scene, and he briefed us.
Okay. And then after that briefing, do you start, and when it comes to this case, did you start beginning your documentation process?
Yes.
Okay. How do you begin your documentation process when it comes to this case?
Video recording the scene.
Okay. What's the purpose of video recording the scene?
It's just to memorialize it as is before things are started to be moved around.
Okay. And did you conduct a kind of walk around crime scene video in this case on 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize that if you saw it?
Yes.
And Judge, for right now, what I'd like to do, just to make sure we don't forget, I believe it's by stipulation, the state would be seeking to admit states 3, 4, and 7 into evidence.
All right, identify them for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 3 is the Sig Sauer rifle.
Sig Sauer rifle.
Yep. Exhibit 4 is the Herstal pistol.
All right.
And number 7 is Tyler Robinson's Taurus firearm.
All right. And there's no objection, correct?
Yeah, no objection to that. And all these
Okay, but those haven't been identified yet, so we'll deal with those 3 first. All right, they're admitted. The 3 firearms are admitted without objection.
All right. We'll talk about those a little bit later. But for now, Judge, state would seek permission to publish States 58, which is the crime scene video at 40th and Broadway.
All right. How long is that approximately? Okay.
There's been so many lookalikes in this trial, like and sound-alikes from different celebrities and stuff.
Would it be helpful if I dim the lights?
Yes, please.
Looks like it might be. Oh, sorry?
9 minutes.
9, thank you. All right.
Does this look familiar to you, Brandi?
Yes,
Is this the start of your kind of walkthrough of that initial scene?
it is.
Yeah, cameraman's getting better with the angles, so we're not having to lean quite so far over. You can see the shattered glass there and the bullet holes. I think they're trying to avoid showing the graphic stuff, which is good for victims. Yeah, they don't want to show anything that's too graphic on any of the streams, so they are probably taking it away because of that. Yeah, they showed the picture of, you can kind of see the picture and some of the testimony that we've seen where you can see the picture of the hand, so you can see what they're talking about. But I think anything real graphic they're trying to keep out. This video, I don't think we've seen this one yet. We've seen other videos around this area, some of the first responder body cam stuff, but yeah, some of the families are in the courtrooms, but it's a lot different from being in the courtroom having to deal with it and then people screenshotting it from a live stream and it being passed all around the internet. I don't think that they knew each other personally, from what I understand. They weren't friends or anything. Yeah, all of this is facing towards the jury. Yeah, he's been very composed from what we've seen so far. That was definitely the mom's car. Did I say the wrong name?
All right.
If I
Now,
did,
CSI
it's
Brand,
Keyshawn's car.
once you take this kind of overview of the scene, what's your next step in terms of processing it, the crime scene?
Then I would take digital photographs of the scene.
Okay. Why take a video and then also individual photographs?
A video is one clear capture of something. With the photographs, you kind of have to piecemeal them back together. So, photograph of this here and then over here. So instead of showing someone 50 photographs, if you show them individually, you have a video that encompasses everything all at once.
Got it. So in terms of the number of photographs taken, do you take an awful lot of photographs depending on the scene?
I do.
Okay. Do you sometimes take what looks like the same exact photograph twice?
Yeah, sometimes 3 times because we started overall. Then we moved to mid-range and then we moved to close-up.
Okay. Are there also times where maybe the photo just doesn't come out? It's blurry?
Yes.
Okay. So is the reason that you take multiple kind of angles is to, as best you can, preserve what you're seeing when you're seeing it?
Yes.
And so you said after you took this video, you started taking individual photographs of that scene at 4015 on Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize those photographs if I showed them to you?
Yes.
Judge, I believe it's by stipulation. State's going to be now asking to admit exhibit 53 as a composite exhibit.
5-3?
Yes, sir.
All right, looks like there's 40 or 50 photographs there.
There's quite a number, Judge. Some of them are going to be very quick.
Okay.
They've already been seen.
All right.
Composite letter starts with A and ends with triple S, Judge.
Triple S?
Triple S.
Okay, so it's more than 50. All right, very well. Admitted without objection, right? Okay, very well. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So we're just going to go right down the list, starting with A. Let me know.
You tell me, ladies and gentlemen, do you want the lights dimmed or no? No? Okay.
So what are we looking at here? CSI Bank.
This is the exterior east face of the business, reflecting the numerical address.
And when you arrived on scene, was that crime scene tape already up?
Yes.
Showing you B. What are we looking at here?
That's more overall of this scene. It's a little bit further back outside the red tape. So the beginning of the yellow barrier tape or the exterior perimeter of the scene.
And what, if anything, is behind this police car to the left?
That's the red Cadillac.
Say again?
The Cadillac.
Make sure you see. What are we looking at here?
This is the same property, but it's further to the south edge of that property where the Cadillac was located.
Do you know what this building was back here?
Just the appearance, in my opinion, the appearance it maybe was a former gas station because they had the building and then separate what looked like could have been a gas pump area in front of it.
And then what about what's behind the Cadillac here in the background? Do you know
It looks like an RV to me, but the area was locked and secured with chain link fencing. It was illuminated by some exterior lighting, but I couldn't access the area.
So this right here, is that the fencing you're talking about, the chain link fencing blocking it off?
That's correct.
Show you D. What are we looking at here?
This is more the main or primary building, and it's just two bay doors that were on the south side of where that numerical address was in the first photograph.
And when you got there, this business was not operating on the side, right?
That's correct.
And then E. What are we looking at here?
It's just more parking stops.
And is it to the west of the Cadillac, or to the left side of the Cadillac?
Yes.
What's in this photograph? F.
This is the back of the Cadillac.
Let's go to G. What are we looking at? State's exhibit G.
This is the rear window of the Cadillac with a defect.
When you say defect, can you just tell the jury what that term is used for in your business?
A defect can be anything. It could be a tear, puncture wound, but in this instance, all the defects that I refer to would more than likely be bullet holes.
And when you say in this instance, you're referring to defects on this particular.
Correct.
We take a look at H. What are we looking at here?
It's the same area, just a closer view of that defect.
So when it comes to the rear of the car, rear of the vehicle, how many bullet hole defects did you notice, at least when you first were inspecting the vehicle?
Just one.
This is I. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior driver's side of the Cadillac.
If we look at J, what are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the driver's door of the Cadillac.
And on the interior driver's side door, are there defects near the window?
Yes, in the window, in the door panel.
K. What are we looking at here?
These are a closer view of the interior of that driver's door showing the defects.
And in terms of the driver's side window, do you recall numerically, how many defects you found in that window itself?
Later, I'll have to look at my report when we took it back to the garage and everything was labeled. But totally, I found 30 exterior defects and 53 interior defects. But I can't right now. I can't, without looking at my report, I can't quantify exactly how many were in there.
On the front driver's side.
On the driver's door.
Now, these locations down kind of near the bottom left, here and here, are those bullet hole defects?
Yes.
And then just showing you L. What are we looking at here?
That's more the interior where that vertical bar is. That would be one of the pillars on the interior of the door.
So if we pull back, is there a pillar going right along here?
Yes.
And in terms of states L, that's the pillar right there?
Yes.
And that's a bullet hole defect as well, right?
It is.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in states M, as in Mary?
This is an overall view of the interior driver's side of the Cadillac, and it has a partial view of the right front passenger quadrant as well.
Now, in terms of the driver's side of the vehicle in the front, when you're taking these pictures, did you locate any type of firearm in the front part of this car?
No.
Did you locate any type of ammunition in the driver's side of this vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any type of shell casing spent in this area?
No.
Show you states N as in Nancy. What are we looking at here?
This is the driver's floorboard, and there's a pen laying on the floor.
Is that the only item that you were able to find when searching this vehicle in terms of the front driver's side?
Yes.
And this is states O. What are we looking at here?
This is the center area, or where the center console is located between the driver and right front passenger seats.
And in terms of this middle area, did you locate any type of firearms in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Any type of ammunition in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Any type of spent shell casings in that area?
No.
I'll show you states P as in Peter. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of the decedent's face.
And what, if anything, do you see kind of on the headrest here to the right?
They're blood-like stains.
Now, whenever you notice blood, is there an abbreviation for that?
BLS.
Anytime that you notice BLS or blood-like stains, do you also try to notate that and capture it as best you can?
Yes.
Show you states Q. And tell me what we're looking at here.
That's the decedent's right front, his right hand, which is resting on his lap, palm up.
States R. This is just a backed up view of that same kind of picture.
Correct.
Can you tell us what this white line is going up to his left leg right there?
It's a USB cord.
Do you know what, if anything, it charges based on?
To me, it looked like it was to a cell phone.
Let's do states S, as in Sam. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior side of the driver's door.
Now, in relation to these defects here on the window, I'm going to show states T. Based on your training and experience, were you able to tell whether these defects were caused by bullets going into the car or bullets coming out of the car?
These appear to me to be.
lack of expertise, I like the board on the witness.
All right, you get some voir dire on that. Go ahead.
You have no training in ballistics, do you?
No, sir.
And you have no courses and no education whatsoever in terms of telling what a bullet entering a glass, coming out of a glass, other than practical experience. You don't have any education on that, do you, ma'am?
Yes, I have some shooting reconstruction courses.
All right, and are you certified in reconstruction?
I am not.
Have you ever testified as an expert in certified reconstruction?
I have not.
And would you agree that you don't have the proper training and education to determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if a bullet goes in or out of a vehicle?
I would agree.
That's all I have on that, Judge. Same objection.
Sustained.
To states U, what are we looking at here?
This is the front of the Cadillac.
Sticking with the front, this is going to be states V. What are we looking at here?
This is the housing for the right front headlight that has a defect in it.
Can you tell if this defect was from a bullet or something else?
At that time, I couldn't tell.
Would there come a later point in time where you got more information to be able to tell what caused?
I believe later when we were processing the vehicle, I was able to get a closer view inside the housing, and there was a single defect similar to the others that were in the vehicle that were round.
States W. What are we looking at here?
This is the front quadrant showing some dark brown stains that appear to be leaking onto the ground from the engine compartment of the Cadillac.
And kind of near the bottom middle, there's a little black piece jutting out. Do you know what that was?
No, I don't know if it was from the fairing from underneath the front grille or not.
Okay. States X. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior passenger side of the Cadillac.
And are there defects in the rear passenger side window?
Yes.
States Y. What are we looking at here?
This is the right front tire, which is flat.
Let's look at states Z. Zebra. What are we looking at here?
This is the undercarriage of the vehicle, just showing more of the dark brown stains that were coming from the engine compartment.
When you say the dark brown stains, you're talking about this area right here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
Now, to me, it looked like the consistency of oil, but I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. Because did you do like any type of testing on that chemical substance below the car?
No.
It smell like oil?
Yes.
I'll show you one more of that. This is AA. What are we looking at there?
This is a continuation of that leaking fluid, which ran the length of the passenger quadrants, front and rear, under the vehicle.
On to BB. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the vehicle, and it shows this is the right front passenger door, and it shows defects in the window and below the window in the door itself, as well as the side view mirror.
So in terms of this side, the passenger side, all of these markings in your training and experience are bullet hole defects, correct?
Yes, that's what they appear to me to be.
Show you CC. Is this just a close-up of the door portion of that side?
Yes.
Show you DD as in dog. This one might be a little bit hard to make out. Is this with that door kind of opened up where you can see the crease going forward?
Yes.
And those are close-ups of the defects right there. Correct?
Yes.
This is EE. What are we looking at here?
This is the passenger side view mirror.
Did you notice any defects with regards to the passenger side?
Yes.
What type of defects were on the passenger.
Defect in the housing and the mirror itself was broken.
This is FF. Is that same mirror, just the mirror side of it?
Yes.
And where on this did you notice any defects on the mirror?
On the upper left of this photograph.
GG. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior view of the right front passenger window.
And at least when we look at this right here, is that your flash bulb or is that a defect right there?
That would be the reflection of my flash.
So in terms of the passenger side window, how many defects are in that window alone?
At least 6.
States HH. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac with the door open, and you can see like from the waist down of the decedent in the seat.
Are there any defects you can notice along this part of the door from this perspective?
Yes, on the exterior leading edge of the door, there were defects.
This is II. Are those the exterior defects on that door that you were discussing?
They are.
And again, are those defects consistent with bullets? JJ. What are we looking at here?
It's another defect in the leading edge of that same right front passenger door.
KK.
This is an interior view of the right front passenger door, showing defects in the interior side of the window as well as the door panel below.
And from the outside, we had seen bullet defects kind of in this door. Were you able to see where some of those bullets were able to penetrate into the car once you did a later inspection?
You can see in the photographs on the scene that there were holes in the door panel itself, defects, holes.
So for example, states LL. What are we looking at right here?
That's the interior door panel itself, and it reflects some of the defects that were observed, as well as a phone in the door pocket.
So right down here is a cell phone.
Yes.
Okay. What is this right here?
I can't tell from this. It may be a defect. I can't tell from my vantage point.
Okay. What about right here?
That's defect.
What about right here?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
Zoom in a little bit. States MM. Is this just a more close-up version of the door panel we were just looking at?
Yeah, and it includes the lower portion of the door panel, like below the door pocket where the phone was another defect.
And that's right here?
Yes.
This is NN is in Nancy. What are we looking at here?
This is the door jamb of the right front passenger quadrant.
Did you notice any defects along this area?
I didn't, but there was some material that may have been fragments from the projectiles, initially thought to be the possible projectiles of fragmented, but actually turned out to be plastic from the breaking of the interior door panel when the projectiles went through it.
This is OO. What are we looking at here?
This is a side view of the decedent sitting in the right front passenger seat.
Now, in terms of this area of the car, the front passenger side, did you locate any firearms in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any ammunition in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any spent bullet casings in that area of the vehicle?
No.
PP. What are we looking at here?
This is the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac, and this is reflecting the decedent's lap area on down his legs and his feet. and where they rested, as well as his right hand.
What, if anything, did you locate down in the floorboard of the passenger side?
This is his sneakers, which he was wearing.
Are you aware of what this white piece is right here?
I'll have to refer to my report.
We'll get back to it.
I don't recall.
As of right now, do you know what that part is?
I don't recall.
This is QQ. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is the decedent's right hand, which was resting on his lap.
Down at the bottom here, what's that? Again, that little white thing sitting out right there?
That's part of the white cable, that USB cord that was coming out of the center dash, the center console area.
Now, do you know what these specks are on his hand? These kind of white specks that you can see on the hand?
The white specks, I don't know. I can guess that they may be pits.
Sustained.
Are you sure? Do you have any idea what those white specks are?
I do not.
Now, in terms of the top of the photograph, do you see this kind of copperish item up here?
Yes.
What was that?
That was a copper fragment
Copper fragment.
from a bullet.
This is RR. Is this just a close-up of that copper fragment of the bullet?
Yes.
This is SS. What are we looking at here?
This is a wound at the decedent's right shoulder.
TT. What are we looking at now?
This is the exterior of the right rear passenger window and door, showing defects.
And if you can recall, how many defects did you see in the window portion here?
Initially 3 on scene, the window itself. But as we moved forward, we saw more in the metal frame and pillars of the door itself, above the window and to the left of the window.
Looking at UU, what are we looking at right here?
That's a defect in the pillar, the center pillar between the right front passenger door and the right rear passenger door.
Looking at VV, is in Victor. What are we looking at here?
And these are an exterior view of the 3 defects that were in the right rear passenger door window.
And if we push this a little this way and then show you WW, what are we looking at right here?
This is to the left of the right rear passenger door window, and it shows a defect towards the top in the C pillar.
Looking at XX. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior view of the right rear passenger door.
To YY. What about this one?
This is interior view with the right rear passenger door open.
That same door?
Yes.
ZZ. What do we have here?
This is an interior view and some additional defects that we observed on the interior of the center pillar between the right front and right rear passenger doors.
In terms of those 2 defects you just mentioned, would those be the ones on the left side here and here?
Yes.
This is AAA, almost there. What are we looking at here?
This is the same open quadrant for the right rear passenger section. Now it shows the seat and the interior floorboard and part of the decedent's hair.
Now, in terms of the back seat of the vehicle, anywhere either on the right side or the left side, did you find any firearms in the back seat of this vehicle?
No.
On the floor?
No.
Did you find any ammunition on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
It goes from A to triple S, is what they said.
Can you see, you make out what this one is?
Yeah, it's a copper colored metal fragment, which would be from jacketing for a projectile. And that was laying on the floor of the door jamb for the right rear passenger quadrant.
And is that the copper fragment that we saw on the deceased leg earlier?
Yes.
Triple C, what are you looking at here?
This is the back of the right front passenger seat. That's the decedent's hair, and it, to the left of which is the headrest.
Zoom in on the headrest. Triple D, what are we looking at here?
There's some blood-like stains on the back of the headrest, and there's also defects in the headrest itself.
Is this the area you're talking about, defects to the headrest?
Yes.
And then I guess to the left, near the bottom, this kind of red streak going across, is that the blood-like stain you mentioned?
Yes.
He's asking if that's the blood-like stains.
What are we looking at here?
This is the right rear passenger seat. Shows a water bottle and some broken glass fragments on the seat itself.
This right here, that's broken glass.
Yes.
Triple F.
We're on triple F.
What are we looking at here?
The photograph of the rear passenger area, the center rear passenger area, and the interior of the left rear passenger quadrant.
Now, in terms of underneath the driver's seat and the passenger seat, do you look underneath that to see if you can find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value below either seat?
No.
Did you find any firearm beneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any ammunition underneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings underneath either seat?
No.
So there should be like 12 more pictures after this one.
This is the floor area of the left rear passenger quadrant.
And that's just a water bottle down at the bottom?
Yes.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
This is a shadowed photograph of the headrest area of the driver's seat.
Speaking of the driver's seat, do you recognize this, which is states triple I?
Yes, this is the right side of the driver's seat headrest.
Okay. Notice any defects on that?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
3.
This one of them?
Yes.
This one of them?
Yes. There's actually 2 at the top. Those are 2 defects.
So this is 1 and 2 defects?
Yes.
And that's the third.
Yes.
This is triple J. Can you tell which door we're looking at here?
Triple J now.
This looks the interior of the. This should be the interior of the left rear passenger seat.
This is triple K. What are we looking at right here?
This is a close-up of the door panel and the controls on that door panel.
Do you know what this material is here? I guess kind of the whitest material above where the switches are.
Well, there were fine broken pieces of glass, of clear glass, throughout the vehicle, and I don't know what that is for sure. It's similar in appearance.
Okay. And then I don't know if you can see it in this photograph, but do you know what's right here?
I can't see. I don't know if that's part of the control mechanism. I can't see if that's a defect. I'm not sure.
This is triple K.
Oh, actually, we thought it was could have been evidentiary, but when we collected it, it's a dried dead bug.
A dry dead bug?
Yeah.
So in terms of, to show the difference, I guess, between those copper ones and this, when they take a look at triple K, this thing right here is not one of those copper fragments.
Right. Sometimes you know until you actually pick it up. That was similar with other evidence that was found outside. We thought it was silver metal, and it was actually silver plastic from the part of the door panel breaking apart.
So for triple L, is that just a close-up of what we were just talking about?
Yes, pre-identification of the dead bug.
Now I'm going to show you triple M. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of the cell phone that was in the right front passenger door panel pocket.
Triple N. What is this?
This is the backside of the case that phone was in. And this is the flip side of the phone and the case.
Now, did you notice any type of damage to either the case I just showed you in triple N or obviously this image that we have up right now?
Yes, the back of the case was shattered.
Okay. Do you know why it was shattered?
No. Given the circumstance of the condition of the door panel and door panel pocket with defects in the immediate area, it may have been caused by a projectile.
Triple P. Is this just a close-up of the damage to the outer phone case that we just looked at?
It is.
Now, in terms of a bullet going straight through the phone, did you see anything like that in terms of the cell phone? Where
No.
the bullet went all the way through it?
No.
I'm going to show you triple Q. What are we looking at here?
This is a set of keys that was discovered, removed, and collected from the decedent's right front pants pocket.
Now, is that part of your crime scene investigation procedure that when you have a deceased like this and they're wearing anything that have pockets that you go through to see what, if anything, is in those pockets and document it?
Yes.
Thank you,
So
Baby
in
Bear.
terms
Thank
of
you.
this set of car keys, which pocket did you say it was in?
Right front.
Was there anything else in his pockets?
No.
This is triple R. Just tell us what we're looking at here.
This is when I'm preparing the vehicle to be towed from the scene. The doors will be closed and evidence tape seals will be placed on all exterior doors, the hood and the trunk. And this is just a photograph showing the seals in place along the bottom of the doors.
So the seals you're talking about are this and this down at the bottom of the photograph?
Yes.
And you said you do that all the way around the car?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
That's to preserve the integrity of the contents of the vehicle. And it shows, it's like a chain of custody. It shows that nobody, if those seals are broken, I know somebody's been in that car before I got to it again.
Are you aware of, in relation to any of this evidence, seals being broken that you weren't aware of?
No.
The last one I have here, Judge, is the triple S. Can you just tell us what we're looking at right here?
And this is after the vehicle has been placed on the wrecker to be towed. And this is the stain or the fluid that had been leaking from the vehicle while we were there on scene.
And that's the fluid that you said smelled like oil when you were there?
Yes.
Had the consistency of oil?
It appeared to have the consistency of oil, yes.
All right, this is a good time to take a break. It's 16, almost 17 minutes after 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had an opportunity to look at my morning docket. I should be able to finish that by 10 o'clock tomorrow. So if you were, please check in with the jury office downstairs, sign in, then come upstairs. Wherever it is you've been assembling, that's where you go. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal rules tonight, folks. You've heard a whole lot of evidence. You've heard from 13 witnesses at this point, but nevertheless, keep an open mind, please. No discussion and no research. And in the event that you happen to see one of us out and about during the evening, duck us, we duck you, and everything will be hunky-dory. Remember, 10 o'clock tomorrow. Okay, and I think there was no objection, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So it's admitted without objection, as are the photographs, I believe. All right. See you tomorrow, folks. Leave your pads. Thank you.
Okay, so we put up the poll. This is just based on what you've seen so far. Keep in mind, we have not seen everything. We have not heard from all of the state's witnesses. We have not seen all the state's evidence, and we have not heard from the defense. This is just as what we've seen so far. And the guilty versus not guilty is his charges are murder in the first degree with a firearm, and then 3 counts of attempted murder in the first degree with a firearm. So this is just from what we've seen so far. Tomorrow He's saying we're going to start at 10 o'clock, so same time as we did today. Today was a crazy day. I'm watching to see if anything else happens that we should be trying to eavesdrop on. I've still got their audio on just in case we have any hot mic moments. Let's see. I don't know why it won't let you vote. Nikki, welcome. You were a member before, so welcome back, really. Glad you are here. Glad you are a member. Glad you're hanging out with us. Enjoy baking cookies with the grandkids. Oh, Nikki just gifted a membership. Let's see. Oh, to Jimmy Lawson. Jimmy, you were just saying that your name was in gray now, and now you're back to green. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, a lot of the gifted ones that we had, because we had so many gifted when we first started, and it's been just over 30 days now, so a lot of our gifted ones are expiring now. So we've had a lot of people come in like, hey, what happened? Holly, we started at 10:09 Central. That's what time the judge is starting. So we started probably about 15 minutes before that. Oh, Nikki just gifted another membership. Thank you, Nikki. This one went to Don Bean. Don Bean, welcome to our little cult family. We're glad to have you. You look good in green. Thank you. Sandra Oliver, enjoy. It gets a little spicy. It gets kind of wild. Yes, 9 o'clock Central Time. So 10:09 Central, 10 o'clock Eastern Time is when he starts. There in Eastern Time. I am in Central, so it'll be a little bit before, a little bit before 9 o'clock our time. Okay, so so far, if anybody wants to vote while we still have it up, Jam says self-defense. Let's see. Roxy21 says, I've heard more reasonable doubt than anything. Oh, we have another gifted membership. I love gifted memberships. They're my favorite. Okay, Jackie P. 1954 gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Oh, it went to Ed. Where are you, Ed? Let's see. Post so we can post you in green. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Yep, Ed got courthouse. Yeah, jury instructions will definitely be key on this. The big thing is this is first-degree murder. We read the indictments earlier when we were at lunch. Oh, there you. Oh, wait. Where'd it go? Where'd you go, Ed? There you go. Just saying. Forgot to turn on. There you go. So they're saying that it was in the indictment. Premeditated is in there, so this is all going to be all about jury instructions. So the 39 rounds from the type of weapon he used, I mean, that can take, I think it was 10 seconds or less because of the type of weapon he used. That's the difference with that type of gun as opposed to like the, like just like a revolver or something. You're not, it's not, it happens a lot faster. It goes a lot faster. So let's see. Oh yeah. And yep. She said 80 489 or something like that when she was on the stand. It wasn't, I don't know where that number came from, but that was not correct. Yeah, that's one of the things that people are talking about as well. That that's kind of like one of the things, or I should say, kind of debating back and forth about, is the fact that they came onto the property, but then as they were jumping the brother, they were no longer on the property. And I think the biggest thing that they're talking about now is having the threat still available because of one or multiple of them pointing a gun in the direction of them. So the threat was still present, which is why they are saying that it would fall under self-defense. Let's see. Trying to see any other questions. Yeah, the first degree is big. That's why this entire case will come down to jury instructions, really. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have a good bit of y'all in the UK. We're glad you're here. It's just me. Yeah, iPhones make it a little bit hard. Good night, Peter Steele. We will see you tomorrow. Yeah, I think the problem here's the problem that I have with everything. Yeah, the brother was being beaten down the street and the mother was outside. So the mom we've heard testimony that the mom was trying to tell them to stop and look at her phone. She wanted to show them that Dominique is lying. She lied to them. We know this. This is not breaking news. We know that she lied. So the mom is wanting to show them the Ring video, saying, no, look here. She's sending y'all over here for nothing. She lied. The video clearly shows that she is the aggressor, and Travis is sitting there kind of, with his, arms down. He doesn't try to hit her back. He doesn't, you can see her doing it. So the mom is wanting to show them the video, but, they didn't stop to watch. They said, something about that they could see her trying to show, but that they didn't stop to look. They said they told the police in the probable cause affidavit, they said that they just went over there and parked down the block so that they could go talk, and that Travis started the fight, which to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because if you show up at, family's home at midnight banging on the door the way that we saw that in that video, doesn't, that's not just going to talk, obviously. So that part doesn't really make much sense, obviously. And then they also said that they didn't have guns, that they just went to talk, and that Travis came out and picked a fight with them. So none of that makes sense. My other thing with this is that, this is everything is innocent until proven guilty. So we are supposed to go into this, just as the jury is, we are supposed to go into this thinking Travis is 100% innocent, and they have to prove to us otherwise. And to me, they have not proved otherwise. I have all kinds of doubt, and I haven't seen anything that has convinced me without any doubt that it was a first-degree premeditated murder. Let's see. Yeah, they definitely had no business showing up like that. And it's unfortunate that they went. It's unfortunate. Like, this whole tragedy could have been avoided. The whole thing is sad. Oh, y'all, I've got my. Sorry, I had to turn my air on earlier because I've had it off all day so that the noise didn't mess with it, and it got to be 80-something degrees in here because, I'm in Florida, and I forgot that I'd turned it back on, so it's probably loud and annoying. All right. Yes. Lisa Wilmot says, yeah, I am still convinced it was self-defense. That's what it looks like to me. Again, I can't make my final decision. Like we've all talked about in here before, I can't make final decisions. So we see everything. But from what I've seen so far, thank you. I love my gnomes too. I love them very much. This, you can't really see this guy over here, but he's cool. He's got little skulls on his stuff. I love them too. Yeah, let's see. I'm still keeping an open mind. I always will keep an open mind till the very end. If there's ever one specific thing that I'm like, nope, that's it. And there have been in most of the cases that I've watched recently where I've thought, that it has to be, that I've thought without a doubt it's guilty. There has been something in every one of those some piece that changed my mind that was like, nope, without a doubt, there's no more question. And then everything else, nothing else changed my mind. So I have not gotten to this part. I still don't see guilty, and I don't see premeditation. I think if anything, it's, the only premeditation that happened was on the other end of all this. Let's see. Yeah, same. It's funny too because we've watched a lot of, I have some of y'all. We've got a lot of new people with us, but we've watched a lot of stuff together. I've gone through a lot of this stuff. A lot of y'all started following me during the Murdaugh stuff, and this is the first case of all the ones that we followed and all the ones when I was doing my recaps and everything. This is the first one where I've seen so many people more on the defense side. Yeah, I will always keep an open mind until there's something that takes me beyond a reasonable doubt. But as of now, based on everything we've seen, I am not convinced of guilt. Oh, thank you, Hannah. I got that at, I think at a yard sale or something. Somewhere cheap. I definitely want to hear what Travis has to say. I can't wait. Thank you, Holly. I love my necklace. Yeah, this all could have been avoided. That's the thing that's the hardest about all of this, is that this is such a tragedy and it could have been avoided. And that's what makes it so frustrating, because this is not just one life lost, but this is a bunch of lives ruined and changed forever. And, all because people couldn't handle their emotions. And, Dominique wanted that drama. If Travis testifies that he saw 2 shots fired in his direction before he started shooting, this will be a new case. Yes, that is true. But also, even just with the guns pointed at him, with them showing up to jump him and threatening him and all that stuff, and then, pointing guns at him. Look, if something comes, something or someone comes from my mama, my family, my kid, anybody, I can't tell you that, I wouldn't do the same. I'm so glad. I think you can only hear it when headphones are on, but I turned it off just in case, because anybody that listens with headphones, you can kind of hear it a little bit. And so then it gets to be, by the time we finish this, it gets to be like 80 something in here. It's the problem of streaming from Florida. that's one of my biggest things too, Lisa Lamont, is that, it was multiple guys, beating up his brother. Oops. This is another thing that has been kind of a point of contention with a lot of people too, is that, the story that they told the police makes literally no sense, and nobody seemed to question them or think that anything was off about it, which I totally don't understand. But it took all of 17 minutes for them to decide that he was guilty, and that was the end of that. So 17 minutes. Let's see. The Google search for Tyler NFL after receiving the text from Dom was telling. Yes, especially about his injury and everything. And Dom Googling about, accessory to murder. That was also telling, because she knew what she had done. As soon as she found all this out, she knew what she had done. All right, we'll take a couple more, and then I'm going to get out of here because court starts again early in the morning. They punched him in the head. That is assault right there. Yeah. It was definitely, they're definitely in the wrong. No matter what you think about his charges or what he did, they are wrong. They are 100% wrong. They never should have gone over there. They never should have done this. They never should have, showed up at midnight, parked 2 blocks down, taken their shirts off, put their phones in the trunk, gone up there. No one, they were banging on the door. We saw the video, that the way they were banging on the door. You don't go banging on somebody's door like that at midnight, demanding to see somebody after you've taken your shirt off and put all your crap in the trunk, just so you can have a cuddle puddle and talk it out and hug. They're wrong. And Dominique is wrong. So let's see. Well, in the poll now, we have 79% say not guilty, 13% say that they are still unsure, and 6% say guilty. So that is where everybody is leaning as of right now. We can keep doing the polls, just, kind of see how much that changes or doesn't change or stays the same between now and the time this is all over, and both state and defense rest, and see how it goes. Yep, that's another thing. If they were innocent, they would have gone to the hospital instead of going and allegedly getting rid of the guns first. Cuddle puddle. There's a bunch of things I say on here that I don't realize I'm saying them in time, and then people quote it and I'm like, oh gosh, did I say that? That's Lindsay Hendricks. That is one of the big things that I've said too. I cannot believe it's first-degree murder. And the premeditated thing, it does say in the indictment, it uses the word premeditated. So that's one thing that I'm confused about. So I'll be interested to see the jury's instructions on all of this. So thank you to everybody who came and hung out with us today. It was another wild day in court. I am going to go ahead and sign off and get out of here. If I get off now, then it'll be less than an 8-hour stream, which will be amazing. And I still have some daylight outside, so I can go enjoy it. It's a beautiful day out here. I appreciate all of the new members. Welcome to all of y'all. I appreciate the gifted memberships. Those are always so much fun. We love those too. And thank y'all for hanging out with us. If you could, please give us a like on the video before you go. It's helping our little algorithm so that we have been able to find, or other people have been able to find us, which is nice. So if y'all could do that before you go. And if there's any more court papers, I will keep checking it. If there's any more court papers or anything that come out, I will post everything on Twitter as it comes out. I'll keep an eye on it. And if y'all see anything before I do, feel free to send it to me, and we'll get that posted. Anything, if they do have anything that comes out between now and tomorrow, we can go over that tomorrow morning. So they're starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. So we will start about probably start about 15 minutes before that. So I appreciate y'all reporting for jury duty, and I will see y'all in the morning.